Chapter 689. The shackles on Gu Hai's body were removed by Bingheim. Because his cultivation was sealed by himself, Lu Yi did not take it seriously. The door of the Temple of Gods opened, but the interior was dark like a black hole. Under Lu Yi's urging, Gu Hai was the first to step in. As soon as he stepped in, Gu Hai immediately felt the world spin. The dark hall lit up instantly. After standing firm, Gu Hai realized that he had arrived at a new small world. Behind him was a huge black void hole. It looked extremely strange. The Temple of Gods is the entrance to a small world? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Indeed, when he looked up at the sky, it was an extremely strange world. There was a sun in the sky, but it was not dazzling enough. There were layers of mountains all around, and it was extremely vast. In the distance, there seemed to be a strange light shining. Most importantly, when Gu Hai entered, his soul suddenly trembled, as if it was about to leave his body. It was extremely uncomfortable. What world is this? My soul is trembling. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Just as Gu Hai was puzzled. Boom! With a loud bang, the black hole behind him suddenly disappeared. Huh! Gu Hai's expression changed. The entrance was gone. He couldn't get out. Lu Yi was deliberately playing tricks. Roar! Suddenly, the roar of a beast came from the forest in the distance. The roar shook the sky, and the earth trembled. Humph, Lu Yi. Gu Hai snorted coldly. With a bang, he undid Lu Yi's seal. Gu Hai instantly rushed into the forest. After a while, where Gu Hai had landed previously, a huge creature landed with a bang. Boom! The huge creature landed, and the earth shook violently. In the forest, Gu Hai stared at the monster. It was a 30 feet tall pig demon. However, this pig demon was very strange. Its entire body was blood red, and it emitted waves of scarlet aura. Evil karma. Evil karma floating on the surface of the body. Gu Hai's eyes widened, revealing a trace of astonishment. He had the heaven-mending karma pool, and the karma pool was used to refine evil karma. Evil karma had always been formless, but why did this pig demon seem to be surrounded by evil karma? Where is he? I smelled someone's aura just now. Where is he? The pig demon looked around. Gu Hai took a closer look and saw that there seemed to be a white light spot in between the pig demon's eyebrows. That light spot seemed to allow the pig demon to connect with the heavens and earth. With every step he took, a strong wind blew. Over here. The pig demon's eyes suddenly widened as he looked in the direction of Gu Hai. Have we been discovered? Gu Hai's expression darkened. Roar! The pig demon roared and instantly appeared in front of Gu Hai. Gu Hai didn't accept the challenge. Instead, he retreated and carefully observed the pig demon. However, this pig demon was extremely strange. Its body seemed to be illusory yet corporeal. Oh! An expert is here. Ha 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 ha, I like to eat experts. The pig demon's body swayed and charged toward Gu Hai again. Boom! A huge mountain was trampled down with a loud bang. The power of the peak of the lower celestial palace? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Screech! Gu Hai took out the life ender saber. He looked coldly at the pig demon. Ha, you overestimate yourself. Watch me eat you. The pig demon instantly pounced on Gu Hai. Gu Hai also slashed with his saber. You are the world of the monster gods. Do you think you can defeat me with that saber? The pig demon sneered. Boom! There was a loud sound. The life ender saber suddenly stopped on the pig demon's skin. The pig demon was pushed back by the huge force, but the life ender saber didn't cut through the pig demon's skin. What? Gu Hai's face darkened. It couldn't cut through the pig demon's skin. It was not difficult for him to cut through an ordinary middle celestial palace in the outside world, but he couldn't even cut through the skin of a lower celestial palace here. Do you feel that your power has become weaker? Ha 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 ha. Did you just come to this world? The pig demon walked forward with a cold smile. Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. Did his power become weaker? But he didn't seem to have changed. The pig demon looked at Gu Hai with a cold gaze, as if he was determined to win. He was drooling. In this world, even if I am the weakest monster god, I am much better than you humans. Humans will only be eaten when they come here. The pig demon suddenly pounced on Gu Hai with a cold smile. Boom! Gu Hai slashed again, but he still couldn't cut through the pig demon's skin. Gu Hai retreated. At the same time, Gu Hai's body felt very uncomfortable. It felt like his mortal soul was about to leave his body. Gu Hai continued to flee while suppressing the human soul from his body. Ha 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 ha, run, 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 let's see where you can run to. 8 feet of human soul, it is enough for me to replenish my godly power. Ha ha ha. The pig demon followed closely behind, getting closer and closer to Gu Hai. The pig demon was as tall as a 3-story building. Gu Hai could only weave through the forest. Flying? Flying in the sky would only make him a target. If he weaved through the forest, the pig demon would not be able to find him. After running for a while, Gu Hai was forced into a huge valley. Ha 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 ha, come on, you're the 10th human war god that I've eaten this month. After eating you, I can gain another portion of godly power. Ha 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 ha, this world is so good. As long as I eat people, I can refine their soul power into godly power. One day, I will reach the level of Loch God. The pig demon closed in on Gu Hai. Gu Hai's head was about to explode, and his human soul was about to leave his body. As time passed, his human soul grew bigger and bigger, and his brain was about to burst. Forget it, let it come out. Gu Hai said gloomily. Wang! The human soul instantly left his body. The moment the human soul left his body, Gu Hai felt as if his body had become secondary, and his human soul had become the main body. As soon as the human soul left his body, a strange energy surged from heaven and earth, filling the human soul. In the blink of an eye, the surface of the human soul turned blood red like the pig demon, and turned into a solid body, surrounded by a scarlet aura. His body merged with the human soul's huge body. Human soul, 490 feet. Burp. The ferocious expression of the pig demon suddenly stopped, and he looked at Gu Hai in shock. You were not a human soul before. Didn't you go to the heavenly palace? Didn't you go to the heavenly palace? Why is your human soul so big? The pig demon suddenly exclaimed. Gu Hai suddenly looked at his own body, and his eyelids twitched. He seemed to have experienced this scene before. In the Azura Dao secret realm, his soul had appeared, and the Azura Dao secret realm's energy surged into his soul, giving him an Azura incarnation. Now, this world also gave him an incarnation. How big was the body and soul? The Life Ender saber in his hand also grew bigger. Gu Hai lowered his head and looked at the ferocious pig demon in the valley. Previously, the pig demon was a giant in front of Gu Hai, but now, the pig demon was smaller than one of Gu Hai's feet. Boom! Gu Hai stepped on the pig demon's body. Don't eat me, I'm innocent, I didn't know, great God, I didn't know you were so powerful. The pig demon screamed in fear. Where is this? Gu Hai asked solemnly. I don't know, I only know that in this place, the human soul and divine body decide the size and power. The pig demon said in fear. Human soul. Divine body. Divine body. Gu Hai stared at the pig demon. I'm a pig demon king from the outskirts of the holy land of Mount Spirit Mountain, the pig demon said. I was lucky enough to cultivate a god and subjugate a bunch of pig demons. I ate a small town, and was wiped out by the holy land of Mount Spirit Mountain. At first, I thought I was dead. But then, somehow, my mortal soul and the God I cultivated arrived here. My God and mortal soul fused together, and I became about 5 meters tall. Then some power in heaven and earth remolded my demon body. Oh. How big was your human soul in the past? Gu Hai asked solemnly. My human soul used to be only 5 inches tall. It took me 300 years to grow to 3 feet tall. My pig deity allowed me to grow to 3 feet tall. But why are you so big? Didn't you go to the heavenly palace? The pig demon asked in fear. You eat people? Gu Hai stared at the pig demon. No, it has nothing to do with me. All the demon gods here eat humans. Every once in a while, someone will come into this world for no reason. We can only grow by eating humans and their souls. The pig demon said in horror. Hiss. Gu Hai slashed at the pig demon. The pig demon's skin was still tough, but at this moment, Gu Hai's knife could already cut a hole in it. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, black gas gushed out from the bone knife, and it opened its mouth to eat the pig demon. Ah, ah, ah. The pig demon was in pain, and in the blink of an eye, it was swallowed by the skeleton in the black gas. However, the bone knife didn't seem to eat anything for a long time. The pig demon's human soul and his negative karma were swallowed by the pool of karma. The bone knife only ate the white spot between the pig demon's eyebrows. The white spot looked like the pig demon, and it wanted to escape in fear. However, it was digested by the bone knife in the blink of an eye. This small white spot had a strange energy, and it was like a great supplement, making the bone knife tremble excitedly. This time, the bone knife slightly refined the energy of the white spot and fed back 1,000th of it to Gu Hai. Buzz! Gu Hai suddenly felt his body shake, and a warm current flowed into his body. Divine power. Divine power. That white spot just now was the pig demon's divine. The monster race cultivates the divine, and can command an entire race. There are different kinds of divinities in the divine body. The life-ender saber swallowed the divinity and also refined 1,000th of the human soul that was fed back to me. The human soul's power increased again. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with surprise. He walked to the side of a small lake and looked at himself in the lake. His body was blood red, and there was a green halo behind his head. This was the second level of the lower celestial palace that he reached when he killed the Qing Emperor. Killing a pig demon just now actually caused a red dot of light to appear behind the green light circle. Killing demons to refine the divine and increase my cultivation. Gu Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes. Roar! Roar! Standing at a high point, Gu Hai looked around. In the distance, there seemed to be countless monster gods killing everywhere. Gu Hai even saw some humans fleeing. Swish! Gu Hai quickly ran in front of a human. Boom! With one slash, Gu Hai killed a 50-foot-tall ox demon god. He saved a group of humans. We are saved. We are saved. Brother, we are saved. The group of humans trembled in fear. The ox demon god was killed. The group of humans looked at Gu Hai with excitement and fear. You are so big. Which tribe's war god are you from? One of them looked at Gu Hai in astonishment. Why are you here? Where is this? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. Ah. You don't know. The group of people were stunned. Senior, are you from the divine continent? The leader of the group, a green-robed man, asked in surprise. Who are you? Where is this? Gu Hai frowned. My ancestors were also people of the divine continent. Legend has it that since 800,000 years ago, the heavens would randomly grab a few people from the divine continent every 100 years to become food for the demon immortals. We hid here and there and formed our own tribes. That was how we survived. Generation after generation, each tribe had its own war god who fought against the demon immortals here to protect us and keep us alive. You were also thrown here by the heavens? That shouldn't be. It hasn't even been 100 years. The green-robed man exclaimed. 800,000 years ago. All of this was done by the immortal of the six paths. Gu Hai frowned. I heard from my grandfather that when the demon gods fought, they would strengthen their own spirit. Loch God's spirit was the strongest. He even commanded a third of the demon gods, another person exclaimed. Demon gods? This is a farm of the immortal of the six paths. Raising this group of demon gods. And the food for this group of demon gods is the human race? The demon gods eat humans, and the demon gods eat each other? Gu Hai frowned. Maybe. Everyone's face suddenly revealed a sorrowful expression. Then is there a name here? Gu Hai stared at the group. I heard from a battle god in the tribe that it was called the Mystery Realm of the Way of the Beast. The green-robed leader frowned. Mystery Realm of the Way of the Beast? Gu Hai's pupils shrank. Chapter 690. Gu Hai stepped into the Temple of the Gods, and Luya followed behind. However, before Luya entered the Temple of the Gods, he reached out and squeezed. The Temple of the Gods trembled slightly. Let's go. Luya smiled faintly. Bingheim did not understand and followed Luya in. The moment they entered, they appeared at the entrance of a huge palace. This palace was also called the Temple of the Gods. However, their surroundings were no longer a city. Instead, they were surrounded by a vast sun. A mini-world? Bingheim was taken aback. In the next instant, Bingheim's expression changed. Where's the Emperor? Luya, where is the Emperor? When Gu Hai entered this world, he was teleported to Mudfish's side. However, don't worry, he's still alive. Luya sneered. Why, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Bingheim glared. Luya sneered. Yes, I did it on purpose. Gu Hai is here now. Don't you care about him? Every day he stays in this world reduces his chances of survival. Only by working with me and defeating Mudfish can you save him. You. Bingheim glared. This is a star that I refined. If you want to save Gu Hai, lend me the power of the jackdaw. Let me complete the great yin-yang three-legged crow and cultivate the power of chaos. Come with me to kill demons and steal gods. When I can kill Mudfish, no one in this world can stop me. Luya said coldly. Humph. Bingheim glared. On the ground below. Gu Hai shrunk his human soul to the size of an ordinary person. He came to the same tribe as that group. The tribe's living conditions were very simple and crude. They all lived in caves because this was the world of the demon god. If they wanted to survive, they had to hide. A large number of humans were gathered in the cave. The leader was a white-haired elder. Senior, you can call me Old Shaman. Your human soul is 490 zhang tall. Senior, you must be an extraordinary existence in the divine continent. The white-haired old shaman said respectfully. It's just a coincidence. But now, I'm also in prison. I wonder if you have a way to get out. Gu Hai asked in a deep voice. Get out, there's no other way. Our land is under the control of Loch God. Loch God is 1,000 meters tall and possesses unparalleled might. We don't dare to show our faces at all. The old witch sighed. Then have you heard of Luya? Gu Hai asked in a deep voice. Great God Luya. Of course I have heard of it. Senior, do you see the sun in the sky? It was brought by the great god Luya. That is the residence of the great god Luya, the temple of all gods. The old witch explained. Oh. The sun. Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. Luya only appeared 80,000 years ago. He was extremely powerful, and the moment he appeared, he kept on killing to seize the Yao god's divine power. He also stole countless Yao arts. He was also one of the few powerhouses in this world. Only when he met the Loch god did he stop his path of slaughter. The old shaman explained. Oh. Yao arts? Gu Hai stilled slightly. Today, the demon immortals that Senior encountered were actually the lowest level of demon immortals. They only had some strength and physical strength. However, there are too many demon immortals here. Those powerful demon immortals don't even need to know where you are to kill you. Our human race did our best to cultivate some powerful war gods, but when they showed themselves, they all died under Yao arts. One of the Yao arts was called the Nailhead 7-Arrow Book. It was really eerie. The old witch recalled. Nailhead 7-Arrow Book? Gu Hai said in surprise. Yes, it was a rusty nail that became a Yao and formed a Yao god. When the Nailhead 7-Arrow Book was released, countless war gods of our human race died. That Yao god took human form and was 50 zhang tall. His divine body was strong, and his divine power was boundless. He used his divine power to cast Yao arts. Whoever he worshipped would die. In the past, he was a loyal subordinate of the Loch god. Later, he was killed by the Loch god and refined by the Loch god. He also obtained the Yao arts of the Nailhead 7-Arrow Book, the old witch explained. 50 zhang tall. The bigger the Yao god's body, the stronger they are. Gu Hai asked in a low voice. That's basically the case for Yao gods. But to us humans, we can't compete with them in terms of size. We can only compete with soul power. Unfortunately, it's too difficult to increase soul power. The old witch explained. Increase soul power? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. The old witch nodded. The tallest soul body in the human race is only 30 zhang tall. The soul power they can store is limited. Senior, your soul body is so big. After a few thousand years, you will definitely be able to store more soul power. You will be comparable to normal Yao gods. Just as the two were talking, a scream came from outside the cave. Look, Yao god Luya is back. Gu Hai quickly walked out of the cave. Outside the cave, the somewhat dim sun in the sky suddenly gave off a dazzling golden light, becoming very bright. Wah! A crow's cry came from the sun. Luya has come out of seclusion. Is he declaring war? Roar! Suddenly, the roars of powerful Yao gods came from all directions. In an instant, a large number of Yao gods rushed into the sky and pounced on the sun. Boom! A beam of light shot down from the sun, revealing the three-legged golden crow. It was 1,000 zhang tall. On the head of the golden crow, Gu Hai saw a white ball of light. Within the ball of light was a white three-legged jackdaw. Bingheim? Gu Hai showed a hint of worry. Roar! 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 Countless Yao gods rushed out. Treasure! Luya's three-legged golden crow roared. Be careful of his immortal slaying flying saber. Spread out. The immortal slaying flying saber won't turn back until you see your head. Spread out. Water-type Yao gods attack. You don't have heads. Go. Wood-type Yao gods attack. You won't die even if your heads are chopped off. Hurry. Suddenly, a large number of Yao gods rushed into the sky. At this moment, Luya opened his mouth and spat out 3 gourds. Immortal Slaying Gourd, Vine Realm Gourd, and True Fire Gourd. A large number of flying sabers flew out of the Immortal Slaying Gourd. Boom! A large amount of True Samadhi fire flew out of the True Fire Gourd. Whoosh! Billions of vines suddenly emerged from the Vine World Gourd. My gourd. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. He saw the Yao gods in the sky suddenly suffer a destructive blow. The 3 gourds were activated by Luya, and their power was even stronger than when Gu Hai used them in the past. Immediately, an overwhelming fire rushed out, destroying all the wood-type and water-type Yao gods. The Yao gods that rushed past the true Samadhi fire were immediately wrapped up by the vine world gourd. The Yao gods that broke through the vines were suddenly beheaded by the immortal slaying gourd. Instantly, the three-legged golden crow opened its mouth and inhaled. Immediately, the gods on the heads of the slaughtered Yao gods were swallowed by the golden crow. The golden crow grew larger, and its body emitted an even stronger heat. Luya, you have a new treasure. How dare you act so presumptuously in my territory? Suddenly, a gloomy voice sounded. They saw a giant loach that was 3,000 feet long suddenly soar into the sky. It broke through the true Samadhi fire zone, the vines, and the immortal slaying flying saber zone to reach Luya. Luya was only 1,000 feet long, but the loach was 3,000 feet long. The loach demon deity opened his mouth and spat out a black hole towards Luya. Old loach, this isn't the last time. The three-legged golden crow shouted coldly and grabbed with its claw. Boom! The huge black hole suddenly wrapped around the three-legged golden crow's huge claw. Loser, your claw was broken by my black hole once. Now it's healed. The loach demon god sneered. Rumble. As expected, Luya's golden crow claw seemed to be unable to hold on. Bingheim, it's your turn. Don't worry, you won't die. Luya said ferociously. Wah! Luya roared and opened his mouth. In the sky above, the white jackdaw hesitated. Luya, if I die, please let His Majesty leave, the white three-legged jackdaw shouted. Sure. Luya shouted. Wah! His mouth opened even wider. Whoosh! The white three-legged jackdaw instantly flew into the three-legged golden crow's mouth as if it had been swallowed. Bingheim. Gu Hai, who was on the ground, shouted in shock. Eaten. Luya had eaten Bingheim. Release the power of frost. Yin and yang coexisting technique. Luya roared. Buzz. Suddenly, the flames on the three-legged golden crow's body surged. The three-legged golden crow instantly grew to 3,000 feet long, but most of it was illusory. It was the effect of the flames. Boom! The golden crow clawed and shattered the black hole under its claw. What? Lord Loach's expression changed. The Loach demon god was 3,000 feet long, and the three-legged golden crow was also 3,000 feet long. Immediately, the two demon gods tore at each other. Rumble. For a moment, the sky darkened. The two experts were surrounded by storms of energy. The energy wreaked havoc, and the ground trembled. For a moment, no one could see what was inside. Bingheim was eaten by Luya. Gu Hai's expression suddenly twisted. However, at this moment, in the sky, it was not something he could interfere with. Boom! 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 After a day and night of fighting, the battle suddenly stopped. Luya couldn't do anything to the Loach demon god and fled into the sky. Ha 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 ha, old Loach, what do you think? You can't do anything to me, right? I just devoured 368 gods. Just wait until I refine this group of gods, and you die. Ha 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 ha. The golden crow laughed heartily as he flew up into the sun. Loach looked at the sky with a cold expression. You swallowed those gods, but the wills of the gods aren't that easy to refine. Forcefully refining them will only make you go crazy. You want to become stronger. It's still early. You can't swallow too much either, right? Let's see who's faster. I have the great yin-yang coexisting technique now. You're not as fast as me. Just wait for your death, ha ha ha. Luya's laughter came from the sun. Roar! Loach roared. He suddenly opened his mouth and sucking close to 400 huge demon gods in front of him. Loach demon god, spare us, spare us. The 400 demon gods cried out. Loach demon god opened his mouth and spat out a black hole, crushing the 400 demon gods. Once the demon gods died, their gods were swallowed into Loach demon god's stomach. Humph. Loach demon god snorted coldly and rushed into the mountains, disappearing. The entire world suddenly returned to its calm. Loach demon god has become so strong. The old shaman said in shock. Luya can only eat 300 gods at once? Gu Hai frowned slightly. The old shaman looked at Gu Hai in surprise. Yes, it's a miracle that he can eat so many this time. In the past, he could only eat 30 gods at once. He has become stronger. Wait, if Loach demon god is so strong, he can eat as many gods as he wants. Why did he only eat 400? It's the same for Luya. Why did he only eat 300? Gu Hai was puzzled. Senior, you don't know. Oh, right, you just came. Refining other gods is easy, but every god has their own will. It's easy to swallow divinity, but it's extremely difficult to wear down the will of every god. If you meet a strong god and don't absorb well, your own will be twisted by the other party. Then, you are no longer yourself. The more gods there are, the more will there is. It's not easy to wear down the will. The strongest war god of the human race can only wear down the weakest god at most. There are a few times when he can't wear down the will of a god and went crazy himself. The old shaman said worriedly. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and immediately thought of the Azura Dao's secret realm. Back then, when killing Azuras and obtaining their soul power, one had to digest the will of the Azura. At that time, one had to stop every 3 months to use the Book of Dao to digest. Otherwise, one would become violent and even become a killing machine. Was the will of devouring gods the same? Needed to be digested? Hard to digest? The Immortal of the 6 Paths also wanted this god. Therefore, the demon gods in the Beast Dao mystic realm had to kill each other and slowly refine the strongest demon god. All the Immortal 6 Paths had to do was to devour the demon god's soul and refine its will. Others needed to slowly wear down the will of a god, but he didn't. He had the Life-Ender Saber. Gu Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes. After killing a god, the Life-Ender Saber could absorb its godly power and refine it. Then, it would give him 1,000th of the refined godly power. What was the origin of the Life-Ender Saber? Old shaman, I have something to ask of you. Gu Hai said solemnly. Ah. Senior, please tell me. I want Fey gods. I want countless Fey gods. Please contact all the humans and lure the Fey gods to me. I want to kill them. I want to become stronger too. The next time Loach God and Luya fight, I want to be stronger than them. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a light. Ah. The old shaman said in shock. Chapter 691. In Dragon God Ying's camp. The 3 princes, Dragon God Ying, Long Shinwen, and Takashi Ryushin were all reading a letter. At this moment, the Deqian Celestial Empire shared a common enemy, sharing all news. Gu Hai has broken through to the lower Celestial Palace. That's really fast. Takashi Ryushin narrowed his eyes. 490 zhang. Even Sage Father is only 490 zhang, right? Long Shinwen exclaimed. 490 zhang, that's the limit of the lower Celestial Palace. I thought that only Sage Father could reach it, but who would have thought that this Gu Hai is so lucky? If I'm not wrong, he must have broken through from the Azura Path's secret realm. Takashi Ryushin narrowed his eyes. Azura Path's secret realm? Gu Hai is really lucky, haha, his starting point is so high. A trace of jealousy flashed across Long Shinwen's eyes. But Dragon Godding shook his head. No, Gu Hai is considered a cripple. Oh. Big brother, you're saying that Gu Hai is imprisoned? Will Tai Chu kill him? Takashi Ryushin asked solemnly. Dragon Goding shook his head. I'm saying that he has broken through to the lower celestial palace and his human soul has reached 490 zhang. Isn't he a cripple? Why? Takashi Ryushin was puzzled. Long Shinwen, who was at the side, narrowed his eyes and said, that's right. Big brother is right. Gu Hai is finished. Father did not reach 496 meters in one go. Instead, he slowly matured through his later cultivation. Is there a difference? Takashi Ryushin asked with a frown. Third brother, you're not the main body, this clone is much more foolish. When will your main body return? Dragon Goding asked solemnly. Takashi Ryushin's face stiffened. 3 souls, also known as divine soul. What is the divine soul? How do you cultivate the lower celestial palace? Long Shinwen asked. The soul is the vessel, and the power of divinity is the foundation of cultivation. The bigger the soul, the more divinity it can store. This is a good thing, but it is a bad thing for Gu Hai. Dragon Shenying said solemnly. For example, when an ordinary person enters the celestial palace, the human soul is like a dried-up pond. As long as the pond is filled with the power of divinity, it will be filled, and one will be able to enter the celestial palace. But Gu Hai was different. Gu Hai's mortal soul was like a dried-up sea. It needed to be filled with a sea of divinity before it could be filled. Tell me, with Gu Hai's current cultivation speed, how long do you think he'll need to fill up this ocean? Long Shinwen sneered. Oh. Takashi Ryushin's pupils shrank. Sacred Father's mortal soul is also like an ocean. It was not expanded to this size in the lower celestial palace, but in the middle celestial palace or even the upper celestial palace. With the help of the earth soul and heavenly soul, this ocean will be filled with divinity, and with the help of the immortal dome. Gu Hai will not be able to fill up this ocean in this lifetime. If this ocean is not filled, he will not be able to enter the middle celestial palace. Therefore, I said that he is crippled. He can only stay in the lower celestial palace for the rest of his life. Dragon Shenying sneered. What a pity. Takashi Ryushin sighed softly. There is no need to feel pity. In 2 days, we will reach the Fusang tree. Our people have already sent the battle invitation to the Golden Crow Crown Prince Palace. I believe that the Golden Crow Crown Princes are already waiting for us. Dragon Shenying said solemnly. 10 Golden Crow Crown Princes. Only that Luya is worth mentioning, the others are nothing. Long Shinwen sneered. Don't underestimate them. Only victory is allowed in this battle. Dragon Shenying said coldly. Yes. The 2 answered. Beast Path Mystic Realm. With the old shaman in charge of gathering, countless humans were very cooperative. At the very least, Gu Hai had brought a huge hope. He even promised that as long as they succeeded, all humans would return to the divine continent and lure the demon gods. The location was chosen in an extremely deep mountain. The sky was densely covered with dark clouds and miasma. Gu Hai had even set up a large number of sound barriers. In case the sound was too loud. Senior Gu, can you do it? At the peak of a mountain, the old shaman asked worriedly. Don't worry. I only want more, the more the better. Gu Hai said solemnly. Senior, don't worry. I have already informed all the tribes and all the war gods. They are fully responsible for luring the demon gods here. Just as he finished speaking. Roar. A loud roar suddenly sounded from afar. A group of humans fled in front, followed by a huge wolf demon god. They are here. The old shaman's eyes lit up. Roar. A loud roar sounded from the other side. Another group of humans had attracted a leopard demon god. Oh no, there are 2. What should we do? The old shaman's expression changed. Then, he saw Gu Hai taking a step forward and flying out. When Gu Hai flew out, his human soul came out of his body. As soon as his human soul came out, a boundless blood-colored aura suddenly rolled over. In the blink of an eye, it reformed Gu Hai's human soul into a huge blood-colored body. Ha ha ha, you human war gods dare to provoke me now? You are courting death. The 5-feet-long wolf demon god sneered. Oh. You even provoked the wolf demon god. You are really courting death. Another 6-feet-long leopard demon god laughed. Boom. The 2 human war gods were instantly knocked to the ground by the demon god's aura. Ah! The war gods fell and were about to be eaten by the demon gods. Senior! The war gods exclaimed. Senior! No one can save you. Where is the senior? Ha ha ha! The wolf demon god sneered. The wolf demon god opened his mouth and was about to swallow. Suddenly, a huge shadow shrouded them. The 5-feet-long wolf demon god was slightly stunned. He turned his head to look and suddenly saw a 49-feet-tall giant. I am their senior. Gu Hai said coolly. Shing! The life-ender saber suddenly slashed down. Ah! The wolf demon god cried out in shock. A huge wound was immediately cut open. Rumble! Rolling black energy flew out of the life-ender saber. A large number of skeletons quickly gnawed at the wolf demon god. No, no, ah! In the blink of an eye, the wolf demon god was gnawed clean. Perhaps it was too weak and did not have any bones left. Humans, when did the humans have such a huge human soul? Loach god, something happened, the leopard demon god cried out in shock. Shing! The saber passed, and the leopard demon god's head was instantly cut open. In the blink of an eye, he was shrouded by rolling black energy and gnawed clean by the skeletons. It's useless to shout. There is a soundproof array formation here. Sound can't spread out. Gu Hai said coldly. The humans who were nearly eaten earlier immediately rejoiced. Senior, long live Senior. I'll go and lure the beast demon gods again. I'll go again. I'll go too. Ha 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 ha. If I can really save the humans, even if I die, it will be worth it. I'll go and lure the beast demon gods. The various human war gods rushed in all directions excitedly. The old witch also showed wild joy. There was finally hope for the humans. Roar! 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 Loud roars came continuously from all directions. Many beast demon gods were lured over. Gu Hai discovered that this human soul condensed the scarlet energy of the world and was not very strong. However, as the life-ender saber continuously refined the divine nature for him, the divine nature filled the halo behind his head. Gu Hai's strength seemed to grow increasingly stronger. As more beast demon gods were lured over, Gu Hai's saber slashed faster and faster. Kill! 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 This was the weakest batch of beast demon gods. After the life-ender saber slaughtered them, not a single one was left. This continued until a 20-zhang tall ox beast demon god arrived. However, Gu Hai fought with the ox demon for a long time before he pierced the ox demon's eye with his saber. Billowing black gas instantly entered the ox demon's eye and devoured the ox demon's eye, leaving behind a pile of bones. The old witch and the other human war gods were on tenterhooks earlier. That 20-zhang tall ox beast demon god was extremely lucky. In the past, it was the despair of the human race. However, it was killed by Senior Gu. Senior Gu was also fine. That's the 60th beast demon god. Although most of them are small beast demon gods, it's still the 60th. Senior, do you feel uncomfortable? The old witch asked worriedly. Don't worry. The wills of these gods can't hurt me. Lure more beast demon gods to me. If you know where they are, you can bring me there. Gu Hai said seriously. Ha ha ha. Senior, just you wait. Just you wait. Our war gods will soon attract more beast demon gods. Just you wait. Just you wait. The human war gods shouted excitedly. Behind the cyan light circle behind Gu Hai's head, a red light circle appeared. Once again, a hazy red halo appeared, but it was not complete. However, it had already appeared. Cultivating in the lower heavenly palaces is really difficult. Previously, I thought that there was no way to break through. Now, it looks like this is an excellent opportunity. Gu Hai held the Life Ender saber and took a deep breath. As the red light circle slowly formed, Gu Hai's strength grew increasingly stronger. However, this human soul's body was determined by divinity. The more divinity one had, the stronger one would be. It was the same for the beast demon gods. They killed each other and consumed the divinity to grow stronger. Fortunately, I cultivated to the lower heavenly palaces this time. Otherwise, even if I could consume the divinity, there would be no place to store it. Gu Hai said with a sigh. A 49 zhang tall soul was like a fish in water here. It could store more divinity. Humans could not cultivate to become gods. However, humans were gods themselves. The size of the 49 zhang tall soul did not change. Gu Hai continued to kill and grow stronger. At the same time, he looked up at the huge sun in the sky. Bingheim, thank you for your love. You did not forget to plead for me even when you died. I will use Lu Ye's head as a sacrifice for you. Gu Hai looked at the sun with a ferocious expression. That day, Lu Ye swallowed Bingheim. It was still vivid in his mind. Gu Hai's heart was filled with rage. Kill, 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 kill. Gu Hai continued to kill. The red light circle behind his head had already condensed. It slowly condensed into the third layer of light circle, a purple light circle. The third layer of the lower heavenly palaces. It's not enough. Gu Hai's eyes were red. Just like that, he continued to kill for 10 days and 10 nights. Senior, you have already killed 3,200 Fey gods. The old witch said excitedly. In the valley, the ground was covered with white bones. They were all left behind after the Fey gods were killed. After 10 days, the purple light circle behind Gu Hai's head also condensed. The fourth layer of the lower heavenly palaces. Gu Hai's human soul body became more and more solid. The surroundings were filled with bloody evil karma. However, this evil karma was not a problem for Gu Hai. In the blink of an eye, it was sucked into the transformation pool. Wah! Suddenly, Lu Ye's crow cry came from the sun. Old Loach, this prince has the great yin-yang coexisting technique. I have already refined the gods of 380 Fey gods. What about you? It's still early, right? Ha 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 ha, today is the day you die. Lu Ye's roar reverberated throughout the world. Roar! In the distant forest, Loach God's roar suddenly came. All Fey gods, come out. Follow this great god and tear Lu Ye apart. Loach God roared. Roar! 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 In an instant, in the entire small world, countless Fey gods roared and jumped out. Gu Hai looked up at the sky, but his eyes narrowed. Lu Ye is here. It's about time. Next, it's time for you to die. Chapter 692. Wah! The three-legged golden crow suddenly flew down from the sun. When it flew down, it was 600 feet tall, and golden light radiated from its body. Gu Hai understood that the golden light was Lu Ye's divine power. However, there was a white jackdaw above Lu Ye's head. Bingheim, you're still alive. Gu Hai's eyes widened in ecstasy. Bingheim, hurry up and come again. Lu Ye shouted. You said you'd let the emperor go, the white jackdaw said unwillingly. Gu Hai is down there. I don't know where he is. Only by killing Loch God can we find him. Besides, didn't your cultivation increase this time? You've reached the peak of the Middle Celestial Palace in such a short time, haven't you? Luya said coldly. Ha ha ha, my cultivation did increase, and you gave me a portion of that surging divinity. But why am I still alive? Isn't it because I haven't opened my Celestial Palace yet? Once I open my Celestial Palace, it'll be time for you to eat me, the white jackdaw said unwillingly. Oh. You guessed it. Luya said coldly. Great yin and yang coexisting technique. Ha, do you think I can't see through it? You can only get this bit of power from me by force. I haven't opened my Celestial Palace yet, and you're still unwilling to eat me. Once I open my Celestial Palace, it'll be my death. Borrowing power from me every time is better than using your own power. Bingheim sneered. Humph, what? You still want to resist? Luya said coldly. Resist? I can resist, but if I self-destruct, you'll lose more than you gain. Do you believe me? Bingheim said resolutely. You dare. Luya glared. Bingheim stared at Luya. Don't worry. As long as I find Gu Hai, I'll definitely let Gu Hai go. I'll do as I say. Luya compromised in a low voice. Bingheim stared at Luya for a while, then let out a crow's cry and flew toward him. Awoo. Luya swallowed Bingheim again. Boom. The flames around Luya's body suddenly soared into the sky. His 600 feet figure instantly grew to 320 feet. Below, Gu Hai felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Bingheim, you don't have to do this. Gu Hai's eyes were slightly moist as he said bitterly. Old Loch, are you out? Luya roared. Boom. Amidst the rolling bloodlight, Loch God flew out again. At this moment, Loch Great God had reached a size of 310 feet. Although it was not as big as Luya's, Loch Great God's body was solid. All Yao gods, come out. Loch God roared. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100,000 demonic deities soared into the sky. They were of varying sizes, some dozens of meters tall, some hundreds of meters tall, and some nearly 600 meters tall. They all followed Grand God Loch into the sky. Demon God, this is not a competition of numbers. Please, treasure. Luya shouted. Boom. Suddenly, Luya spat out 3 gourds. They were the Immortal Slaying Gourd, the Vine Realm Gourd, and the True Fire Gourd. In an instant, the overwhelming Samadhi True Fire, Vines, and Immortal Slaying Flying Daggers rushed toward the demon gods in all directions. Boom! Loch God and Luya also instantly tore at each other. Rumble! The sky was filled with energy storms. The battle was chaotic. Senior Gu, why don't you wait a little longer? We can slowly accumulate in the future. One day, you will become the strongest, the old shaman advised. No, today. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. He stepped forward and soared into the sky. Senior, be careful. The old shaman and countless human war gods prayed. At the same time, they clenched their fists, waiting for a miracle. With 100,000 demonic deities in the sky, Gu Hai immediately charged toward the group of demonic deities at the back with the Life-Ender saber. Boom! 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 In an instant, 7 or 8 demonic deities' skin were cut open by the Life-Ender saber. The rolling skeletons crazily gnawed at the group of demonic deities. Ah, 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 ah. The group of demonic deities screamed in pain. The demonic deities nearby were shocked by the screams. A human. Bastard. Human, quick, kill him. Since when did the human race have such a powerful war god? Humph, humans are the lowest beings. They are just our food. We eat humans. Humans don't have divinity or the will of gods. Eating them is very nutritious. Immediately, a large number of demonic deities pounced on Gu Hai. However, the current Gu Hai was no longer the same person as 10 days ago. The current Gu Hai could already compete with ordinary demonic deities. Kill, kill, kill. Although Gu Hai was seriously injured by the demonic deities, the Life Ender Saber would fill his body with surging divinity as long as it devoured a demonic deity. The injury just now healed instantly. Ah, skeleton, save me. Loach God, save me, save me. As Gu Hai killed, he collected more and more divinity. At first, in the eyes of the demonic deities, Gu Hai was a great tonic. However, as Gu Hai killed hundreds of demonic deities, Gu Hai became a dangerous person. When Gu Hai killed 2,000 demonic deities at an extremely fast speed, not many demonic deities dared to find trouble with Gu Hai. A group of top-notch demonic deities were hunting Luya. Screams continued. When Gu Hai killed 3,000 demonic deities, no demonic deity dared to approach Gu Hai anymore. Surging blood-red fog surrounded Gu Hai. That was the sin of killing. The powerful sin of killing made the demonic deities flee in fear like a demon. Below, the old witch and the other war gods were so excited that they were trembling all over. He is a human. Senior Gu is a human. That's great, that's great. Senior Gu, nothing must happen to you. The humans prayed excitedly. At that moment, Gu Hai was extremely depressed. Wherever he went, the demonic deities fled. How was he going to kill them? In the distance, Loach God and Luya were fighting when they noticed the abnormality in the distance. However, Gu Hai was shrouded in the bloody fog of killing and couldn't see his figure clearly. Luya couldn't guess that the 49-foot-tall figure was Gu Hai. In Luya's eyes, Gu Hai was already a dead man. Who was this? You are Luya's helper. Loach God suddenly exclaimed. After all, this group of demonic deities was here to kill Luya. Now, this humanoid demonic deity shrouded in bloody fog was killing demonic deities. In the distance, Gu Hai's expression changed. He immediately lowered his voice. God Luya, I'm here to help you. Let's work together to kill old Loach. Gu Hai's roar made all the demonic deities' expressions change. Is he really Luya's helper? Loach God's expression changed. Luya was at a loss. Oh. Could it be another demonic deity of this world? Has he always been lurking in the past? Ha 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 ha, good, this crown prince will give you a chance to follow. Come, kill old Loach with me. Luya said with a big laugh. Luya, I'll stay here. You guys go and tear that blind thing apart for me. Loach God roared. Roar. Immediately, large swathes of demonic deities swarmed toward Gu Hai. Previously, Gu Hai was still fighting some ordinary demonic deities. But now, it was powerful demonic deities. Gu Hai was only 49 foot tall, while these great demonic deities were hundreds of feet, even 1,000 feet, or even bigger. They quickly surrounded Gu Hai. Boom! The battle continued. In the blink of an eye, Gu Hai's chest was torn apart by a 1,000-foot demonic deity. However, the Life Ender Saber quickly killed a group of 300-foot demonic deities. In the blink of an eye, surging divine power filled his body, repairing his human soul and restoring his human soul body. Rumble. Gu Hai was surrounded in the center by countless demonic deities. At this moment, it was a fierce battle for Gu Hai. He was injured again and again, hovering on the edge of life and death. However, it was also a feast. As the Life Ender Saber continued to kill, Gu Hai obtained 1,000th of the divine power, while the Life Ender Saber obtained 9,000th of the divine power. With this huge amount of divine power, the cracks on the Life Ender Saber slowly recovered. The cracks on the Life Ender Saber recovered, and the Life Ender Saber also slowly recovered its former glory. It kept getting stronger, and the surrounding black fog became bigger and bigger. There were also more and more skeletons inside. Kill, 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 kill. Gu Hai was already surrounded by countless demonic deities, but Gu Hai seemed to be unkillable. He kept fighting. The humans below could no longer see the battle situation clearly. They could only see the eerie bones of demonic deities falling from the sky. More and more. Wherever Gu Hai went, white bones were everywhere. The demonic deities attacked like moths to a flame, killing countless. Old witch, there are already 8,000 demonic deity bones falling, a demonic deity said excitedly. Senior Gu, can you take it? 8,000 bones. Those are powerful demonic deities. Ordinary demonic deities don't even have bones. Senior Gu, how many have you killed? The group of demonic deities was excited and worried. There is hope for the human race. Perhaps we can really be saved by Mr. Good and return to the divine continent. The old witch said excitedly. We can go back. A strong longing flashed across the demonic deity's eyes. If we can really go out, and if Senior Gu doesn't mind, I will follow Senior Gu. A demonic deity said excitedly. Me too. The humans below were excited. The killing in the air was also getting more intense. Lu Ya's pressure was lessening, while Gu Hai's pressure was increasing. However, the greater the pressure, the more intense the battle on Gu Hai's side. Gu Hai's human soul was extremely huge. It was like a dry sea. No matter how much water there was, it could hold it. There were no bottlenecks. He constantly absorbed divinity, constantly absorbed, and constantly grew stronger. After a day and a night, Gu Hai had already killed more than 40,000 demonic deities. And most of them were great demonic deities. This crazy battle left the distant Loch god and Luya god astounded. They saw demonic deity bones falling one after another. The demonic deity in the blood mist was growing at a terrifying speed. At first, the 1,000-foot demonic deities had him fleeing. Now, he was slaughtering them as if they were pigs. The demonic deities in the blood mist were growing too fast. So fast that even God Loch and God Luya were a little scared. Where did this monster come from? Tens of thousands of demonic deities had surrounded him. In just a day and a night, he had become the one hunting them down. Chapter 693. Heaven City. On a huge square, Yanhua led a large number of angels and looked coldly at the people who were tied up. The people who were tied up were none other than Guqin, Montez, and the 3,000 embroidered uniform guards. A group of Golden Core Realm warriors. Golden Core Realm? Only a dozen from the Yuanying state and you dare to barge into Heaven City? Yanhua looked coldly at Guqin and the others who were tied up. Young Master Yanhua, please forgive us. We have gone the wrong way. Guqin pleaded. Wrong way? Ha, do you really think I don't know you? Guqin. Yanhua said coldly. Guqin's expression changed as he looked at Yanhua. How would I not know the people from the Han dynasty? You are Guqin and this is Montez, right? The commander of the Han dynasty's embroidered uniform guards. These 3,000 people are the Han dynasty's embroidered uniform guards. Am I right? Yanhua laughed coldly. How do you know? Guqin's expression changed. How do I know? Not only do I know who you are, I also know that you went to beg the dragon tribe's leader, Ao Tianhuang, to help you save Gu Hai. Ao Tianhuang has no time to help you when the two armies are fighting. You caused a huge ruckus at Ao Tianhuang's dragon tribe camp and then disappeared. Then, you sneaked into my territory. Ha ha. Yanhua laughed coldly. You know everything. Guqin's expression changed. The Deqian invasion, the Dehan Gu Hai. Ha, how could I not investigate you? But I didn't expect you to be so daring. A group of Golden Core Realm warriors. Oh, you dare to look for Gu Hai. Yan Hua said coldly. How is my father? Guqin asked anxiously. Your father? Ha, he is in Heaven City. But I won't let you see him. Take them to the prison. Yan Hua said coldly. Yes. A group of angels responded and led Guqin and the others away. Eldest young master, why did you keep them? An angel asked in confusion as he watched Guqin being escorted away. A bunch of Golden Core Realm warriors. Killing them will only dirty my hands. Ha, wouldn't it be better to kill them in front of Gu Hai in the future? Yan Hua sneered. Eldest young master is wise. That Gu Hai will definitely be in so much pain that he'll wish he was dead. The angel beside him laughed loudly. In the Heavenly City's prison, Guqin, Montez, and the others were imprisoned in an ordinary valley. Everyone's cultivation was sealed, and they were no different from mortals. The group of embroidered uniform guards surrounded Guqin and Montez in the center, making it impossible for the guards to see them clearly. Crown Prince, we're in. Montez revealed a hint of excitement. That's right. Why don't we ask Ao Tianhuang to seal our cultivation and make us look harmless? The Heavenly City is heavily guarded, and it's impossible to sneak in. We let Yan Hua capture us. Yan Hua is in charge of the Heavenly City. If he wanted to kill us, we could have escaped with the help of the Dragon Tribe's elders. If he didn't kill us, he would have brought us into the Heavenly City. We're in. Montez's eyes flashed with satisfaction. If we're in, then we'll be sealed by the angels again. Montez frowned. It's okay, we're in. Guqin said. Oh. Supreme Elder Ao, we've brought in a strand of your divine consciousness. Shouldn't you unseal our cultivation first? Guqin said. Buzz. A dragon whisker suddenly flew out from Guqin's arms. The dragon whisker condensed into a transparent figure that looked exactly like Ao Tianhuang. A projection. Montez narrowed his eyes. Guqin's crown prince, good move. Ao Tianhuang's projection laughed. Whoosh. Ao Tianhuang's projection immediately unsealed the seals on everyone. Boom. Suddenly, waves of air surged out from everyone's bodies. Conceal your aura. Guqin shouted. Buzz. The 3,000 embroidered uniform guards concealed their aura, and no one would be able to tell that the seals had been unsealed. Rumble. Dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky above the heavenly prison. Oh no, Tai Chu has set up an array in the city to prevent my projection from sneaking in. I can't show myself. Guqin's crown prince, it's up to you now. Ao Tianhuang's projection shouted. Supreme Elder Ao, please follow our agreement and begin. Don't make any mistakes, please. Guqin said solemnly. Don't worry. Ao Tianhuang nodded. Buzz. Ao Tianhuang's projection instantly turned into a dragon whisker and fell to the ground. The dark clouds in the sky also disappeared. Guqin carefully kept the dragon whisker and led Dahan's 3,000 embroidered uniform guards to the entrance of the heavenly prison. What are you doing? Are you trying to rebel? The guardian angels glared at them. Guqin narrowed his eyes. Pust. 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 The group of embroidered uniform guards exploded and beheaded a large number of angels in an instant. Only 3 of them were left alive. Their mouths were covered and their bodies were restrained. Aren't you in the Golden Core realm? Why, ah. A 2-winged angel exclaimed. Where are Gu Hai and Ao Shun locked up? Guqin looked at the angel coldly. The power of the heavenly palace? How is that possible? Aren't you in the Golden Core realm? All of you are in the power of the heavenly palace. The angel looked at the group of people in horror. Speak. Guqin's eyes were cold. I don't know. The angel exclaimed. Pust! Guqin raised his blade and killed one of them instantly. The remaining two were still in shock. However, the angels were indeed unaware. Montez also killed the remaining two angels. It seems that we have to go out and look for them. Half of the embroidered uniform guards will continue to look for the Emperor and Ao Shun with me. Montez, you will lead the other half of the embroidered uniform guards and be in charge of setting up the array nearby. Let's move quickly, Guqin said in a low voice. Yes. Montez replied. Whoosh. The 3,000 embroidered uniform guards moved quickly. In the secret realm of the Way of Beast. Surging blood mist encased Gu Hai's body. After killing 40,000 Fey Immortals, although his figure did not change, remaining 490 meter tall, his divine might was overwhelming. Wherever his saber pointed, the Fey Immortals fled in all directions. Mud Fish God and Luya's expressions changed drastically at the sight of the massacre. Where did this monster come from? The more he killed, the stronger he became. Moreover, he could not be killed. The Life-Ender saber only gave Gu Hai 1,000th of its divine power. However, this 1,000th helped Gu Hai to refine the divine power. It was also the purest divine power. Although the other demon deities fought and devoured each other's deities, most of the divine power was wasted. However, Gu Hai did not. The more he killed, the stronger he became. Gu Hai felt that his entire body was filled with power. Below, the old witch and the human race's war god clenched their fists in excitement. The ordinary humans even cupped their fists and prayed that Gu Hai would be fine. Luya, have you not killed old Mudfish yet? I'll help you. Gu Hai lowered his voice and shouted. Boom! Gu Hai, surrounded by blood mist, charged toward Mudfish God. Mudfish God's eyelids twitched wildly. Luya's eyelids also twitched wildly. Is he here to help me? Mudfish God and Luya both felt that the person surrounded by blood mist was getting stronger as he killed. It was as though he was devouring the demon deity's divine power as he killed. This is impossible. Even the Immortal of the Six Paths could not do it. How could he? Has he been hiding his strength? Luya narrowed his eyes. However, it was fortunate that this monster had a grudge against Mudfish God. He could ally with him. Are you all dead? Why aren't you killing him? Mudfish God roared angrily. I. Patriarch, he's a devil. He's a devil. We're no match for him. The demon deities screamed in terror. The demon deities did not dare to step forward, but if none of them dared to go, would they want them to fight Luya and this monster at the same time? Humph. If none of you go, I'll chant the curse. Mudfish God said coldly. A demon art? A curse? Luya's face fell. I've put a curse on all of you. If you don't want to die, go and kill him. Mudfish God roared. As he roared, Loach God began to mutter to himself, as if he was chanting some sort of bizarre incantation, yes. At #yen% and asterisk, as soon as the incantation was uttered. Boom. 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 A dozen demon deities suddenly exploded. The other demon deities also began to swell in pain. Ah! Don't! Don't! I'll go! I'll go! Chanting the curse will definitely kill you. If we fight that monster, we won't necessarily die. Kill him. He must be tired after fighting for so long. Kill him. All of the demon deities lunged at Gu Hai. Gu Hai revealed a cold smile when he saw the overwhelming number of demon immortals charging at him. If it was before, he might not be a match for this group of ferocious demon immortals. But now, he had already killed 40,000 demon immortals and was incomparably strong. Only now did he come. Courting death. Boom. He swung his saber, and a black mist surged into the air. Countless skulls erupted from the black mist and began to gnaw at the demon deities. Aya! Kill! Don't eat me! God Loach, save me! The chaotic slaughter continued. The bloody mist around Gu-hai grew thicker and thicker, and the slaughter sped up. At this moment, it was not the countless bones that fell. Instead, Gu-hai shattered them in midair, sending them flying in all directions like a rain of bones. Kill! 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 Of the 60,000 demonic immortals, it didn't take long before half were gone. After another 20,000 were killed, there were still several thousand demonic immortals left, and they began to flee in terror. The monster in the bloody mist was even more terrifying than the curse. God Loach and Luya's eyes widened. God Luya, I'll help you. Gu-hai lowered his voice and rushed forward. Luya's eyelids twitched. That was close to 100,000 demon deities. Although he was confident that he was stronger than all of them, he was not so exaggerating that he could kill them all in such a short time. Who was this monster? The Immortal Slaying Gourd, Vine World Gourd, and True Fire Gourd faced Gu-hai. Luya hesitated. God Loach's eyes were bloodshot. How is this possible? I've been in this world for so many years, but I've never seen a demon deity like you. Who are you? God Loach pounced at Gu-hai with a ferocious expression. Luya narrowed his eyes and stopped attacking. He watched as God Loach charged at Gu-hai. Instead, he was more wary of the monster in the bloody mist. For some reason, Luya suddenly felt a sense of danger. The danger did not come from God Loach, but from the monster in the bloody mist. Chapter 694. Luya was on guard against the monster in the blood fog, his expression terrifyingly dark. The Immortal Slaying Gourd, Vine Realm Gourd, and True Fire Gourd were all facing the blood fog monster. Although this monster kept saying that it was helping him, for some reason, Luya felt an extremely dangerous aura from the monster. This danger was even more terrifying than the danger from Loach God. Who exactly was he? Roar! Loach God charged straight at Gu-hai. As he charged, streaks of blue light appeared around him, as if forming a huge net, crashing toward Gu-hai in the blood fog. Demonic arts again. Not enough. Gu-hai slashed with his saber with a ferocious expression. With a slash of the saber, countless skeletons rushed into the sky. Boom, the huge net was completely devoured by countless skeletons. Loach God spat out a longsword. Boom! The bone saber and longsword collided. The longsword trembled, and a gap appeared. In the blink of an eye, rolling skeletons gnawed at it. Loach God's tail whipped toward Gu-hai. As it whipped, it seemed to cause the whole void to tremble. Loach God's tail collided with the bone saber. Hong! Gu-hai was thrown 300 meters away by the huge force, but Loach God's tail was unaffected. Ha 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 ha, I thought you were very powerful, but it turns out that you're just something strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Humph, you can't even break my skin, and you want to kill me? Loach God roared with a ferocious expression. Below, the old shaman and countless commoners had already knelt and prayed, chanting. It was unknown what they were saying, but they were all praying that Gu-hai was unharmed. Humph, can't even break the skin. When the skin breaks, it will be the time of your death. Gu-hai said coldly. Boom! 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 Loach God swung his tail again, and indeed beat Gu-hai back repeatedly, but the difference was not big. Gu-hai just could not break Loach God's skin. In the distance, Luya narrowed his eyes. Did I see wrongly? In the distance, after Gu-hai was knocked away again, he paused. Alright, it's time to end this. End? You're the one who's finished, aren't you? Roar! Loach God opened his mouth and swallowed Gu-hai. Loach God was extremely confident in his own defense. Everything that had happened just now had proven that the blood mist monster in front of him couldn't break through his defense at all. It could only be continuously chased by him. He had to be killed. It opened its mouth and roared, as if it wanted to swallow the monster in front of it. Zhou Tian. Gu Hai raised the Life Ender saber again. However, this time, when Gu Hai swung his saber, countless saber beams appeared around him. They arranged themselves like a chessboard, instantly forming a chessboard. As Gu Hai swung his saber, the countless saber beams quickly gathered at the astral saber and headed for Loch deity. What? High in the sky, Lu Ya's expression changed. He seemed to have thought of something. 5. The energy saber gathered, and a surging force shot out. This time, the saber's force was many times stronger than before. When the saber slashed down, a black hole as big as the sky seemed to tear open as it shot toward Loch God. Under the saber force, Loch God couldn't resist at all. All he could do was cry out in shock. No, no. Hong. A huge air current swept out in all directions. All the humans and Fey gods who were watching the battle suddenly shuddered. They saw Loch God, who used to be the strongest in this world, being sliced in half. The two halves of Loch God seemed to be alive. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Who are you?" Boom! The Life Ender's saber emitted billowing black gas that instantly transformed into billions of skulls. They charged at the two halves of Loch God's body and started gnawing at them. The powerful air current formed by the huge explosion dispersed some of the blood mist around Gu Hai, revealing a face in the blood mist. Gu Hai! Lu Ya suddenly cried out. When Gu Hai slashed out with Cycle 5, Lu Ya had a bad feeling. He seemed to have heard of Gu Hai's move, the Cycle Saber technique, but he didn't think much of it. Even when Gu Hai slashed out, Lu Ya didn't believe that it was Gu Hai. After all, how could the extremely weak Gu Hai be so strong? Furthermore, Gu Hai's cultivation had been sealed by him. He was basically doomed after entering this world. How could it be? How could it be him? Lu Ya couldn't believe it until he saw Gu Hai's face. Lu Ya had no choice but to believe it. Was it really him? Was it really him? A sense of grievance flashed through Lu Ya's heart. It's me, Crown Prince Lu Ya. It's my turn now. Gu Hai sneered. Lu Ya suddenly realized that Gu Hai had been forced back by Loch God time and time again, not because he was weaker than Loch God, but because he was finding excuses to get closer to him. Now, Gu Hai and Lu Ya were very close. 5 heavenly cycles. Gu Hai slashed down again. Treasure, please turn around. Lu Ya suddenly exclaimed. Boom! 108 white Immortal slaying flying sabers suddenly flew out of the Immortal slaying gourd. They instantly shot towards Gu Hai. Immortal slaying flying sabers? Hehe, in the Beast Tao mystic realm, the body that I condensed is different from the outside world. Gu Hai said coldly. Under the Cycle 5 saber technique, Gu Hai's saber aura domain surrounded him. Immediately, 108 saber auras collided with the Immortal slaying flying sabers. Boom! The 108 white Immortal slaying flying sabers were instantly sliced in half. What? Lu Ya's face sank. At that moment, another golden flying saber suddenly appeared from the Immortal slaying gourd. In front of the golden flying saber, there seemed to be a pair of sharp eyes as it charged towards Gu Hai. Boom! After breaking into Gu Hai's saber aura domain, it immediately shattered a large number of saber auras and charged towards Gu Hai. Its power was several times stronger than the previous white Immortal slaying flying saber. Slash! Gu Hai glared. Boom! The Life Ender saber slashed down and the golden Immortal slaying flying saber was instantly knocked back. A crack even appeared on the golden Immortal slaying flying saber. In an instant, rolling skeletons wrapped around it. Buzz! The golden Immortal slaying flying saber turned around and fled in pain. However, the little skeleton stared at it and kept gnawing at it. Swish! Instantly, the Immortal slaying flying saber flew back into the Immortal slaying gourd. Everything was over. Slash! Gu Hai's attack that broke the golden Immortal slaying flying saber did not weaken. He continued slashing towards Luya. A large number of vines rushed out of the vine world gourd. Boom! It was instantly slashed into pieces by the Heavenly Cycle 5 saber force. A large amount of true Samadhi fire rushed out of the true fire gourd. Boom! The Heavenly Cycle 5 saber force broke through the fire and charged towards Luya. Wah! Luya's expression changed. He opened his mouth and spat out Gu Hai's Life Ender saber. When the Life Ender saber appeared, purple light shot into the sky. A huge explosive force charged towards the Life Ender saber. Hong! With a loud sound, Luya was instantly thrown back 1,000 feet. The Life Ender saber was also blasted away. Luya was in a sorry state. Gu Hai took a step forward and approached him again. No, impossible. How are you so strong? How can you have such a saber? Luya exclaimed. You took my Life Ender saber. Unfortunately, you don't know my saber technique. If you don't know how to use it, what's the use of a powerful treasure? Gu Hai sneered. Rumble. The black energy that had just devoured Loch God quickly returned to the Life Ender saber. Waves of energy entered Gu Hai's body, and he became even stronger. The Life Ender saber flew far away, and the 3 bottle gourds exploded. However, Gu Hai did not care. He only had one target in his eyes, Luya. Gu Hai stepped forward and slashed again. Wah! Luya let out a ferocious roar, and a myriad of flames immediately burst out from his body. In an instant, he was like a sun, enveloping the surrounding sky like a large furnace. Then, he opened his mouth and charged at Gu Hai. A powerful aura surged over like a long river. Heavenly Cycle 5 saber force. Gu Hai slashed again. Surging saber chi went against the flow and charged at Luya. Boom! The surrounding flames exploded. The saber force landed on Luya's body, forming a spherical shield that looked like the sun. Blazing sun in the sky. 10 suns crossing the sky. Luya roared. Luya seemed to have circulated all the divine energy in his body and infused it into this spherical shield. When the surrounding Fey Immortals accidentally approached and touched this shield, they were instantly incinerated, not even leaving behind ashes. Chop! Gu Hai glared. The Life Ender saber force actually failed to break Luya's secret technique. Luya showed a ferocious expression as he charged at Gu Hai. Heavenly Cycle 6. Gu Hai shouted. When Luya swung his saber, his heart trembled. He had a bad feeling. Boom! Indeed, when Luya swung his saber, that blazing sun shield exploded. Blarg! Luya vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying back 3 kilometers. Die! Gu Hai slashed with a ferocious expression. At this moment, Luya looked like he was severely injured. He could not resist at all. When Luya saw Gu Hai's saber slash at him, his expression changed. Ha 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 ha! Kill me! Kill me! If you kill me, Bingheim will die as well. Luya shouted with a ferocious expression. Boom! The Life Ender saber force stopped before Luya, kicking up a strong wind. However, Gu Hai's saber could not continue. Ha 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 ha! You don't dare to kill me, right? In that case, you will never have the chance. Luya sneered. As Luya spoke, he flapped his wings. Whoosh! Luya instantly flew into the distance. Humph! You are strong, but you might not be as fast as me. Gu Hai, I hate that I did not kill you back then. Luya showed a ferocious expression as he fled. Gu Hai looked at the fleeing Luya but did not give chase. Instead, he stepped forward and soared into the sky. Whoosh! Gu Hai quickly flew towards the sun, the fixed star in the sky. From afar, Gu Hai already saw a large hall in the sky above the fixed star. Deity's Palace. Deity's Palace? Once I cross this deity's palace, I will be able to leave, right? Anticipation flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. When Luya, who was fleeing earlier, saw that Gu Hai was not chasing after him, he was slightly stunned. Gu Hai is not chasing after me. Luya turned his head and happened to see Gu Hai charging towards the deity's palace. When Luya saw that Gu Hai was about to enter the deity's palace, his face lit up with joy. Then, he showed a ferocious expression. You want to go out? If you go out, you will not have this divine power. Your cultivation will return to the lower heavenly palaces. If you go out, you will die. Luya soared into the sky in excitement. This was why Gu Hai was so strong in this world. Once he left this world, he would no longer be in a world where divine power reigned supreme. After returning to the divine continent, Gu Hai would return to the lower heavenly palaces. It would be easy for Luya to kill him. Thinking of this, hatred flashed in Luya's eyes as he charged towards the sun. In the distance, on the sun, Gu Hai had already reached the entrance of the deity's palace. He retracted his human soul, and the blood mist disappeared completely. Gu Hai stepped into the deity's palace. Good, Gu Hai, you are dead meat. Luya laughed maniacally. However, just as he finished laughing, Gu Hai stepped back from the entrance of the deity's palace. The moment he stepped back, his human soul appeared. This world suddenly gathered rolling power for him, and he reconstructed his demon-like body. Why are you back? Luya was shocked and angry. Chapter 695. South of the Fusang Tree. Above a vast ocean. A large number of overlords were flying in the sky, separated into two rows. On one side were angels enveloped in sacred light. Some flapped their wings and flew in the sky, some stood on flying boats, holding weapons as they looked at the other side coldly. On the other side were countless dragons and lesser dragons. They looked ferocious as they bared their fangs at the angels, as if they would pounce at any moment. The battle between the two sides was about to start, but it stopped there. Under a great pressure, the entire ocean was as quiet as a mirror. The angels and dragons were staring at a small island in the middle. On the island, Tai Chu and Ao Tianhuang were sitting together. They didn't look at each other angrily. Instead, they were drinking wine. To the east of the Fusang Tree, Sima Zongheng is leading the Deqian 33rd Army against the Cosmic Stars Formation. To the north of the Fusang Tree, the three Deqian princes are fighting against the 10 Suns Sky Crossing Formation. Ao Tianhuang, is the Deqian really going to die with the Solar Divine Palace? Tai Chu drank wine and looked at Ao Tianhuang coldly. It's too noisy over there, so I moved the battle here. Tai Chu, you and I are old friends, right? Ao Tianhuang took a sip of wine and said in a deep voice. Yes, we are. I knew that we would fight one day, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. Tai Chu said in a deep voice. Soon. Not soon. It will be over soon. Ao Tianhuang said coldly. You invited me to this island before the battle just to have a drink with me? Tai Chu said coldly. What? I can't invite you. Ao Tianhuang smiled. Invite? You did invite me. If you can invite me here, it means that we still have room to talk, right? Tai Chu said in a deep voice. What do you think? Ao Tianhuang smiled. Ao Tianhuang, Long Zhanggua is courting death. You dragons should know more about the strength of the deity of 6 paths. Can Long Zhanggua defeat the deity of 6 paths? Besides, Long Zhanggua can't compare to Tai Yi's strength. Tai Chu said in a deep voice. Tai's strength? 800,000 years ago, you were nothing in front of my dragon clan. Ao Tianhuang said coldly. Hehe, you are really arrogant. Dragon clan? Do you think it's still the same? Ao Tianhuang, since you took the initiative to show goodwill, I will give you a chance. From now on, lead your dragon clan to abandon the darkness and join the light. We can plead with the Immortal of the Six Paths to let bygones be bygones. Tai Chu said solemnly. Forget about the past. Ha ha ha, should I thank you? Ao Tianhuang sneered. What? Can you still resist? If you're not abandoning the darkness for the light, could it be that you want your son? Ha 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 ha. Grand Primordium laughed loudly. Ao Tianhuang's face darkened. Ao Shun, this is the pride of your life. Although you removed the crown prince, do you think I don't know? You just wanted him to avoid this battle, that's all. Ha, now, he's in my hands. If you're so stubborn, I'll make him accompany you in hell. How about it? Absolute Beginning said coldly. Tai Chu, do you only know how to use my son to threaten me? Ao Tianhuang said coldly. So what? The Deqian Celestial Empire and Solar God Shrine are in a battle of life and death. Do you really think we can sit down and talk at this time? Long Zhanghua has already gone too far. It's either the Deqian Empire or Solar God Shrine. Humph, do you still expect us to be friendly to you at this time? Tai Chu said coldly. When you went to the Deqian Celestial Empire to participate in the Thousand Saints Conference, His Holiness had already started to defy the heavens. However, he didn't pester you and let you go. The two armies are in a battle and it's up to fate. Yet, you use my son to threaten me? Ao Tianhuang said coldly. That's because he's stupid. Humph, Ao Tianhuang, let me ask you, are you willing to abandon the darkness and join the light? Tai Chu said coldly. Ao Tianhuang suddenly sneered, you're the one who abandoned the darkness and joined the light. Just as Tai Chu was about to scold him, his expression suddenly changed and he stood up with a whoosh. Ao Tianhuang, you lied to me. Bastard, you were wasting time with me, but your projection went to the heavenly city? Tai Chu shouted with a ferocious expression. Alright, now, the battle can begin. Ha 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 ha. Ao Tianhuang suddenly laughed. As he laughed, he threw a punch at Tai Chu. As he threw the punch, a huge yellow dragon claw suddenly appeared in the void and grabbed at Tai Chu. Bastard! Tai Chu threw a punch. Boom! Ao Tianhuang and Tai Chu immediately started to attack each other. In the sky, the angels and dragons instantly erupted into action as the two leaders fought below. Kill! Kill! Countless dragons and angels roared together. Kaboom! The two armies started to fight. The strong physique of the dragons instantly gained a huge advantage. They swept across a large area and instantly killed a large number of angels. Ao Tianhuang's punch was too powerful. When Tai Chu's palm collided, he was instantly sent flying. Ha 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 ha, Tai Chu, you're really weak. Ao Tianhuang laughed. Humph, weak? What do you know? Total annihilation. Divine light heaven and earth. Tai Chu shouted. With a flip of his hand, a cross-like treasure suddenly appeared in Tai Chu's hand. The moment it appeared, it instantly lit up the sky. Above the apocalypse, there seemed to be billions of runes that suddenly emitted a dazzling light. All the angels that were illuminated by the light suddenly had their eyes turn crimson red. Their bodies also abruptly increased in size, as if they had all gone mad. Boom, boom, boom. The battle suddenly became intense. The one-sided defeat of the dragons instantly changed. The two sides were now evenly matched. Oh no, the angel's strength increased. 10 Direction Annihilation, it's the 10 Direction Annihilation Divine Light. The surrounding dragon clan members gathered. Ao Tianhuang was still fighting Tai Chu. At this moment, Tai Chu's strength also surged as the 10-direction annihilation shone on him. His strength seemed to have multiplied. Boom, boom, boom. As he exchanged blows with Ao Tianhuang, ripples appeared in the void. This time, it was a tie. Oh. 10-direction annihilation. Unleash your potential. Ao Tianhuang said with a ferocious expression. Tai Chu's expression changed. Ao Tianhuang, you despicable man. Humph, despicable. Who said, you expect me to be friendly to you at this moment? Ao Tianhuang said coldly. So what if the 10-direction annihilation was over? Ao Tianhuang could still fight. Boom, boom, boom. As the two fought, huge tsunamis appeared in the surrounding sea. Tai Chu was very anxious. Something happened in the heavenly city, and he had to return immediately. However, Ao Tianhuang kept pestering him. Humph, Ao Tianhuang, do you really think I don't have a way? 10-direction annihilation, transform into my form and guard for me. Tai Chu shouted. In the sky, the 10-direction annihilation that was shining with billions of holy lights suddenly transformed into Tai Chu's appearance. However, Tai Chu transformed from the 10-direction annihilation had 12 wings. 6 pairs of huge white wings, and he suddenly pounced. Hum. Rolling holy light lit up the sky. 10-direction annihilation. It can transform. Ao Tianhuang's expression changed. The 12-winged angel charged at Ao Tianhuang. Break for me. Ao Tianhuang punched with all his might. Boom. The 12-winged angel's punch collided with Ao Tianhuang's punch. Surprisingly, it was a tie. The huge impact caused countless dragons and angels to be knocked over. 10-direction annihilation, you stop Ao Tianhuang. I'll be back soon. Tai Chu said with a ferocious expression. Whoosh! Tai Chu turned around and flew towards the Fusang tree in the distance, towards Tai Chu's city. Stop! Ao Tianhuang's expression changed. However, at that moment, the 12-winged angel blocked Ao Tianhuang's path. Ao Tianhuang's face was filled with anxiety. Heavenly City. Tai Chu only took a short while to rush back. Boom! Tai Chu paused, and a storm instantly blew away the clouds above Heavenly City. How dare you! Tai Chu suddenly roared. The true Lord is back, the true Lord. The true Lord, save the eldest young master. In Heavenly City, countless angels exclaimed. At this moment, Heavenly City was also in chaos. Ao Tianhuang's projection appeared, with rolling dark clouds above his head and lightning striking down. There were 6 black angels surrounding Ao Tianhuang's projection, but they still could not do anything to Ao Tianhuang. The other angels did not come to help, because there was a terrifying scene not far away. The eldest young master, Yan Hua, was being choked by a man. At this moment, his limbs were broken and he was on the verge of death. The man was none other than Guqin. You. Yan Hua looked at Guqin in despair. Guqin was choking Yan Hua, but he looked at the embroidered uniform guards beside him. At this moment, Meng Tai was supporting the injured and dying Ao Shun. Crown Prince Ao Shun, are you feeling better? Guqin shouted. Thank you, Crown Prince Guqin. I was almost killed by Yan Hua just now. Thank you. Ao Shun said weakly. You don't have to thank me. It's a pity that father was taken away by Luya, otherwise. Guqin was depressed. He cooperated with Ao Tianhuang this time to save his father, Gu Hai, but his father was not here. The Guqin Emperor is blessed. Crown Prince Guqin, don't worry too much. Ao Shun said weakly. Alright, let's not worry about this for now. We must leave immediately. I have Yan Hua, all angels, move away, or I will crush his head. Guqin roared. Just as the angels were at a loss, a strong gust of wind suddenly swept over. Boom! A loud roar came from the sky as the wind blew. How dare you! Tai Chu's eyes widened as he looked down. Oh no, Tai Chu is back. Montez supported Ao Shun and his expression changed. Guqin's expression also darkened. Sovereign Ao, what happened? Guqin stared at Ao Tianhuang's projection, who was fighting with a group of black angels not far away. Crown Prince Guqin, I'm sorry. My main body is trapped by the 10-direction annihilation. Ao Tianhuang said bitterly. Ao Tianhuang. It's just a projection. You're really good at scheming. Tai Chu's figure flashed as he slammed his palm over. Oh no. Ao Tianhuang's projection's expression changed as he hurriedly countered with his palm. Boom. A loud sound rang out as Tai Chu used a huge amount of strength. Ao Tianhuang's projection was instantly shattered into pieces. Sovereign Ao. Montez's expression changed. At this moment, there were angels everywhere. Tai Chu was back, and Ao Tianhuang's projection was shattered. Was it over? Chapter 696. Tai Chu smashed Ao Tianhuang's projection and stared coldly at Guqin. Fa father, save me. Yan Hua was on the verge of death. Tai Chu didn't say anything and slowly approached Guqin. A powerful aura was released from him. If it was in the past, this aura would have suppressed everyone to the point that they couldn't move. Unfortunately, Guqin and the embroidered uniform guards had entered the Azura secret realm and their soul power was extremely strong. A large number of angels knelt down, but Guqin and the embroidered uniform guards were still standing. Don't come over. Guqin glared and tightened his grip. Crack. His finger stabbed into Yan Hua's head. You have nowhere to run. You're courting death by coming to Heaven City. You're Gu Hai's son. Guqin. Humph, none of Gu Hai's men are good people. Tai Chu said coldly. Tai Chu, I have the soul-destroying powder that Ao Tianhuang gave me. If you take another step forward, I'll destroy Yan Hua. Guqin said coldly. Buzz. Tai Chu paused and his face twisted. Open the Heaven Palace. Great, I didn't know that so many of Gu Hai's subordinates had opened the Heaven Palace. Although he was surprised, Tai Chu still cared about his son. Yi Hua was dead and he only had one son left. Montez, take Crown Prince Ao Shun and leave. Guqin took a deep breath and said. Yes, what? Crown Prince, I'll take Crown Prince Ao Shun and leave. What about you? You're not coming with me. Montez's expression changed. Tai Chu won't let me go. Guqin laughed coldly. Oh. You're smart. Humph, let go of Yan Hua and I'll spare your life. Tai Chu said coldly. Ha, Tai Chu, do you think I believe you? Guqin laughed coldly. What do you mean? Tai Chu's expression turned cold. Guqin said, let them go, I'll stay. Crown Prince, you can't. You should come with us. Montez exclaimed. Go together. Things are different now. If I take Yan Hua away, Tai Chu would rather not have Yan Hua, or even kill Yan Hua. None of us can leave. Guqin said in a low voice. How could this be? Montez's expression changed. Just like how Ao Tianhuang didn't want Ao Shun to be a hindrance to him, Tai Chu didn't want Yan Hua to be a hindrance to his soul. In this life and death battle, we can't have any psychological hindrances. He would rather kill Yan Hua with his own hands than let Yan Hua be held hostage by Ao Tianhuang to threaten him. Listen to me and leave. You can only leave if I'm here. Guqin said coldly. No, let me hold Yan Hua hostage. Crown Prince, you go first. Montez said anxiously. Guqin pinched Yan Hua and stared at Tai Chu, shaking his head. Change. The moment someone else takes Yan Hua hostage, Tai Chu will be able to destroy both of us in an instant. Let's go. Crown Prince. Montez said anxiously. This is an order. Montez, take the order and take Crown Prince Ao Shun away. Guqin shouted. Yes. Montez said with red eyes. Ao Shun, who was being held by Montez, looked at Guqin's resolute expression and was shocked. Tai Chu, one person for one person. You can ignore Yan Hua, but Ao Shun and Ao Tianhuang can ignore Ao Shun as well. How about using his son to exchange for yours? You can fight with your own abilities, Guqin shouted. What if I'm not willing? Tai Chu said with a cold expression. If you're not willing, then let's die together. I killed Yan Hua and Montez killed Ao Shun. No one can hold anyone hostage. Montez killed Ao Shun and let Ao Tianhuang die together with you. Guqin said coldly. Tai Chu's eyelids twitched. Ha, ha 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 ha, good, good, good. Gu Hai's son is as ruthless as Gu Hai. We have already disregarded our lives this time. Tai Chu, what do you think of my suggestion? Guqin said again. Tai Chu's eyes were cold. Ha, good, good. Let them go. Yes. The four angels moved aside. Crown Prince. Montez and the embroidered uniform guard's eyes turned red. If Imperial Father returns, Meng Tai, help me tell Imperial Father that this child is incompetent and can no longer be filial to Imperial Father. Guqin revealed a trace of sadness. Montez and the embroidered uniform guards suddenly knelt down in front of Guqin with tears in their eyes. Crown Prince, we deserve to die. Go, this is an order. Guqin shouted. Go. Montez wiped his tears and led the embroidered uniform guards to take out a flying boat and left quickly. Whoosh! The flying boat carried Montez, the embroidered uniform guards and Ao Shun and shot into the distance. Tai Chu stared coldly at Guqin. Until Montez and the rest disappeared into the sky. Tai Chu then said, all right, they're gone. Now, you should let Yan Hua go. After confirming that Montez and the rest had left, Guqin stared at Tai Chu again. Tai Chu. What will you do to me if I let Yan Hua go? Guqin said with a smile. I'll spare your life. Tai Chu said coldly. As he spoke, Guqin saw a trace of viciousness in Tai Chu's eyes. Father, give him to me. Yan Hua trembled and his voice was filled with hatred. Spare his life. Guqin believed that as long as he let Yan Hua go, he would die immediately. It was very likely that Yan Hua would kill him instead. Ha, there's no need. I'm Gu Hai's son and Yan Hua is your son. How can Gu Hai's son die because of Tai Chu's son? Doesn't that mean that Gu Hai's son is not as good as Tai Chu's son? My father has always been the most powerful and the son he taught will definitely be the most powerful. You, Tai Chu, aren't even fit to carry my father's shoes. Guqin's face was ferocious. What did you say? Tai Chu's expression changed. Explode. Guqin shouted. No. Yan Hua screamed. Boom. Yan Hua's head exploded and the soul-vanquishing powder in his hand instantly shattered Yan Hua's 3 spiritual souls. You're courting death. Tai Chu suddenly shouted in anger. Tai Chu flew into a rage out of humiliation and slammed his palm toward Guqin. Father, I didn't embarrass you, did I? Guqin gave a bleak smile. Before he died, for some reason, memories of his childhood suddenly appeared in his mind. Guqin, you're the eldest. You have to set an example for your 3 younger brothers in the future. Big brother, Father praised you again today. You're amazing. Qin, come, this is the rice cake I made for you. Your father wants to eat it, but I won't give it to him. Hee hee. Boom. A palm slammed out. With a loud boom, Gu Qin was blasted to pieces, turned to ashes. Roar. On a flying boat in the distance. Montez and the other embroidered uniform guards knelt on the deck with tears in their eyes in the direction of Heaven City. After killing Gu Qin, Tai Chu still could not vent the depression in his heart and roared angrily. Boom. Suddenly, Ao Tianhuang arrived at Heaven City. You killed the crown prince of Gu Qin. Ao Tianhuang's expression changed. Behind Ao Tianhuang, the 12-winged angel also chased after him. The 12-winged angel could not stop Ao Tianhuang. Tai Chu was extremely depressed as he stared at Ao Tianhuang. Ao Shun was saved. Ao Tianhuang's son was safe. But his son was dead. Another son was dead. Everyone was dead. All angels, listen up. Recite the Tai Chu scripture and lend me your strength. Roar. Tai Chu roared as the Tai Chu scripture appeared in his hand. Weng. The Tai Chu scripture vibrated and transmitted its voice to the ears of all the angels. Apart from Heaven City, all the angels heard the voice and started reciting the Tai Chu scripture. In an instant, streaks of light rushed over from all directions. The angels were channeling their strength into the Tai Chu scripture. The Tai Chu scripture seemed to have melted and entered Tai Chu's body. Weng. Absolute Beginning's body instantly released a monstrous aura. This aura was even stronger than the 12-winged angel formed by 10-direction apocalypse. All the angels' strength? Ao Tianhuang's expression darkened. At this moment, Tai Chu was in a tough spot. Ao Tianhuang, go to hell. Tai Chi roared. He instantly appeared in front of Ao Tianhuang and punched him. Boom. When the two fists collided, the surrounding space suddenly rippled out, and at the place where the two fists collided, there were even cracks in the void. This time, Tai Chu did not retreat. Ao Tianhuang's full-powered attack was on par with Tai Chu. The two of them were evenly matched. However, Absolute Beginning still had Apocalypse and the 12-winged angel. Roar. The 12-winged angel attacked Tai Chu from behind. Boom. In an instant, the entire heavenly city was in chaos. It was chaos outside the Fusang tree. North of the Fusang tree, Heaven City was still flying quickly. In the Lingshao Palace. Some officials were standing respectfully in the palace, reporting the battle at the Fusang tree. His Holiness, Tai has not appeared yet. Yi Shenzhen reported respectfully. How's the battle? Long Zhanghua asked calmly from his throne. Long Zhanggua's target was only Tai. He left the other battles to his subordinates. Tai had not appeared, and Long Zhanghua had not moved. Sima Zongheng is leading the 33rd Army and fighting the massive Heavenly Cycle Stars formation. The massive Heavenly Cycle Stars formation led by Kong Xian is extremely stubborn. Both sides have suffered heavy casualties, and it is difficult to determine the victor. Yi Shenzhen reported respectfully. As expected. Long Zhanghua said solemnly. Ao Shun is leading the dragon tribe to Heaven City. The crown prince of Dahan and Gu Qin sacrificed themselves to save Ao Shun. Ao Tianhuang has nothing to hold him back, so he can fight to his heart's content. Yi Shenzhen explained. Gu Qin? Long Zhanghua raised an eyebrow. Yes. In the end, the 3 crown princes fought the Golden Crow Prince. 9 Golden Crow Princes appeared, and Luya was missing. The 3 crown princes had a difficult battle. Among them, the 3rd crown prince, Takashi Ryushin, sacrificed himself. Yi Shenzhen explained. Takashi Ryushin. Long Zhanghua snorted. His Holiness, Jinmu of Silla, is a doppelganger, right? Why hasn't his real body appeared yet? This is the end of the battle. Yishin-gen said worriedly. Takashi Ryushin. Forget it. He didn't want to interfere in my battle with the Immortal of Six Paths, so he deliberately hid from the beginning. That's fine, it's fine if he doesn't come. Long Zhanghua said coldly. Yishin-gen nodded, not daring to say more. The 10-sun sky traversing formation is indeed powerful. The 9 golden crow princes already made it difficult for the 2 crown princes. If Luya also appeared, I wonder what would happen. However, it seems that the golden crow princes kept urging Luya, but Luya never appeared. Yishin-gen said with a frown. Long Zhanghua narrowed his eyes. Luya captured Guhai. Yes, we just received the news. 12 days ago, Luya took Guhai away. His Holiness, do you want to inform the 2 crown princes to save Guhai when the time is right? Yishin-gen asked. Long Zhanghua fell silent for a while, then took a deep breath. The final battle is near, and I can't spare any time. If something happens to Guhai, I'll find his soul after I defeat the Immortal of Six Paths. Moreover, he didn't ask me for help. Yes. Yishin-gen lowered his head and answered. Long Zhanghua didn't plan to save Guhai, and this time, he couldn't relax. Reporting to Daiqiansheng. Suddenly, a man rushed into the hall. Qin Zibai. Yishin-gen frowned. Mo Yike left the heavenly court, and after returning to the Han dynasty to take back the territory, he left Qin Zibai behind to pass a message. Did Qin Zibai come to ask for help from Daiqiansheng? Mr. Qin, if Guhai asks for help, let's not talk about it. We can't afford to lose this battle. Yishin-gen immediately said. Some words didn't need to be said by His Holiness, as an official, he had to say it first. No, it's a message from the Emperor, and he hopes that Daiqiansheng will hear it. Qin Zibai immediately said. Long Zhanghua frowned. Yishin-gen's face also sank. Qin Zibai, why are you so insensible? I already said, don't disturb us when we're dealing with Solar Divine Palace. Qin Zibai flipped his hand and took out the Qin figurine. The Qin figurine repeated a sentence in Guhai's tone. Daiqiansheng, Long Zhanghua, I am Guhai, and I found the Beast Path secret realm. It's in Luya City's All-Deities Palace. Come quickly, come quickly. After the Qin figurine finished repeating, the frowning Long Zhanggua's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 697. Daiqiansheng to Long Zhanghua, I am Guhai. I have found the secret realm of Beast. It is at the Divine Palace in Luya City. Come quickly, come quickly. After the Guqin figurine finished repeating, the frowning Long Zhanggua's expression suddenly changed. Yishin-gen, who was at the side, also felt his eyelids twitching. Guhai said that on purpose. Your Majesty, Guhai only wishes to ask you to save him. He knows that you are currently preoccupied, so he can only resort to such a despicable method. Yishin-gen's expression changed as he cried out. Bai Ming-shou, let's go. Long Zhanghua suddenly stood up. His Holiness, Guhai is lying. Yishin-gen shouted. His Holiness, maybe Luya forced Guhai and Tai Yi to set a trap. His Holiness, we can't ignore the lives of our Deqian soldiers just because of Guhai's words. At this moment, we can't be careless. A group of officials called out anxiously. Long Zhanghua pulled Bai Ming-shou. His figure flickered and rushed out in an instant. Boom! Long Zhanghua and Bai Ming-shou disappeared from the Lingshao Palace. In the Lingshao Palace, the officials' faces froze. What they did not understand was that for Long Zhanghua, as long as there was a possibility of the secret realm of Beast, he had to give it his all. He already had the Human Path secret realm and the Azura Path secret realm. Now, if he got the secret realm of Beast, he would have 3 reincarnations. How could he just ignore it? Phew! Long Zhanghua was extremely fast. In just a short while, he arrived at the Fusang giant tree. In the western sky, the stars were shining. Sima Zongheng led the 33 troops to fight the enemy. In the northern sky, 9 suns were in the sky. Dragon God Ing and Long Shenwen led the troops to fight. In the south, the dragon race and the angel race were fighting desperately. Ao Tianhuang was fighting Tai Chu and the 12-winged angel alone. Long Zhanggua did not even look and rushed to a city on the Fusang giant tree. Before the war, Long Zhanggua had already known the Fusang giant tree like the back of his hand. He was also very clear about the cities in it. Luya City, Long Zhanggua saw it in an instant. Boom! Long Zhanggua immediately rushed to Luya City. Outside Luya City, fog filled the air. Long Zhanggua entered in an instant, bringing with him a gust of wind. He stopped at the entrance of the various divine halls in the center. In the distance, the expressions of Tai Chu, Kang Xian, and the Golden Crow princes changed drastically. Who? Did he just enter the Fusang tree? Absolute Beginning's expression changed as he turned to look. I am your opponent now. Ao Tianhuang said with a ferocious expression. The intense battle continued. Even though someone noticed Long Zhanggua, they were too busy to deal with him. However, Emperor Dong's palace did not move at all at the top of the Fusang giant tree. Inside the Beast Path secret realm, Luya was happy to see Gu Hai step out of the deity palace. He had 10,000 ways to kill Gu Hai. However, in the next moment, Gu Hai stepped back. You are not playing by the rules. Wow! Luya flew to the sun and looked at Gu Hai coldly. Gu Hai also looked at Luya with a cold smile. Come, Luya. What other tricks do you have? Use them. Luya looked at Gu Hai coldly and opened his mouth to spit. Wow! He suddenly spat out an ice ball. A 3-legged jackdaw was trapped in the ice ball. Gu Hai, is this your woman? Luya sneered. Gu Hai looked at Bingheim and narrowed his eyes. Originally, I wanted to eat her. However, she has not reached the heavenly palace. It would be a waste to eat her. But now, I can eat her. If I eat her, I can become stronger. Perhaps you will not be my opponent then. Luya sneered. How dare you? Gu Hai glared. Ha ha ha, let's see if I dare. Either you get out now, or I will eat Bingheim now. Luya stared at Gu Hai with red eyes. Gu Hai was strong, but he could not save Bingheim instantly. If he was not careful, Bingheim could be killed by Luya. Your Majesty, don't worry about me. Bingheim said anxiously. Bingheim felt that she was a burden. She was used to threaten the emperor every time. Bingheim's eyes were filled with tears of sadness. Should I eat her, or should you go out? Luya roared again. Gu Hai shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's useless for me to go out. You are dead meat. What? Luya raised his eyebrows. What do you mean it's useless for you to go out? If you go out, I can kill you. What do you mean by I am dead meat? Boom! Suddenly, a figure stepped into the entrance of the divine palace. Before Luya could see who it was, the huge figure suddenly grew. Rumble! The person who had come had released his human soul. As soon as the human soul was released, it suddenly grew to 490 feet tall, the same height as Gu Hai. However, its aura was several times stronger, or even hundreds of times stronger. Long Zhanggua! Luya suddenly exclaimed. The person who just stepped in was Long Zhanggua. Long Zhanggua's human soul condensed. Behind him, millions of rays of light suddenly appeared. The rays of light covered the sky and earth like a vast ocean. Behind Gu Hai, there were only 6 light circles. Long Zhanggua's light filled the sky. It was so bright that the sun under his feet was overshadowed. In the distance, on the ground below, The old witch rubbed her eyes. Did you see wrongly? What did you see? Another human. Another powerful human. The gods of war exclaimed excitedly. That figure that had suddenly appeared seemed to be even stronger than Senior Gu. Long Zhanghua stepped in. Suddenly, a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. At the same time, he turned to look at Gu Hai. Did you really find her again? Daqiansheng, go. Please help me save Bingheim first. Gu Hai pointed at Bingheim, who was in the ice ball. Not good. Humph. Gu Hai, how did you do it? Luya suddenly exclaimed. Luya opened his mouth and swallowed Bingheim. Luya was very strong. However, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't be stronger than Long Zhanghua. How could Gu Hai summon Long Zhanghua when he went out? Long Zhanghua would be in trouble if he came. Luya couldn't care about anything else. He opened his mouth and swallowed Bingheim. Long Zhanghua narrowed his eyes. His figure flashed, and a ray of light suddenly enveloped Luya. Long Zhanghua instantly appeared at Luya's mouth. His right hand grabbed Luya's upper mouth, and his left hand grabbed Luya's lower mouth. The Bingheim that was about to be swallowed was stuck in his throat. Luya. So you have the entrance to the Beast Dao mystic realm. No wonder you have so many demonic arts. Humph. Long Zhanghua snorted coldly and pulled with his hand. Rip. Luya's mouth was instantly ripped open by Long Zhanghua. That enormous strength didn't just rip open the golden crow's mouth. It even tore from the mouth all the way to the abdomen. The golden crow's enormous body was almost ripped in half. However, even so, the golden crow did not die. It was just heavily injured to the point of being on the verge of death. Why is he so strong? The divinity of a human soul is so much more than Gu Hai's. Luya, who was on the verge of death, broke down. This was a world of divinity. The stronger one's divinity, the stronger they were in this world. Loch Great God used to be the strongest in this world. Not long ago, Gu Hai strangely surpassed Loch Great God and himself. Originally, he was even more invincible in this world. However, now, the divinity that Long Zhanghua displayed was hundreds or thousands of times more than Gu Hai's. How could he be so insignificant in front of him? Your Majesty. Bingheim immediately flew out and flew towards Gu Hai. She turned into her human form with tears in her eyes and excitement. Gu Hai also withdrew his enormous human soul body. He hugged Bingheim and gently stroked her hair. It's all right now. It's all right. Long Zhanghua lifted the dying Luya and turned to look at Gu Hai. Do you still want this, Luya? Long Zhanghua looked at Gu Hai with a complicated gaze. Just now, Long Zhanghua had almost given up on Gu Hai. After all, his own battle was more important. In fact, Long Zhanghua didn't know if he should tell Gu Hai that his son, Gu Qin, was already dead. If he had come to save Gu Hai earlier, perhaps Gu Qin wouldn't have died. He had almost given up on Gu Hai, but Gu Hai was still helping him find the secret realm of samsara. Long Zhanghua felt a sense of guilt. Gu Hai didn't know what Long Zhanghua was thinking. He looked at Bingheim. Bingheim, Luya wants to devour your 3 souls. What cultivation technique are you cultivating? The Tao of Yin Yang. Can you cultivate it too? Gu Hai looked at Bingheim. The great Yin Yang coexisting technique? These days, Luya has also passed it to me. I can cultivate it too. I can also devour him and refine him. Bingheim nodded. Daqiansheng, go. Leave Luya to Bingheim. Gu Hai shouted. Alright, I'll help you cripple him first. Erase his intelligence to prevent him from devouring Bingheim. Long Zhanghua nodded. No, don't. Luya screamed. However, at this moment, Long Zhanghua felt a sense of guilt towards Gu Hai. Everything was perfect for Gu Hai. Buzz. A ray of light surged towards Luya. Immediately, Luya trembled. His intelligence was completely destroyed, and his eyes became hollow. Wah! Bingheim turned into a huge three-legged jackdaw. She opened her mouth and swallowed the three-legged golden crow. Boom! A strange blue flame appeared on the jackdaw's body. Your Majesty, I want to go out and refine it. Bingheim shouted. All the demon guards outside have been killed by me. It's safe outside. Long Zhonghua nodded. Gu Hai nodded. Gu Hai, I'm about to take this secret realm of the Way of the Beast. Do you have anything to say? Long Zhonghua looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai also realized that Long Zhonghua was acting strangely today. However, there was no time to think about it. There are humans in this realm. I'll have to trouble Daiqiansheng to release them back to the Divine Continent. I can do it too, Gu Hai said. Long Zhonghua looked at the countless civilians below. Sure. Once I take this secret realm of reincarnation, I can do it immediately. Long Zhonghua nodded. Also, I want to kill all the demon immortals in this realm. Gu Hai said solemnly. Kill all? Long Zhonghua narrowed his eyes. Yes, kill all. After you take the secret realm of the Way of the Beast, bring all the demon immortals to me for me to kill. That will do. Gu Hai said solemnly. Long Zhonghua looked at Gu Hai doubtfully. This request was not difficult. However, Long Zhonghua did not understand. However, when he took the secret realm of the Azura Path, he had promised Gu Hai that the next time he found the secret realm of reincarnation, he would not rush to take the items inside. He would inform him first in case anything happened. He promised that all the treasures inside would belong to Gu Hai. Alright, I promise you. Long Zhonghua replied. Chapter 698. Lu Yacheng. Not long after Long Zhonghua entered the secret realm of Beast, he quickly came out with Gu Hai and Bingheim. With a flip of his hand, Long Zhonghua took out his immortal dome. Bai Mingshou, who was beside him, set up a longevity array and formed a hand seal. Suddenly, countless chains appeared from the secret realm of Beast and rushed towards the immortal dome in Long Zhonggua's hand. Rumble. Long Zhonghua kept the secret realm of Beast. In an instant, the void shook violently and many cracks appeared in the void. What's going on? All the experts who were in the middle of the battle turned their heads and looked over. At this moment, they could vaguely see the center. His Holiness Ao Tianhuang, who was far away, was shocked. Long Zhonghua. Why are you here? Tai Chu's expression changed. They didn't know what Long Zhonghua was doing, but they knew that they had to stop Long Zhonghua. Tai Chu was about to rush over. Ha 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 ha, Tai Chu, now is not the time for you to leave. Let's continue. Ao Tianhuang laughed and blocked Tai Chu. In the starry sky, Kong Xian's expression changed. Kong Xian, your opponent now is only me. Break! Sima Zongheng shouted. All of a sudden, the formation of the Great Qian Dynasty army shot up into the sky and a giant yellow fist crashed into the Zhou Tian Stars formation. Hong! Wah, wah, wah! A series of caws sounded and 9 suns rushed towards Long Zhonghua. Jiang Chen's body, come out! With a loud roar, 9 coffins appeared in the void. A figure in an emperor's robe blocked the 9 suns in each of the 9 coffins. Long Zhonggua's expression was ferocious as he quickly absorbed the secret realm of Beast. At the same time, he looked at Emperor Dong's palace in the sky cautiously. Tai Yi should be making a move now, right? However, Emperor Dong's palace was extremely peaceful. Tai Yi did not appear. In fact, at this moment, even the Eye of Heaven wasn't paying attention to him. Did the Samsara not care about him taking away the secret realm of the Tao of Animals? Long Zhonggua narrowed his eyes. In the heavenly realm? Humph. It was chaos outside, but Long Zhonggua's face was gloomy. Tai was not here, and neither was Immortal Six Paths. They were setting up a bigger trap. Rumble. Whoosh. A loud sound rang out. After the void was torn apart, the Beast Dao's secret realm was completely sucked into Long Zhonggua's immortal dome palm. Congratulations to His Holiness for obtaining the Beast Path secret realm. Bai Ming Shou laughed excitedly. Gu Hai, you go in. Long Zhonggua said in a low voice. Gu Hai nodded and was sucked into the Warring State's immortal dome by Long Zhonggua. At the same time, countless humans in the Beast Path secret realm were instantly moved to Luya City. Are we out? The old witch looked around blankly. The battle was extremely intense, as though it was the end of the world. The humans were confused. We're out. This is the Solar Divine Palace. It's the Fusang Tree. Someone said excitedly. The Beast Path secret realm was sucked into Long Zhonggua's immortal dome palm. The inner world had not been refined, but Long Zhonggua could already control it. Gu Hai condensed his 490 feet body again. He put away the True Fire Gourd, Vine Realm Gourd, Immortal Slaying Gourd, and Life Extinguishing Saber. He grabbed the Life Extinguishing Saber and looked around. Alright, Daiqiansheng, let them come. Gu Hai shouted. Whoosh! 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 In a mystic realm of the Beast Dao, the Fey Immortals were suddenly pulled toward Gu Hai by a huge force. Why can't I control myself? Be careful of that human. Is the human race flourishing? In the past, I was the one eating them. Now, it's the other way around. Be ****, let go of me. Otherwise, I'll eat 3 more human tribes. The monster gods flew toward Gu Hai. There was no mercy in Gu Hai's eyes. He slashed with the life-extinguishing saber. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of slashes, the monster gods were instantly wounded and surrounded by countless skeletons. There were too many monster gods. The 100,000 monster gods that Loch God commanded were only a portion of the monster gods in this world. There were more than 1 million monster gods in this world. They flew toward Gu Hai. When they arrived, Gu Hai was completely shrouded in a huge black fog. In the black fog, there were rolling skeletons. Don't eat me. I won't eat humans anymore. Let go of me. Save me. The screams of countless monster gods came from the rolling black fog. Long Zhonggua stepped in and looked up at the black fog that Gu Hai was in. Countless shadows of the life-extinguishing saber flashed in the black fog. Any monster god that entered was instantly killed. This saber is very strange. Long Zhonggua narrowed his eyes. He waved his hand. The million monster gods flew toward Gu Hai almost instantly. Boom! With a loud scream, all the monster gods were killed by Gu Hai. The skeletons were still eating the monster god's divinity. More and more halos appeared behind Gu Hai's head. At the same time, like Long Zhonggua, the halos seemed to turn into rays of light that shot into the sky. 9 rays of light shone brightly. After the last monster god was devoured, a majestic aura suddenly erupted from Gu Hai's body, causing the surrounding void to tremble slightly. The 10th level of the lower celestial palace. Long Zhonggua narrowed his eyes at Gu Hai, who was not far away. In the past, Long Zhonggua also knew that Dragon God Ing could obtain the news of Gu Hai's human soul size. Long Zhonggua did not think highly of Gu Hai in the past. He thought that Gu Hai would be stuck at this level for the rest of his life. Unexpectedly, Gu Hai actually used the Beast Path Mystic Realm to break through to the perfected lower celestial palace. This terrifying divinity was not weaker than his. Gu Hai opened his eyes. Buzz! A ray of 9-colored light shot out from Gu Hai's eyes. Daiqiansheng is going. Gu Hai looked at Long Zhanghua, who was not far away, in surprise. Done? Long Zhanghua glanced at the Life-Ender saber. However, Long Zhanghua merely glanced at it. He did not have any thoughts about the Life-Ender saber. My luck is pretty good. The lower celestial palace is already perfected. I just need an opportunity to break through to the celestial palace. Gu Hai said with a smile. My luck is more than just good. It is almost impossible to fill a perfected human soul with divinity. Before this, no one thought highly of you. Long Zhanghua said with a sigh. Oh. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Since it is done, I will refine the beast path mystic realm. Long Zhanghua said. Then, he raised his hand. Boom. The place where the two of them were suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, they arrived at the peak of a mountain. The human soul's body suddenly collapsed. Gu Hai's human soul retracted back into his body. Is this still your immortal dome? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a trace of curiosity. It was still the same place as before. However, the sky was churning. Gu Hai understood that Long Zhanghua was refining the immortal dome. The immortal of the six paths and Tai Yi are in the heaven realm. When I arrive, the battle of the heaven realm will be decided in one battle. Long Zhanghua said in a deep voice. Oh. Gu Hai revealed a trace of doubt. In the past, I promised you that I would take you to see the immortal dome. Before the battle with Tai Yi, I will take you to see it. Long Zhanghua said in a deep voice. All right. Gu Hai nodded. Long Zhanghua flew up with Gu Hai. They looked at the land in front of them. Soon, they arrived at a gathering place of the human race. The two of them stood in the sky and looked at the battlefield below. Rumble. Amidst the rumbling, Gu Hai saw dozens of fighter jets shooting at each other. Gu Hai seemed to have seen these planes before. They were the propeller planes from World War II on TV. There were 3 types of planes, each with 3 different flags, but Gu Hai had never seen them before. This is... Gu Hai was shocked. Human wisdom is infinite. Ha! In my world, there is no 6 paths of reincarnation, no spiritual chi, and no laws. Human development will not stop. It is still changing. In just a few thousand years, since the discovery of gunpowder and steam, it has not stopped. Long Zhanghua said in a deep voice. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched. Daqiansheng, I don't understand. What is this immortal dome of the warring states all about? Also, what is this immortal dome? Immortal dome? How do you explain it? It's like there was nothing in this world at the beginning. Do you understand that there is nothing? Long Zhanghua looked at Gu Hai. Chaos era? Gu Hai was puzzled. Chaos? You can say that in the beginning, there was nothing. There was no sky, no earth, no space, no time. However, everything will change. The book of changes that you read in Shinnong City is correct. Everything will change. There is nothing. The infinite will give birth to Taiji. Nothing will give birth to something. The immortal dome of the 6 paths came from the infinite and gave birth to something, Long Zhanghua explained. The immortal dome of the 6 paths? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. The infinite will give birth to Taiji? Nothing will give birth to something. When heaven and earth were born, there were no living things, and they slowly changed. The infinite will give birth to Taiji. There were no living things, and gradually, there were living things. The first living thing was called the Immortal. He led the people to multiply. He led everything. He made everything. He was the Immortal. He was the heaven of the people. However, one day, the 6 paths enlightened master appeared. He killed the heaven of the people and took everything from it. He became the new Immortal and controlled the world. Long Zhanghua explained. I can roughly guess. As you said, your immortal dome is also a new something. You are the immortal of this world. You control everything and make everything. Make all the decisions? Gu Hai asked. Long Zhanggua nodded. Something like that. However, my immortal dome is far inferior to the immortal dome of the six paths outside. Oh. Gu Hai was puzzled. The world outside is a perfect taiji. The six paths of reincarnation help it operate. An immortal dome that exists eternally in the infinite. That is the true heaven and earth, the true immortal dome. In my hand, this is just a broken celestial dome. Every million years, the outside world will nurture a broken celestial dome. In the past, the six Tao used a broken celestial dome and a series of methods to kill the previous generation of immortals. I obtained this celestial dome by coincidence. It was not born with me. Long Zhan explained. In your immortal dome, human civilization developed on its own? Gu Hai looked at Long Zhanggua. That's right. I did not interfere with them. Long Zhanggua nodded. The infinite gives birth to taiji. Besides the six paths immortal dome, are there any other perfect immortal domes in the infinite? Gu Hai asked curiously. Other immortal domes? I don't think so. The immortal dome represents life. Outside the immortal dome, it represents destruction. There is no such thing as the immortal world that you hypothesized. Outside the heaven and earth, there is nothing. There, time will slow down and eventually stop. There, space will compress and even disappear. There won't be any more, right? Long Zhanggua frowned. No more. Since the infinite can give birth to the six paths immortal dome, why can't another immortal dome be born? Gu Hai frowned. According to Long Zhanggua, the earth that he was on was also an immortal dome. The edge of the universe was perhaps the place where time slowed down or even stopped. At the edge of the universe, space would compress and disappear. The earth really existed. Otherwise, where did he come from? Long Zhanggua fell into deep thought. What you said may be right. However, no one can prove it. Perhaps we can only know everything when we become an immortal. Gu Hai was silent for a while and nodded. You can visit my immortal dome. 3 days later, I will refine the secret realm of the path of the beast. Then, I can attack the heaven realm. Long Zhanggua said in a low voice. Chapter 699. Warring States Immortal Dome. 3 days later, when Long Zhanggua finished refining the Beast Tao mystic realm. Gu Hai, on the other hand, was in a huge bookstore, reading a large number of books. Long Zhanggua came before Gu Hai. With a wave of his hand, no one outside could enter the bookstore. Only the owner was in the bookstore, looking at the two in fear. You, who are you? The bookstore owner exclaimed. What's wrong? Long Zhanggua looked curiously at the frowning Gu Hai. Take a look yourself. Gu Hai frowned as he picked out a few books and handed them to Long Zhanggua. Prehistoric Tales, Tranquil Taiji Sutra, God Loves the People, The Legend of Tathagata Buddha. Looking at the titles of these books, Long Zhanggua narrowed his eyes. He seemed to have found something strange. You haven't let anyone else come to this world, right? Gu Hai asked curiously. No. You are the first. Long Zhanggua nodded. Look at these books. There's Taisheng, Tong Tian, Primordial Beginning, Tathagata Buddha, Tai, and God. This God should be the original form of Tathagata Buddha. Perhaps the names are different, but the descriptions are more or less the same. Those elite figures of the divine continent. You seem to have them here too. Gu Hai asked curiously. You, come here. Taisheng, Shenong, Yellow Emperor, what's going on? Long Zhanggua looked at the bookstore owner. In this immortal dome, Long Zhanggua was the heavens. The pressure of the heavens made the owner's expression change. He knelt down and told him everything he knew. These are all novels. They are all novels. Someone else made them up. Made them up, the shop owner said in horror. Made up. Long Zhanghua narrowed his eyes. Yes, made up. They are all stories. It's just that they are more widespread. They are all made-up novels. I don't know. The shop owner said in horror. Long Zhanghua narrowed his eyes and immediately probed the world with his consciousness. After a while, Long Zhanggua's consciousness returned. He looked at Gu Hai and said, "It is indeed a story, a novel. Is it a coincidence?" Coincidence? In the primeval age, the names were different. The Tongtian sect master was exactly the same, and the immortal slaying 4 swords were exactly the same, right? Also, this Panshin's heaven-splitting axe is the same as yours, right? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Long Zhanghua frowned and said, "Perhaps, because this is my world, my thoughts have more or less affected this world. That's why this world has a trace of my will, and that's why these stories are born." Gu Hai frowned and shook his head. "I don't think so." "Oh. You said that you did not care about this world. In other words, you allowed it to develop on its own. That means that without your interference, there will still be people or places that are identical to the divine continent. Doesn't that mean that this is an inevitable phenomenon of the immortal firmament's development?" Gu Hai said solemnly. Inevitable phenomenon? Long Zhanghua looked at Gu Hai doubtfully. For example, if there is an immortal firmament like the divine continent, and they develop separately, perhaps at different times, but their starting point is the same. Therefore, some inevitable developments will be born. For example, if there is a Tongtian sect master in the divine continent, there will be a Tongtian sect master in the other immortal firmament. This is the inevitable result of development. It's like how your immortal firmament invented the airplane, and the divine continent invented the flying boat. It's an inevitable phenomenon of the development of things. Gu Hai frowned. Inevitable phenomenon? That's interesting. But how can there be exactly the same? Long Zhanghua asked in disbelief. They might not be exactly the same. Perhaps they will appear in different forms. Just like the characters of the divine continent, they can appear in your immortal firmament novels, Gu Hai said. You mean that different immortal firmaments will develop towards the same end? Long Zhanghua narrowed his eyes. Yes, because the starting point is the same. It's like a journey. The starting point and the ending point are the same. There can be all kinds of developments along the way. Gu Hai explained. Long Zhanghua was deep in thought. I don't believe it. This is all a coincidence. Perhaps my will influenced this world. Alright, time to go out. Long Zhanghua said solemnly. As he spoke, Long Zhanghua led Gu Hai and disappeared from the bookstore. The shop owner was stunned. He thought he had seen a ghost. Long Zhanghua didn't believe it, but Gu Hai firmly believed in his own theory. Because not only in the immortal firmament of the warring states, there were similar characters and myths on Earth. He had even seen Laozi not long ago. Every independent immortal firmament had the same starting point. Some important characters were also the same. The immortal firmament of the warring states was a broken immortal firmament. It could only appear in novels and myths. Earth? Was it a broken immortal firmament? No, it didn't seem like it. It was because of the black chess piece that he had fused with the heaven-suppressing god imperial seal. The black chess piece that had brought him from Earth to the divine continent might be the divine weapon of Earth, the heavenly go chess. The heavenly go chess from another immortal firmament? It wasn't a myth, but a real thing. Then Earth should be a perfect immortal firmament like the divine continent. It was just that the immortal firmament of Earth seemed to be a cage. Was the end of the immortal firmament to be a prisoner? Gu Hai frowned. In the next instant, he appeared at the entrance of the Temple of All Gods. Rumble. Rumbling sounds continued. The battles on the 3 battlefields were not over yet. Your Majesty. Bingheim walked up happily. How's the refinement? Gu Hai asked. Lu Ya's consciousness has been erased by Daqiansheng. There won't be any problems. It's just a matter of time. We still need some time. Bingheim said with a smile. Good. Gu Hai nodded. Thank you, Senior Gu. Luya City, the people of the Beast Dao Mystic Realm, bowed respectfully to Gu Hai. Gu Hai nodded. Long Zhanghua looked at the Emperor Dong's palace in the sky. Emperor Dong still didn't move. Tai, you won't come out. Fine, I'll see if you come out or not. Long Zhanghua said coldly. As he spoke, he turned to look at the 9 golden crow princes fighting Dragon Shenying and Dragon Shenwen. Shenying, Shenwen, get out of the way. Long Zhanghua said in a deep voice. Yes. The 2 princes in the distance answered. Wah! Wah! The 9 golden crow princes charged at Long Zhanghua with ferocious expressions. 10 suns crossing the sky. The 9 golden crow princes shouted. Buzz! The 9 golden crow princes seemed to have turned into 9 suns, illuminating the sky above Luya City. A huge wave of heat rushed down as if it was going to melt everything in Luya City. Tai, if you don't come out, it's too late. Long Zhanghua narrowed his eyes. The dragon warring state extended his right hand toward the sky, which transformed into an enormous white astral palm. His hand covered the sky, and it was like a net that covered the 9 suns. In the blink of an eye, the area was completely surrounded. It was as if a huge hand had grabbed 9 eggs. The 9 suns were instantly held in Long Zhanggua's hand. What? The 9 golden crow princes in the sky were shocked. In the distance, Kong Xian's eyes also widened. Long Zhanghua. He's holding the 9 princes in one hand. Impossible. Tai Chu's expression also changed. Explode. Long Zhanggua's eyes widened. It was as if 9 eggs had been crushed in an instant. The terrifying power rushed toward the center. The 9 princes had nowhere to run. They were squeezed in Long Zhan's palm. No. Ah, save me, Imperial Father. Impossible. Impossible. How can Long Zhanghua be so strong? Ah. Imperial Father, Imperial Father. The 9 golden crow princes screamed in pain. Boom. There was a huge sound. Billions of rays of light shot out from the center of the huge energy palm and lit up the entire divine continent. After the 9 golden crow princes screamed in pain, the light dimmed. The 9 huge golden crows exploded and turned into a pile of flesh. They fell. The battle in all directions came to an abrupt end. Long Shenwen's expression froze. The 9 golden crow princes that he and his big brother couldn't hurt for so long were all crushed by their father's palm. How? Tai Chu's eyelids twitched. He was shocked by Long Zhanggua's strength. 9 golden crow princes. Even if it was an imperfect 10-sun sky-crossing formation, it was still one of the top formations in Solar Divine Palace. He crushed them with one slap. Tai Chu shuddered, and the demon kings in the sky were also shocked. Dang! Suddenly, a bell rang from Emperor Dong's palace. As the bell rang, a huge yellow bell suddenly appeared at the entrance of Emperor Dong's palace. The huge bell rippled as if it was creating a huge hole in the void. On the other side of the hole, there seemed to be another small world. The Bell of Chaos. So the Bell of Chaos is the entrance to the Heaven Realm. The Gate of Heaven. Long Zhanghua narrowed his eyes. Heaven Realm. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and looked at the small world guarded by the Bell of Chaos. Long Zhanghua, you dare to kill my son? Do you dare to come here and fight? Tai Yi's loud voice suddenly came from the heaven realm. Tai Yi was furious, but he didn't come down. Clearly, there was a huge ambush in the heaven realm. Even when the Golden Crow princes were killed, no one came to help. The gate of heaven realm is finally open. Ha 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 ha, Tai Yi, I'll kill you later. I wouldn't care about these little things, but I'm happy today. I'll kill them all before I come. Ha 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 ha. Long Zhanghua laughed. As he laughed, he turned to look at the cosmic cycle star array in the sky. Sima Zongheng, get out of the way. Long Zhanghua shouted. Yes. Sima Zongheng led the 33rd Army to withdraw the array. However, Long Zhanghua punched into the sky. With a punch, a huge cyan fist appeared in the void. The fist rushed into the sky. Oh no, the cosmic cycle star array, astral palm. Kong Xian suddenly shouted. Buzz! The 361 demon stars shone brightly and connected to form a huge net. Then, they formed a huge palm. The astral palm was the palm that tore through the void and blocked Tai Yi's powerful attack. The astral palm reached out and tore countless cracks in the void. It seemed to be trying to block Long Zhanggua's fist. In the starry sky, Kong Xian and the 360 demon kings all looked ferocious as they activated their astral powers. Humph! Long Zhan snorted coldly with a ferocious expression. Long Zhanggua's green fist shattered the astral palm. At the same time, it enlarged and rushed into the starry sky. Hong! The net made of astral powers exploded. Like the light of the Golden Crow, the endless starlight lit up the entire divine land. Ah! No! Impossible! My heavenly cycle star formation! A series of miserable shrieks instantly died down amidst the rumbling. The 361 demon stars exploded one after another under Long Zhanggua's fist. Boom, boom, boom. Shattering the stars with a punch. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched. What was the limit of Long Zhanggua's strength? Chapter 700. Long Zhanghua punched the sky, shattering the cosmic cycle star formation. The sky full of demon stars exploded instantly. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of explosions, Dragon Shenying, Long Shenwen, Sima Zongheng, and Bai Mingshou's eyelids twitched violently. Not far away, the battle between Tai Chu and Ao Tianhuang also stopped. Tai Chu originally thought that he was quite powerful, but after seeing Long Zhanggua's punch, he realized that he was too naive. Was that the cosmic cycle star formation? The number 1 formation of Solar Divine Palace was destroyed by Long Zhanghua with just one punch? No, impossible! Tai Chu exclaimed. Ah! Ah! A series of screams came from the starry sky. In addition to the explosions of the stars, countless demon beasts also exploded. Most of the 361 monster kings exploded and were completely destroyed. Hiss! Gu Hai gasped. Bingheim's face twitched slightly. That was the cosmic cycle star formation. Long Zhanggua's punch tore a large number of black holes in the starry sky. The shattered stars were suddenly sucked into the black holes and filled them up. Puff! Only a dozen monster kings spat out blood and flew toward the gate of heaven where the Emperor Dong's palace was located. Master, we are useless. Kong Xian, the leader, spat out blood and flew toward the gate of heaven with a sad expression. Long Zhanghua, good, very good. You are bullying the weak. You are really something, aren't you? Tai Yi's voice came from the gate of heaven. There was a hint of coldness in his voice. Bullying the weak? Ha, I will be bullying the weak today. Long Zhanggua's eyes turned cold. Long Zhanghua turned his head and looked in Tai Chu's direction. In the 3 battlefields, the 10 Sun Sky Array was destroyed with one punch. The cosmic cycle star formation was destroyed with one punch. Now, only Tai Chu was left. Beside Absolute Beginning was the 12-winged angel formed by 10-direction apocalypse. Before the Long Zhanggua arrived, Tai Chu thought that he could stop the Long Zhanggua. After all, he had 800,000 years of foundation. Moreover, he could mobilize the power of all the angels through the Tai Chu scripture. His strength had increased exponentially. In the previous myriad sage assembly, he didn't use his full strength. This time, he would definitely be able to block Long Zhanggua. But now, Absolute Beginning no longer had that thought. He crushed 9 suns with a single palm, and shattered a sky full of stars with a single punch. He couldn't do it even if he tried his best. When Long Zhanggua turned his head to look at him, Tai Chu knew that Long Zhanggua had targeted him. Tai Chu was scared out of his wits. Block. What a joke. Absolute Beginning didn't hesitate as he soared into the sky. Long Zhanggua, if you have the ability, come to the heaven realm and fight it out. Tai Chu roared. With a roar, Absolute Beginning stepped into the heavenly realm gate and entered the heavenly realm. Hu Long Long. Dozens of black angels also rushed into the heavenly realm. Ao Tianhuang didn't even have time to react when he fled. Ha 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 ha, His Holiness, you scared them to death with a single palm and punch. Ao Tianhuang laughed. Father, you may enjoy immortal blessings forever. Dragon Shenying and Dragon Shenwen shouted. Long live His Holiness. Sima Zongheng led the army and shouted. In the Solar Divine Palace, the monsters all around retreated in fear. Many of them fled in panic, wanting to get as far away from the Solar Divine Palace as possible. Long Zhanggua's aura was too ferocious. The Solar Divine Palace seemed to be invincible. Kaboom! In the distance, the 33 cities of the Heavenly Court also flew over. De Qian Army, follow me to conquer the Heavenly Realm. Today, I will kill Tai and destroy the 6 paths. Long Zhanggua roared. Kill Tai and destroy the 6 paths. Thunderous roars came from all directions. Gu Hai stood beside Long Zhanggua, shock flashing in his eyes. Boom! Long Zhanggua stepped into the heavenly court. Dragon Shenying, Long Shenwen, Sima Zongheng, Ao Tianhuang, and Bai Mingshou all returned to the 33 cities of the heavenly court. With Long Zhanggua's order, the 33 cities of the heavenly court flew toward the Emperor Dong's palace, toward the heavenly realm gate opened by the Bell of Chaos. The De Qian army rushed toward the heavenly realm with unstoppable momentum. The Solar Divine Palace was in a mess. Buzz! As the first city entered the heavenly realm, more and more cities followed. In the blink of an eye, all 33 cities entered the heavenly realm. Rumble! The Bell of Chaos disappeared as the 33 cities entered the heavenly realm. The huge heavenly realm gate slowly shrank. Lu Yacheng. Your Majesty, will Long Zhanggua succeed? Bingheim's eyes flashed with shock. I don't know. Gu Hai looked at the shrinking heavenly realm gate and narrowed his eyes. Long Zhanggua had finally revealed his fangs. Would he be able to completely tear Tai apart and devour the 6 paths? Just as Gu Hai was pondering, a shout came from afar. Your Majesty, we have committed a capital crime. Montez flew over with 3,000 embroidered uniform guards in a flying boat. Montez led Ao Shun and the embroidered uniform guards out of the heavenly city and hid. Montez and the others only saw Gu Hai after Long Zhanggua destroyed the Golden Crow and shattered the stars. Montez and the others trembled when they saw Gu Hai. They quickly flew over on the flying boat in ecstasy. You? Why are you here? Gu Hai revealed a hint of surprise. The flying boat stopped. Montez and the 3,000 embroidered uniform guards immediately fell to their knees. We have committed a capital crime. We failed to protect the Crown Prince. We have committed a capital crime. Montez cried. What? Gu Hai's face froze. Ao Shun's injuries had improved, but he was still weak. Mr. Good, I've implicated the Crown Prince of Guqin. Gu Hai had a bad feeling. What happened? Montez, tell me. Gu Hai glared at him. Yes. Yes. This official is in the wrong. We did not listen to your Majesty's orders. The Crown Prince and I came. Meng Tai knelt on the ground, crying as he described everything to Gu Hai. Whoosh. Gu Hai staggered. Guqin is dead? You said that Guqin is dead? Gu Hai roared with red eyes. We have committed a capital crime. Montez cried as he knelt on the ground. Although Guqin wasn't his biological son, he was still his eldest son. Memories of the past suddenly replayed in his mind. Guqin was a stubborn boy when he was young. Father, isn't this child too stupid? This child has embarrassed father. I will study hard and not disappoint you. Father, I will do whatever you ask me to do even if I have to risk my life. Father, I'm not as smart as my 3 brothers, but I will work harder than them. Father, I'm useless, but I really want to avenge my mother. Please let me be stubborn for once. Father, Guqin wasn't as smart as his 3 brothers, but in Gu Hai's heart, he valued Guqin the most. This was because he was calm and steady. Back in the mortal world, when he had no hope of training, he had groomed Guqin as his successor. Every time he saw Guqin staying up late to read books, Gu Hai would quietly avoid him. He was proud of Guqin. But now, he was dead. Before he died, his last words were, I'm useless. I can't be filial to my father anymore. Filial? Ha, ha 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 ha. Gu Hai laughed bitterly. We have committed a capital crime. Montez cried as he knelt on the ground, not daring to get up. Bingheim wanted to comfort Gu Hai, but she was pushed away by Gu Hai's rising anger. The beginning? The beginning? You dare to kill my son? Gu Hai looked at the shrinking entrance to the heavenly realm. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared. Your Majesty, the beginning has left the heavenly city. If we go now, we might be able to find the Crown Prince's corpse. Montez cried. Gu Hai suddenly lowered his head and looked at Montez coldly. Montez knelt on the ground, not daring to raise his head. You don't have to worry about it. From now on, return to the limitless celestial capital immediately. Gu Hai said coldly. Ah. Montez's expression changed. I said, all of you, return to the limitless celestial capital immediately. I will deal with the heavenly city. This Luya city should be a floating city in the past. Ride the Luya city and return immediately. Gu Hai said coldly. You go too. Gu Hai looked at Bingheim, his eyes filled with determination. What about you? Bingheim asked worriedly. Gu Hai looked at the entrance to the heavenly realm above his head and said coldly, I'm going to kill the beginning. What? You want to go to the heavenly realm battlefield? No, you can't go. The battle there is too much. Bingheim said anxiously. Guqin is dead. Ha ha ha, the beginning killed my son. I must kill him with my own hands. Kill him with your own hands. Gu Hai said coldly. Don't. Bingheim said anxiously. Go back. It's dangerous inside, but there's no difference even if you don't go. It's fine if Long Zhangguo wins, but if he loses, the Immortal of the 6 paths will definitely implicate me. Why don't I give it my all? Gu Hai glared. Your subjects are willing to go with your Majesty, even if we die. Montez immediately shouted. All of you, return to the limitless celestial capital immediately. This is an imperial edict. Gu Hai said coldly. Your Majesty. Montez said anxiously. Are you going to defy the imperial edict? Gu Hai glared. Yes. Montez and the rest said bitterly. Mr. Good, I'm sorry. Ao Shun said bitterly. It's not your fault. My son is dead, and he died honorably. I'm proud of him. However, he must die for killing my son. Gu Hai looked at the entrance to the heavenly realm that was shrinking in the sky. Bingheim tried to persuade him, but Gu Hai also told her to leave immediately. Bingheim was helpless. Although Gu Hai already recognized her as his woman, Bingheim felt so inferior in her heart that she only dared to call herself a subject. Lu Yaqing slowly flew up and flew towards the outside world. Your subjects will wait for your majesty's good news in the limitless celestial capital. Montez and the rest kowtowed. Gu Hai looked up at the entrance to the heavenly realm. Although his eyes were filled with hatred, he did not charge in immediately. Instead, he took out another Guqin figurine. Notify all the Guqin figurines of the Han dynasty. Notify all the subjects and citizens of the Dahan. If I am not in the Han dynasty, I will appoint Qin Tianshan, the commander of the second army of the Han dynasty, as the Tianshan king of the Han dynasty. He will be in charge of supervising the Han dynasty. All subjects, no matter who they are to listen to the Tianshan king's orders and guard the Han dynasty for me until I return. No matter what happens, if I don't return, the Tianshan king will guard the nation. In the soaring palace hall, under the dragon throne, there is an imperial edict left behind by me in the past. The Tianshan king can take it out and guard the Han dynasty with my orders. Gu Hai shouted. Buzz! The Guqin figurine immediately repeated Gu Hai's words to all the Guqin figurines. This time, it was to inform all the Guqin figurines that wherever the Dahan figurines were, there would be Gu Hai's imperial edict. After handing over his will, Gu Hai looked at the Guqin figurine again. Notify the blood-clad guards commander, Chang Ming. Chang Ming, receive the imperial edict. I know that you have the Chaos Essence Pearl. From now on, the blood-clad guards will attack with all their might and kill all the angels for me. Do not leave a single one alive. Kill them all. At the same time, collect Crown Prince Guqin's corpse in Heavenly City, Gu Hai said coldly. After doing all this, Gu Hai soared into the sky and instantly headed for the entrance to the heavenly realm. Chapter 701. Han Dynasty, Boundless Celestial Capital. In a large hall, notify all the Qin figurines of the Han Dynasty. Notify all the officials and citizens of the Dahan Dynasty. If I am not in the Han Dynasty, I will confer Qin Tianshan, the commander of the Han Dynasty's second army, as the Tianshan king of the Han Dynasty. He will be in charge of supervising the Han Dynasty. All my subjects, no matter who they are to listen to the Tianshan king's orders and guard the Han dynasty for me until I return. No matter what happens, if I do not return, the Tianshan king will guard the nation. In the soaring palace hall, under the dragon throne, there is the imperial edict I left behind in the second purple gold box. The Qin figurines sent the message. As the commander of the Han dynasty's second army, Qin Tianshan naturally had the right to know about the Qin figurines. At this moment, he received the message immediately. Congratulations, Lord Qin. No, congratulations, Tianshan King. The officials in charge of the Qin figurines in the hall immediately looked at Qin Tianshan with congratulatory expressions. However, Qin Tianshan felt slightly stunned. Qin Tianshan did not expect that the emperor would confer Tianshan king on him. Qin Tianshan's strategy was not as good as Mo Yike's or Gao Xinji's. It was somewhat far-fetched for him to be the second army's commander. Yet, the emperor actually conferred Qin Tianshan king on him. Tianshan king to guard the nation. Qin Tianshan king's noble rank instantly surpassed everyone else's. The surrounding officials congratulated him, but Qin Tianshan felt confused for a while. He thought back to the past. Since he was in the mortal world, he did not seem to have any political achievements or military exploits that he could take out. When was he not outdone by Gao Xianji and Mo Yike? Even Bingheim did not seem to match up to him. Why? Although his heart was filled with doubt, Chen Tianshan's heart was filled with gratitude. Chen Tianshan's abilities were average, but he could also see the others' contempt for him. Gao Xianji, Mo Yike, Montez, and even Crown Prince Guqin did not respect him. They were all capable people, and they only respected capable people. Chen Tianshan felt like a burden. Only the emperor would approve of her. The emperor gave him control of the strongest immortal demon army in the Han dynasty. It was not to balance the factions but to trust Chen Tianshan king. It was not a decision made on the spur of the moment. The emperor's letter said that under the soaring palace hall's dragon throne, there was an imperial edict in the second purple gold box. This showed that the emperor had always trusted me. Chen Tianshan immediately felt a warm current in his heart. Let's go. Chen Tianshan's mood fluctuated as he rushed towards the soaring sky hall. Chen Tianshan Palace's palace. Indeed, there were a few purple gold boxes under the dragon throne. Chen Tianshan took out the imperial edict in the purple gold boxes before all the civil and military officials of the imperial court. Then, a ceremonial official at the side read it out. According to the will of heaven, the emperor decrees that Chen Tianshan is extremely loyal and will be conferred the title of King of Tianshan. While I am not in the Great Han dynasty, the King of Tianshan will be in charge of managing the dynasty. No official is allowed to interfere for any reason. Those who disobey will be punished for treason. That's it. When the imperial edict was read out, the entire court was in an uproar. Chen Chen King Chen Chen SS. Emperor Tianshan King Emperor Dynasty King Chen. Greetings, King. The officials could only kneel respectfully. Chen Tianshan received the imperial edict, and his eyes reddened slightly. The imperial edict did not say much. However, the line about Chen Tianshan being extremely loyal moved him immensely. This official swears to protect the Han dynasty for His Majesty. Long live His Majesty! Chen Tianshan said resolutely with reddened eyes as he received the imperial edict. Former Day-One Empire, capital city, Mo Yike and Gao Xianji led the army and quickly subdued the former cities of the Day-One Empire. The Deqian officials retreated. However, they still made things difficult for Mo Yike. However, Mo Yike had governed the Day-One Empire for many years. The Deqian had only occupied the Day-One Empire for a few years. How could it be difficult for Mo Yike? The former Mo clan forces quickly mobilized, and countless other clans responded. Soon, they subdued a large number of cities. The other dynasties and sects in the surroundings grew restless. However, Gao Xianji's army moved swiftly. Of the army that entered the Azura Path's secret realm, 500,000 were in Chen Tianshan's hands. However, 100,000 were in Gao Xianji's hands. Chen Tianshan was not willing to lend the authority of the immortal demon army to Gao Xianji. Gao Xianji also did not lend the immortal demon army to Gao Xianji out of spite. Gao Xianji's 100,000 general-level experts continuously reached the lower heavenly palace. They led the army and swept through the surroundings, unrivaled. Hence, Gao Xianji did not even need to lead the army. She only needed to command from the capital city. On this day, in Great Leisure Hall, Mo Yike and Gao Xianji listened to the Qin figurines recount and raised their eyebrows. Chen Tianshan. Gao Xianji raised her eyebrows as well. That's right. Chen Tianshan. His Majesty conferred him the title of Tianshan King. While His Majesty is not around, Chen Tianshan will guard the nation. Mo Yike also frowned. Then, he smiled bitterly. How can it be him? What is His Majesty thinking? Why can't I understand? Gao Xianji showed a complicated expression. You can guess His Majesty's thoughts. Mo Yike looked at Gao Xianji. Gao Xianji shook his head. No, I've known your Majesty since the mortal realm. No one can guess what your Majesty is thinking, but in the end, all the results show that your Majesty is right. Mo Yike nodded. In so many years, His Majesty is the only one that I cannot figure out. However, His Majesty's abilities completely subdue me. Mr. Mo, can you figure out why His Majesty values Qin Tianshan so much? His Majesty even conferred him the title of Tianshan King. Gao Xianji looked at Mo Yike. Mo Yike shook his head. In terms of loyalty, all of us are loyal to His Majesty. I can't see through him. However, since it is His Majesty's decision, we will wait and see. Gao Xianji nodded. Lu Yacheng. Lu Yacheng followed Montez to the floating hub in the city. He transferred a large number of spirit stones and floated toward the limitless celestial capital. Bingheim and Montez stood at the entrance of a large hall. They were looking worriedly at Gu Hai in the distance when they saw Gu Hai take out a Guqin figurine. A Guqin figurine? Montez widened his eyes and quickly took out a Guqin figurine. Bingheim and Ao Shun looked at the Guqin figurine curiously. The Guqin figurine immediately repeated Gu Hai's instructions. Chen Tianshan was the Tianshan King. The Tianshan King? Montez's expression changed. Montez had followed Gu Hai for a long time and knew Chen Tianshan. Chen Tianshan was not capable and was rather pedantic. Why did the emperor trust him so much? The crown prince died, and the emperor let Chen Tianshan govern the nation. From afar, Gu Hai soared into the air and flew toward the shrinking entrance to the heavenly realm. Whoosh! Soon, Gu Hai flew in. After Gu Hai flew in, another person charged in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Taisheng? Zhang Yulian? Ao Shun felt slightly startled. Taisheng also flew in with Gu Hai. What is she going in for? The entrance to the heavenly realm slowly shrank. It became smaller and smaller. Just as everyone thought that no one would dare to enter, Amateus Buddha. A majestic Buddhist chant suddenly sounded from the west. However, he saw a golden beam of light shooting straight towards him from the west. Boom! It was like a strong wind had arrived. 3 men suddenly appeared. The one on the left was the future Buddha. The future Buddha closed his eyes, looking rather anxious. The one on the right was rather old. He had his palms pressed together, and a trace of seriousness flashed in his eyes. In the center was a rather sturdy middle-aged man. He looked incomparably dignified. At this moment, he was coldly looking at the entrance to the heavenly realm. The 3 of them had rings of light behind their heads. At this moment, they all frowned slightly. It's the 3 Buddhas of the Spirit Mountain's Holy Land. The past Buddha, the present Buddha, and the future Buddha. Bingheim's face sank. The people of the Spirit Mountain's Holy Land are also here. This time. Montez showed an anxious expression. Buddha, they have all entered the heavenly realm. Long Zhanggua is really going crazy this time. Let's quickly enter, the future Buddha shouted. Before the future Buddha could finish speaking, a huge sword light suddenly shot over from the southwest. Boom! A ray of purple sword light instantly rushed forward. The sword light was so big that it was 1,000 feet wide. As soon as the purple sword light arrived, the swords of the people and demons in the surroundings all trembled as if they were worshipping their king. Montez reached out and pressed down on his long sword. He looked at the purple sword light not far away from him with a horrified expression. Boom! The sword light disappeared, turning into billions of sword chi that surrounded a man with purplish-black chi. The man was extremely burly, and there was a huge purplish longsword on his back. He had a ferocious look on his face, and the ferocious look on his face seemed to be able to tear one's soul apart with just a glance, causing one's heart to tremble. The Tongtian sect master. Ao Shun's expression changed. When the Tongtian sect master arrived, he coldly looked at the present Buddha. But he ignored him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several sword shadows flew out from the surrounding forest and instantly flew in front of the Tongtian sect master. Among these sword shadows, there was a Ho. Greetings, sect master, the sword cultivators said respectfully. Ho, did Long Zhanggua obtain the secret realm of the way of animals? The Tongtian sect master suddenly looked at Ho. The sword cultivators were subservient to the Tongtian sect master. Only Ho remained calm at this moment and nodded. Sect master, you must have seen it from afar. Yes, Gu Hai must have helped Long Zhanggua find it and made Long Zhanggua come here at all costs to disrupt Long Zhanggua's plan. However, he found that Tai didn't care about the cosmic cycle star formation at all. He didn't care about the Golden Crow Princes at all. The Tongtian sect master narrowed his eyes. Sect master, are you going to enter the heaven realm? Ho frowned and asked. The Tongtian sect master didn't say anything. This was because another streak of light had shot over. This time, it came from the south. Boom! A green light suddenly appeared. Jiang Lianshan, who was wearing a green dragon robe with golden threads, suddenly blocked the Tongtian sect master and Sanya's Buddha's path. Tongtian sect master. The three Buddhas of Spirited Mountain. It's been a long time. Jiang Lianshan looked at the Tongtian sect master and Sanya's Buddha. The Tongtian sect master and Sanya's Buddha also narrowed their eyes. Dian, His Holiness, what are you doing here? The future Buddha suddenly raised his eyebrows and shouted. Me? But I'm here to watch this epic battle with all of you. I want to see how the immortals deal with the rebels. Jiang Lianshan said with a slight smile. Immortals deal with the rebels? You're here to watch Long Zhanggua die. The future Buddha frowned slightly and was quite confused. At the side, the aged past Buddha narrowed his eyes. Great Yan's Sacred Majesty, are you saying that you want to watch it with us? Watch? So you're saying that if you don't interfere, we won't interfere either? You're here to stop us. The past Buddha is wise and far-sighted. Jiang Lianshan nodded. Jiang Lianshan stood in front of the sacred ground of Spirited Mountain and Wanshou Taoism. He formed an alliance with Long Zhanggua to stop all forces from interfering in this battle. Chapter 702. In the distance, Ao Shun and the others were stunned. His Holiness is fighting the Six Paths Immortal while Jiang Lianshan is in charge of stopping the others? Ao Shun asked in surprise. Can Jiang Lianshan stop the Tongtian sect master and Sanya's Buddha? Montez asked with a frown. I don't know. However, since His Holiness values Jiang Lianshan so much, Jiang Lianshan should have some tricks up his sleeve too. Ao Shun said with a frown. In the distance, the Tongtian sect master narrowed his eyes as a murderous aura surged out from his body. He took a step forward and chants of Sanskrit resounded around him. He looked coldly at Jiang Lianshan. Jiang Lianshan blocked the two sides. Although he was smiling, there was a hint of determination in his eyes. He slowly emitted a sharp aura that pressured the two sides. Just as the three sides were in a deadlock. Boom! Another yellow storm came from the west. As the storm blew, a figure stopped in front of everyone. It was a man wearing a yellow dragon robe. The man had a handsome face and radiated a heroic aura. His eyes were filled with arrogance. Big Yellow His Holiness, Matriarch Ji. The Tongtian sect master said coldly. Sanya's Buddha looked at His Holiness warily. Even Jiang Lianshan narrowed his eyes and looked at Matriarch Ji coldly. Everyone is here. Matriarch Ji laughed softly. As she laughed, she suddenly looked at Jiang Lianshan. When she saw Jiang Lianshan, Matriarch Ji bowed slightly. My name is Matriarch Ji. Greetings to Dian and His Holiness. Matriarch Ji used to be the Yellow Emperor of the Dian dynasty. Although she had established a new dynasty, she was still polite to Jiang Lianshan. What are you doing here? Jiang Lianshan asked in a deep voice. Just like all of you, we are here to observe the battle between the heavens. Matriarch Ji smiled. Watch the heavenly battle. Are you saying that you want to stop us from going to the heavenly realm just like Dian and His Holiness? The future Buddha's face sank. Future Buddha, what's wrong? Do you want to go in? If you want to go in, then go ahead. This emperor will follow behind you. Empress Ji said with a smile. The future Buddha was slightly taken aback, but the present Buddha's expression darkened. Even though Matriarch Ji didn't say anything about stopping him, it was clear that Matriarch Ji was following behind the future Buddha. Even though she didn't say anything about stopping him, her attitude was clear. It was as if he was assisting Jiang Lianshan. Jiang Lianshan looked at Matriarch Ji with a complicated expression. Ha 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 ha, speaking of which, this sect master would also like to see the difference between Long Zhanggua and Tai. The Tongtian sect master suddenly laughed. Everyone looked at the Tongtian sect master. However, they saw the Tongtian sect master wave his hand. Boom! A sword-shaped mountain suddenly rose from the ground and reached the Tongtian sect master's feet in an instant. Standing on top of the mountain, the Tongtian sect master no longer wanted to enter the heavenly realm. Tongtian sect master, I will accompany you. Matriarch Ji looked at the Tongtian sect master. The Tongtian sect master looked at Matriarch Ji with a complicated expression. He snorted coldly and ignored Matriarch Ji. Matriarch Ji smiled faintly. She also stood on top of a mountain and looked at the entrance to the heavenly realm. Jiang Lianshan looked at the third era Buddha. The third era Buddha put his palms together. Wang! 3 golden lotuses suddenly appeared under the third era Buddha's feet. Standing on the golden lotuses, the third era Buddha no longer wanted to enter the heavenly realm. Thank you, everyone. Jiang Lianshan said in a deep voice. Everyone looked at Jiang Lianshan and ignored him. Jiang Lianshan also stood at the side with his hands behind his back and began to look at the entrance to the heavenly realm. Changming, receive the decree. We know that you have the Chaos Essence Pearl. From now on, the blood-clad guards will attack with all their might and kill all the angels for us. Leave none alive. At the same time, collect the corpse of Crown Prince Guqin in Heaven City. The zither figurine repeated Gu Hai's orders. Changming looked at the zither figurine and bowed respectfully. This subject, Changming, receives the decree. With a flip of his hand, Changming put away the zither figurine. Then, he looked at his subordinates behind him. Back then, when you followed me and the Emperor in the Azura Path's secret realm, you all improved greatly. Did you hear the Emperor's orders? Changming said coldly. The angels have 24 cities. Each 10,000 guard leader will lead their own troops and choose a city. Kill all the angels as fast as you can. I don't need to hear any complaints. You just need to know that if you can't complete the mission, you will bring your head to me. Changming looked coldly at his subordinates. Yes. The group of black-robed men answered. Squeak 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 squeak. Amidst the sounds of bats, Changming and his subordinates instantly turned into bats and flew into the sky, flying in all directions. The gate to the heaven realm. With the death of Long Zhanggua, he would definitely be implicated by the Immortal of the 6 paths. After all, he had helped Long Zhanggua obtain 3 reincarnation secret realms. Although he knew that he might not be able to help Long Zhanggua, Gu Hai still went to the heaven realm. Moreover, Guqin's death made Gu Hai's heart filled with anger. The beginning? Compared to the beginning, Gu Hai's cultivation was still far from it. But, so what if the difference was far? Didn't Shiyu the Great die in his hands? Didn't Qing Emperor die in his hands? Even if the two of them were weak, they should not be much weaker than the beginning, right? Gu Hai firmly believed that as long as he could find the beginning's death point, even if he was at the peak of the heavenly palace, he could still kill him. Without hesitation, Gu Hai immediately rushed into the heaven realm. As soon as he entered the heaven realm, Gu Hai immediately entered a vast expanse of fog. There seemed to be some discomfort around his body, but he did not know what the problem was. Gu Hai. Behind him, there seemed to be a woman calling out to him. Gu Hai turned his head. Although he could not see the figure behind the fog, he could vaguely hear that it was Zhang Yulian's voice. Here! Gu Hai shouted. Whoosh! Soon, Zhang Yulian flew close again. In the fog, they could barely see each other. Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. You followed me? Gu Hai's face darkened. Tell me, what is the secret of Taishang's longevity sound? Zhang Yulian said anxiously. Are you crazy? Do you know where this is? You chased me here for Taishang's longevity sound? Gu Hai glared. No, I have been studying Taishang's longevity sound all my life. When the previous Taishang passed it to me, I swore that I must find the secret. However, only you know this secret. Please, tell me. Zhang Yulian's eyes were full of pleading. Looking at Zhang Yulian's pleading, Gu Hai's heart suddenly softened. Hurry up and go out. When I come out, I will tell you. It is too dangerous in here. Zhang Yulian shook her head. Gu Hai's face darkened. At this time, how could he have the time to explain this to Zhang Yulian? If you want to follow, then follow. If Long Zhanggua dies, don't stand on my side. Gu Hai sighed slightly. Zhang Yulian nodded. Whoosh! The two continued to fly in the fog. After flying for a while, they finally rushed out of the fog. Whoosh! The two appeared in a mountain forest. The moment they appeared in the forest, a heavenly pressure suddenly pressed down. The huge aura seemed to crush the two of them in an instant. How? Zhang Yulian's eyes widened and she exclaimed. However, just as she shouted a word, Gu Hai covered her mouth and hugged her in his arms, hiding in the bushes. Woo! Zhang Yulian shouted, but she could not make a sound. Shut up! Gu Hai said in a low voice. Only then did Zhang Yulian stop shouting and look into the distance with wide eyes. In the distance, the 33 cities of the heavenly court were floating in the air. At this moment, a scene that shocked Gu Hai appeared in the sky. Eyes. Gu Hai had seen the eyes of heaven at the Thousand Saints conference. But now, the sky was densely packed with tens of thousands of eyes. There were so many that some of them overlapped and spread out, filling all the space in the sky. They were looking down at the 33 cities below coldly. At this moment, the 33 cities of the heavenly court seemed to have become incomparably small. The tens of thousands of eyes of heaven seemed to carry the supreme judgment. Gu Hai felt a chill in his heart. Chapter 703. In the Heavenly Realm. Gu Hai covered Zhang Yulian's mouth as he hid in the bushes. He stared at the sky. In the sky, the 10,000 eyes of heaven descended upon the 33 cities of the celestial court, bringing with them great scrutiny and pressure. The 33 heavenly cities rotated slowly, as if forming a super formation. They gathered a powerful aura that rushed towards the eyes of heaven. Gu Hai saw from the bushes that Long Zhanggua was at the entrance of the Lingshao Palace in the heavenly city. He was holding the heaven-splitting axe and looking at the eyes of heaven coldly. Long Zhanggua, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to grow to this day. Today is your doomsday. You can't hurt me in the heavenly realm. Six Paths' cold voice came from the sky. Heavenly realm? Transformed from your corporeal body? I don't believe it. You can do it endlessly. Long Zhanghua snorted. With a cold snort, the heaven-splitting axe in his hand slashed towards the sky. The dazzling axe light was like the Milky Way, slashing from one side of the sky to the other. Boom! The might of the heaven-splitting axe caused Gu Hai's eyes to tremble. He saw nearly 1,000 heavenly eyes split in half wherever the axe chopped down. Eyes of heaven. It doesn't seem like much. Zhang Yulian said in shock. That's because of Long Zhanghua. That's because of the heaven-splitting axe. Gu Hai said with a frown. The heavens weren't angry that the eyes of heaven were split in half, but Long Zhanggua's expression became more serious. However, he saw that after the 1,000 eyes were split in half, each half was strangely restored. The 1,000 eyes had become 2,000 after being split. The more he split, the more there were. In the heavenly realm, I am immortal. You can continue, but the power of each strike will only nourish my body until you use up all your energy. Immortal Six Paths' cold snort spread in all directions. Is that so? Long Zhanghua narrowed his eyes. Long Zhanghua, and the people of the heavenly court, do you see this tablet? Suddenly, a shout came from afar. It wasn't the voice of the immortal of Six Paths, was it Tai? Gu Hai's expression darkened as he looked into the distance. There were 3 black pillars that supported the heavens and the earth. They were emitting billowing black gas. In the middle of the 3 pillars stood 3,000 feet tall figures. They were Tai Yi, Tai Chu, and Taiwa. Tai Yi stood in the center and merged into the pillar. Tai Chu and Taiwa merged into the pillar as well. One on the left and one on the right, they were coldly looking at Long Zhanghua. Around them were a group of black angels and a group of demon kings who had escaped, including Kong Xian. Kong Xian seemed to have fully recovered from his injuries. The peerless cultivators of the Solar Divine Palace were surrounded by 6 kinds of light at this moment, and they emitted a monstrous aura. Tai Yi, Taiwa, and Tai Chu, who were in the 3 black pillars, were also surrounded by 6 kinds of light, giving off a terrifying aura. All of them had one thing in common: there seemed to be a circle drawn with blood between their eyebrows. Tai Yi, Tai Chu, Taiwa. Ha, you've merged with the path of hungry ghost, path of hell, and path of heaven? Ha ha ha, 3 paths of reincarnation. Immortal 6 paths, you're really generous. But isn't it a waste to split the 3 paths of reincarnation between 3 people? You're really careful. Tai Yi is following you, but you can't completely trust him. You only let him control one path of reincarnation. Oh. If I'm not wrong, Tai Yi's reincarnation should be the path of hungry ghost's reincarnation, right? Long Zhanghua sneered. Long Zhanghua, you don't have to sow discord. What's the use of that at this time? Tai Yi sneered. Tai Yi was a burly man. Golden light shot out from his body, and his eyes were sharp. Your Majesty, let me test them first. Ao Tianhuang said with a smile. Ao Tianhuang laughed loudly as he flew towards Tai Yi in the distance. Humph. Tai Yi sneered. Tai Yi didn't attack. Kong Xian was the one who attacked. I'll do it. Kong Xian sneered and flew over. Kong Xian. Long Zhanghua narrowed his eyes. Long Zhanghua knew Kong Xian's strength. He could fight Shiyu the Great without losing, so he was one of the strongest in Heavenly Palace. However, he was still a bit weaker than Ao Tianhuang. Ao Tianhuang's true strength was even stronger than Tai Chu's, let alone Kong Xian. None of the monster kings moved. Ao Tianhuang arrived in front of Kong Xian in an instant and threw a punch at Kong Xian. There seemed to be a dragon head fist force at the center of his palm. It tore through the void and collided with Kang Xian's hasty punch. Kang Xian's punch, which was covered in 6 types of light, collided with Ao Tianhuang's punch. Hong! There was a loud boom. The space where their fists collided was torn apart. The impact was similar to the impact of the cosmic star's formation, and Tai was cauldron of universe. How can this be? Gu Hai's face darkened. The stellar palm of the massive heavenly cycle star formation was formed by 361 fiend stars and fiend kings setting up a super-large formation. However, Kang Xian was alone. Kang Xian didn't retreat after the punch, but Ao Tianhuang's face changed. Because his full-powered punch was actually blocked by Kang Xian. That was impossible. Moreover, he was at a disadvantage. Ang! Ao Tianhuang suddenly roared and turned into 1,000 zhang long dragon. He unleashed the power of a monster and continued to fight with Kang Xian. Ao Tianhuang's power suddenly doubled, but Kang Xian still looked like he was at ease. Ha, that's it. Kang Xian sneered and shook his fist. Boom! The 1,000 zhang long dragon flew towards the heavenly courts. It was so fast that it seemed like it was going to smash the heavenly courts into pieces. Whoosh! Long Zhanggua extended his palm and caught Ao Tianhuang's dragon body. Puff! The dragon spat out a mouthful of blood and turned into a human. Saint, His Holiness has embarrassed you. Ao Tianhuang said bitterly. Kang Xian. It was just Kang Xian, and he was actually not a match for one of his punches. How could this be? Zhang Yulian squinted her eyes. Is it those 6 lights? As expected, Long Zhanggua also noticed the light around Kang Xian's fist and comforted Ao Tianhuang. It's not embarrassing to lose to the Immortal of 6 paths. Ah! Ao Tianhuang's expression changed. Long Zhanggua looked up at the 10,000 eyes in the sky. 6 paths. Looks like you still have some time before you wake up. Using this trick. Borrowing power. Lending your power to them so that they can fight me. Ha, ha ha ha. Looks like you're at the end of your rope. Long Zhanggua said coldly. The power of the Immortal of 6 paths. Those 6 lights. Ao Tianhuang wiped the blood from his mouth and stared at Kang Xian. Other than Kang Xian, the other monster kings, including Tai Yi, Tai Chu, and Tai Hua, all had 6 lights on them. The Immortal of 6 paths didn't say anything. Tai Yi snickered in the distance. Long Zhanggua, you know quite a lot, don't you? That's right. This is the power of the heavens, the power of the Immortal of 6 paths, immortal power. Ao Tianhuang, you're not even a match for Kang Xian, who has immortal power. Don't embarrass yourself. Immortal power. Ao Tianhuang's expression changed. Dragon Shenying and the others also looked serious. This wasn't just fighting Apollo Divine Palace alone, but the Immortal of 6 paths had also lent his power to Apollo Divine Palace. Immortal power. Wouldn't that be fighting both the Immortal of 6 paths and Tai Yi at the same time? Actually, you can also have immortal power. As long as you choose to abandon the darkness for the light, pledge your loyalty to the heavens, and become an enemy of the Dragon Rebellion and the Warring States period, then use your blood to draw a circle between your eyebrows and chant, Immortal of the 6 paths, the heavens will bestow you with immortal power, Tai Yi suddenly said. Oh. Reverse curse art. Are you trying to turn my subjects against me? Long Zhanggua said coldly. You can say that. Because this is the heavenly realm, the Immortal of 6 paths can lend his power to us. No matter how much you rebelled with the Long Zhanggua in the past, no matter how serious your sins were, as long as you repent and become enemies with the Long Zhanggua, the Immortal of 6 paths will forgive your past sins. Otherwise. Tai Yi said coldly. Otherwise what? Long Zhanggua sneered. See that steel over there? Tai Yi pointed at a stele in the distance. Everyone turned to look. Then, he saw the words list of crimes of rebellion written on the stone tablet. Below it was a dense list of names. The first one, Long Zhanggua. The second one, Gu Hai. The third one, Bei Mingshou. The fourth one, Ao Tianhuang. The names of all Deqian officials were listed. All the names of those who rebelled with the Long Zhanggua. All of them were listed on the crimes of rebellion. You rebelled against the heavens and acted against them. You should be punished by the heavens. After the death of the Long Zhanggua, all the people on this list must be killed. If you come to your senses and turn over a new leaf, the heavens will give you a chance to turn over a new leaf and forgive your past sins. Otherwise, don't even think about escaping. Don't even think about going anywhere. Tai Yi shouted coldly. The names on the stele made the hearts of the Deqian officials tremble. In the forest far away, Gu Hai's eyelids twitched violently. Because his name was also on the list. Indeed, the heavens had their eyes on him. Your name is ranked second. Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai in shock. It's wrong. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Wrong? If it's not wrong, as long as the Long Zhanggua dies, you will be the first person the Immortal of 6 paths will punish. The heavens will destroy you first. What did you do? Zhang Yulian was shocked. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched violently, but he ignored her and continued to look into the distance. What a crimes of rebellion! Ha ha ha, 6 paths. If that's the case, 800,000 years ago, you were also the first. Back then, you were the first and succeeded in defying the heavens. Today, I am the first. Does that mean I can also succeed in killing the heavens? Everything coincides. I'll start with Tai Yi. When I kill Tai Yi, I'll destroy your celestial body. Long Zhanggua snorted coldly. As he took a step forward, Long Zhan's figure suddenly soared. Tai Yi had merged with the path of the hungry ghost and was 1,000 feet tall. Long Zhanggua suddenly grew to 1,000 feet tall. Tai Yi fused into a huge black pillar. Behind Long Zhan, 3 black pillars suddenly appeared. They were the human Tao reincarnation, the Azura Tao reincarnation, and the animal Tao reincarnation. Boom! As soon as the 3 paths of reincarnation appeared, a super-stirring force caused the sky to spin. The eyes of heaven in the surroundings all retreated. Chapter 704. The human path reincarnation, the Azura path reincarnation, and the animal path reincarnation. Once the 3 paths of reincarnation appeared, they were like 3 black Tongtian pillars, emitting a fierce aura. Long Zhanggua stepped forward, and an invisible aura rushed toward Tai Yi. Tai Yi merged with the hungry ghost path reincarnation, so his aura was a bit weaker than Long Zhanggua's 3 paths of reincarnation. However, when Long Zhanggua stepped forward, Tai Yi also stepped forward. The other monster kings and angels didn't dare to touch Long Zhanggua's blade. Even though deity force was already close to them, no one stepped forward. A giant yellow bell appeared above Tai Yi's head. It was the second Dharma treasure in the world, the Bell of Chaos. Unfortunately, it was still a bit weak in front of the top axe in the world. Taiwa, Tai Chu. Tai Yi shouted. Yes. Tai Chu waved his hand, and the giant cross in his hand flew into Tai Yi's hand. Taiwa's eyes flashed with reluctance, but he couldn't resist Tai Yi's coercion. He waved his hand. Boom! The cauldron of heaven and earth suddenly enlarged 10,000 times and flew toward Tai Yi. The 8 trigrams outside the cauldron shone with dazzling golden light. Boom! With the second bell of chaos above his head, the 10th apocalypse in his hand, and the 3rd cauldron of heaven and earth under his feet, Tai Yi rushed toward Long Zhanggua. The Dharma treasure aura around him was no weaker than the sky-splitting axe. Fushi's cauldron of heaven and earth? Ha, Dharma treasures are just external objects. Tai Yi, can't you see this clearly? Long Zhonghua laughed. While laughing, he slashed down with the sky-splitting axe in his hand. Using the power of the 3 reincarnation secret realms, the sky-splitting axe slashed at Tai Yi. Humph, that's easy to say. If you're so strong, don't use the sky-splitting axe. Tai Yi glared and activated the 3 treasures. They suddenly flew out. The sky-splitting axe, the bell of chaos, the apocalypse, and the cauldron of heaven and earth clashed. Hong! A super-huge black hole suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield. The black hole swelled, causing the entire heaven state to shake crazily. Rumble! The Tao of the hungry ghost's reincarnation and the immortal power given to you by the samsara of the 6 paths isn't much, is it? Long Zhonghua laughed coldly. As the sky-splitting axe hacked down, it gained a huge advantage and suppressed Tai Yi. Tai Yi's eyelids twitched wildly. Long Zhonggua's strength was actually this great. Are you all dead? Come and help. Tai Yi roared. Boom! Boom! Taiwa and Tai Chu immediately went to Tai Yi's side. They activated their reincarnation powers and infused them into Tai Yi. Boom! 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 At this moment, it was as if 3 reincarnations were fighting against 3 reincarnations. The 6 reincarnations were already squeezed together. The huge collision force continued to tear apart the void, growing bigger and bigger. The impact caused the entire space to vibrate continuously. In the sky, the eye of heaven retreated and looked coldly at the battlefield from afar. Kong Xian, the angels, and the monster kings all had immortal power. They pushed on the reincarnation behind Tai Yi and infused their power into him. Tai Yi activated a group of Dharma treasures and barely blocked Long Zhonghua, but his face was trembling. Ha! Long Zhonghua roared. Blue veins popped out all over his body. The terrifying power brazenly blocked everyone in front of him. With his own strength, he suppressed everyone in Solar God Palace, including the power lent by Immortal 6 paths beside Long Zhonghua. The aftermath of the power even surged like energy flames, hitting the faces of everyone in front of him. It was as if they were cut by knives. Ha 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 ha, 6 paths, what do you think? Long Zhonghua roared. His roar shook the sky. The entire heaven state was in turmoil. At this moment, Warring Dragon's power was pushed to the extreme, suppressing everyone. Even the Immortal of 6 paths' immortal power couldn't stop it. Long live His Holiness! Long live! Long live! De Qian's side cheered endlessly. Impossible! How can you be so strong? How can you be so strong? Tai Yi exclaimed. I've cultivated external arts to the Khanate realm. The nascent souls in my body were all refined by the monster god. My Dantian is also the Spirit Mother Divine King. My lower celestial palace has reached perfection and my human soul is 490 feet. Middle celestial palace has reached perfection and my earth soul is 640 feet. Upper celestial palace has reached perfection and my earth soul is 810 feet. All the realms that need to be cultivated, I have cultivated to the great perfection realm. Whether it is the soul, or even the flesh, I am invincible. Breaking you is as easy as flipping my hand. Long Zhan roared. Boom! Long Zhonghua exerted strength again. Pfft! Tai Yi and everyone in Solar God Palace spat out blood. Impossible! No one can cultivate 3 souls to perfection. Tai Yi exclaimed. You can't, but that doesn't mean I can't. Long Zhonghua said with a ferocious expression. Boom, boom, boom. Long Zhonghua stepped forward step by step. Everyone in Solar God Palace struggled bitterly with a look of horror on their faces. Long Zhanghua seemed to be about to win. In the sky, the eye of heaven kept staring at Long Zhanghua. Long Zhanghua. I didn't expect that other than me, someone else in this world has reached the perfection of the human path perfected level. Immortal Six Paths' voice came from the sky. I know that you, Six Paths, did the same in the past. That's why you were able to defy the heavens. I'm the same today. However, you can't use your power. You think you can fight me with these little things? You can deal with others with that little bit of power, but against me? Humph. Long Zhanghua sneered. Long Zhanghua, have you forgotten? I'm the heavens now. Immortal Six Paths said coldly. The heavens? Long Zhanggua's face darkened. My power, the people of Solar God Palace, the three treasures, and the three reincarnation powers are all no match for you? But I have the greatest power in this world. Have you forgotten? The power of the common people. Immortal Six Paths sneered. Long Zhanggua's face darkened. I'm the heavens of the common people. The power of the common people is my power. Immortal Six Paths said coldly. Humph. Immortal Six Paths snorted. As Immortal Six Paths snorted, dark clouds suddenly covered the divine continent outside of heaven. In the outside world, Jiang Lianshan, the Tongtian sect master, Matriarch Ji, and the three world Buddhas all looked at the sky with dark expressions. Long Zhanghua. He actually forced Immortal Six Paths to this extent? The Tongtian sect master narrowed his eyes. Is Immortal Six Paths only left with this final battle? Jiang Lianshan's eyes flashed. Matriarch Ji narrowed her eyes. Dark clouds covered the divine continent. Suddenly, Immortal Six Paths' voice sounded from the dark clouds. The divine continent, all living beings, give me power to eliminate all traitors. A cold snort resounded throughout the world. All living beings in the world trembled slightly as if they had heard a terrifying voice. On Luya City, Montez and Ao Shun suddenly closed their eyes and fell down. A white power came out of their bodies. Not only the two of them, but everyone on Luya City also fainted. Han Dynasty, boundless celestial capital. All the officials and citizens in the imperial court suddenly fainted. White power came out of their bodies and rushed towards the dark clouds in the sky. In the east, south, west, and north of the divine continent, in the four seas, all living beings suddenly fainted. It was as though they had been drained of all energy. All of the energy in their bodies surged to the heavens and disappeared without a trace. Billowing power passed through the dark clouds and rushed towards the heavenly realm. The power of all living beings was forcefully taken away by Immortal Six Paths. Only in the Deqian Celestial Empire, the citizens heard Long Zhanggua's voice. Citizens of the Deqian Empire, Long Zhanghua, am shamelessly borrowing power from all of you. Please raise your right hands. Quickly raise your right hands. Borrow my power to break the cage. In an instant, countless citizens raised their right hands and borrowed power from Long Zhanghua. After borrowing power, they suddenly sat down on the ground. Although Long Zhanghua borrowed power, he didn't let the citizens collapse to the point of fainting. The borrowed power of countless citizens was pulled towards the huge golden dragon of destiny in the sky above the heavenly palaces. Just as the citizens borrowed power, Immortal Six Paths took it away again. The Deqian citizens' power was once again greatly depleted. Instantly, all of them fainted. Deqian wasn't big enough after all. Long Zhanghua also didn't mobilize much power. Moreover, they were all human. Countless other living beings in the Deqian Empire couldn't mobilize their power. Immortal Six Paths was the biggest winner in robbing the power of all living beings. In an instant, except for a few of the most powerful people under the Fusang tree, almost all living beings in the divine continent fainted. Humans, demons, in the sky, on the ground, in the water, no matter what kind of living beings they were all robbed of their power and fainted. The divine continent was silent in an instant. Jiang Lianshan, Matriarch Ji, the Tongtian sect master, and Sanya's Buddha looked at the heavenly palaces. Jiang Lianshan narrowed his eyes and said with an ugly expression, "All living beings are drained of their power. There's no life at all. It's dead. All the power in the world. He, can Long Zhanguo withstand it?" Matriarch Ji narrowed her eyes and looked at the heavenly palaces on the Fusang tree. The Tongtian sect master and Sanya's Buddha frowned and remained silent. In the heavenly palaces, billowing white energy surged in and slowly condensed into golden energy that rushed towards Tai Yi in the distance. Boom! Tai Yi's power suddenly surged. Ah! Tai Yi roared in pain. Obviously, the power of all living beings was too strong. Even his physical body couldn't take it. Although his physical body was in pain, the effect was significant. The slump just now was suddenly eliminated. A strong force came out of his body and blocked the axe of Long Zhanluo. It also suppressed Long Zhanguo. Ha 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 ha. Long Zhanguo, how's the power of all living beings? Tai Yi laughed. Long Zhanguo's other hand suddenly had a bubble-like thing in it. It was the Warring States Immortal Dome. My Immortal Dome, I'm sorry, but I can't do anything. I'll borrow your power. Sleep for a while. Wait for me to destroy the demon. Long Zhanguo roared. The Warring States Immortal Dome in his hand emitted billions of golden light and rushed towards Long Zhanguo. Rumble. The power of all the people in the Warring States Immortal Dome was also forcibly extracted by Long Zhanguo. It filled his body and rushed towards Tai Yi. Boom! The Dragon Warring State blocked the power of Tai Yi, but it was still very difficult. It seemed that he could not hold on any longer. You've lost, Long Zhanguo. Ha 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 ha. Tai Yi laughed savagely. Although Long Zhanguo had gathered the power of the Warring States Immortal Dome, it was still not enough. Compared to the Divine Continent, the power of the Warring States Immortal Dome was too weak. Although his body was swollen with pain, and even his face was cracking, if he continued, Long Zhanguo would definitely die. Lost? Ha ha ha, I'll lose to you. As long as I can stop you, I won't let you run wild. Roar! Long Zhanguo roared, his hair disheveled. He looked like a demon god. He continued to struggle. Chapter 705. The battle between Long Zhanguo and Tai Yi was getting more and more intense. Thunderous booms resounded through heaven and earth. Gu Hai was in the distant forest, and the ground was shaking non-stop. Zhang Yulian, you want to know the secret of Taishang's longevity tune? Gu Hai suddenly looked at Zhang Yulian. Zhang Yulian looked surprised. Let me tell you about it. Gu Hai said with a solemn expression. Zhang Yulian said in surprise, why are you willing to tell me? Long Zhanguo is first on the list of crimes of treason, and I'm second. If Long Zhanguo wins, that's fine. If Long Zhanguo loses, I might not have the chance to tell you. Gu Hai said with a wry smile. You. Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai in shock. You're my woman. Let me tell you, after I die, I'll have one regret. Gu Hai said solemnly. I'm not. Zhang Yulian glared. If I say you are, then you are. Hurry up. Gu Hai glared. Zhang Yulian's eyes softened at Gu Hai's shout. She looked a little wronged, but she didn't resist. Take out your guqin and play Taishang's longevity tune. Gu Hai said solemnly. Now. Zhang Yulian was startled. The earth was shaking non-stop, and there were thunderous booms everywhere. Would she be disturbed if she played Taishang's longevity tune now? So many people were at the sage assembly, but nothing happened. Hurry up. Now is the only time. The heavens won't notice this. Gu Hai said solemnly. All right. Zhang Yulian took out her guqin. Gu Hai flipped his hand and took out his imperial seal, the heaven-suppressing divine seal. Zhang Yulian was a little confused when she saw Gu Hai take out the heaven-suppressing divine seal. However, Gu Hai didn't explain, so Zhang Yulian could only set up her guqin and start playing. Clink clink clink. The sound of the zither rang out. The sound of the battle was too loud, so the sound of the zither was almost inaudible. However, it was fine as long as Gu Hai could hear it. Gu Hai took out the heaven-suppressing godly imperial seal and gently stroked the black chess piece on top of the heaven-suppressing godly imperial seal. It was this black chess piece from Earth that had brought him to the divine continent and was now being refined by him within the heaven-suppressing godly imperial seal. Clink clink clink. The Taishang's longevity note continued to play. Gu Hai looked at the black chess piece, his thoughts drifting away. After a moment of silence, he frowned and said, the first Taishang. Perhaps he discovered something back then. He was a powerful individual, and when he created this song, he exhausted all of his mental and physical strength. Although the Wanshou Taoism was the helper of the Immortal of the Six Paths, I think the first Taishang regretted it and created this song. Oh. Zhang Yulian stared at Gu Hai, as if she didn't want to miss a single word that Gu Hai said. Wang. Gu Hai released a strand of soul power into the black chess piece. The black chess piece vibrated slightly. The frequency of vibration was actually the same as the frequency of the Taishang's longevity note. Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian didn't notice this minute frequency. The Taishang's longevity note can be summarized in one sentence: sleeping immortal, longevity dream. Taishang's Tao connects to the immortal dome. If others say it, I don't say it. If I say it, everyone says it, Gu Hai said solemnly. What? Zhang Yulian was slightly taken aback, as though she didn't understand. However, Gu Hai paused abruptly and stared at the black chess piece before him with wide eyes. The black chess piece vibrated at the same frequency as the Taishang's longevity note. Just now, when Gu Hai recited the chant in his dream, the space around the black chess piece suddenly trembled, as though it was about to collapse. As it collapsed, it formed a void tunnel. The entrance of the tunnel gradually expanded from the size of a finger. Tunnel. Tunnel. Wasn't this a dream? Whoosh. Gu Hai immediately pressed the heaven-suppressing divine seal and put it away. Whoosh. The finger-sized passageway suddenly shrank and disappeared. What's wrong? Why didn't you tell me? Halfway through. Zhang Yulian stared at him. Gu Hai suddenly stopped halfway through. Did he regret it? At this moment, Gu Hai's heart was in turmoil. That tunnel. Gu Hai knew where it led to. Back to Earth? And this time, it wasn't a dream, but reality. In other words, his physical body could also go back. Whoosh. Gu Hai's heart surged as he looked up. Was it that black chess piece? Yes, it must be that black chess piece. That black chess piece brought him here from Earth. It had crossed 2 immortal dominions and he thought it couldn't go back. However, the Taishang's longevity note opened a tunnel. Could the black chess piece bring him back? There's a black chess piece and the Taishang's longevity note. I can go back to Earth by myself. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. He looked up at the crimes of rebellion in the distance. Even if the Long Zhangguo lost, did he still have a way out? There was still a way back to Earth. Ha 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 ha. Gu Hai laughed excitedly. This way, he wouldn't be in a desperate situation. Gu Hai, are you going back on your words? Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai anxiously. Gu Hai suddenly looked at Zhang Yulian. In his excitement, he hugged her and kissed her on the cheek. Smack. What are you doing? Zhang Yulian stared at him angrily. Ha 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 ha, Zhang Yulian, wait for me. I'll tell you everything. When the battle here is over, regardless of whether the Long Zhanguo wins or loses, I'll bring you to a place you've always dreamed of going. Ha 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 ha. Gu Hai laughed. A place she'd always dreamed of going. Zhang Yulian had only had one dream recently. It was when she'd entered the human Dao secret realm and made love with Gu Hai. Ever since she'd relaxed her mind and accepted this moment, she'd often dreamt of it. Gu Hai wants to take me to a place I've always dreamed of going. Pfft. Zhang Yulian spat, face red. However, Gu Hai was no longer looking at Zhang Yulian. His eyes were glued to the battle in the distance. Immortal Hexapath channeled the power of life into Tai's body. Long Zhanguo also channeled the power of the immortal firmament. However, he was still suppressed by Tai. Tai's physical limitations prevented him from using all of the power of life, but he was still stronger than Long Zhanguo. His Holiness, we'll do our best to help you. In the 33rd layer of heaven, everyone channeled their power into Long Zhanguo's 3 paths of reincarnation at the same time. Ao Tianhuang, Dragon Shenying, Long Shenwen, Baiming Shou, Sima Zongheng, and all the officials channeled their full power. However, Long Zhanguo was still suppressed by Tai. The power of life in the divine continent is different from the power of life in your broken immortal firmament. Long Zhanguo, you've lost. Immortal Hexapath sneered. I will not lose. Long Zhanguo's body turned a deep purple. Long Zhanguo was burning his potential. His strength was growing. Although he was suppressed by Tai, his strength was still rising. Immortal Hexapath, Long Zhanguo's strength is increasing. Tai's expression changed. Although it wasn't as strong as him, this trend made Tai panic. Boom! Long Zhan's arm was suddenly filled with blue veins, and a large amount of blood spilled out. However, Long Zhan's strength was stronger. You're burning your lifespan. Giving it your all. Immortal Hexapath exclaimed. Long Zhanguo was burning his lifespan. His body was bleeding, and he was getting stronger. However, the price he was paying was huge. Giving it my all? Yes, giving it my all. Even if I die today, I will not turn back. Hexapath, do you know why old man Guanqi fought so hard? Ha 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 ha. Long Zhanguo's face was covered in blood, and he snarled. You're doing this for that bitch too? Immortal Hexapath's eyes narrowed. Bitch? Ha, yes, bitch. She only found out about your scheme and wanted to tell the world about it. You control the heavens and earth and exhaust reincarnation. You steal souls and spirits for your body. You don't care about the reproduction of life. You kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. When people die, they are completely annihilated. No more reincarnation. All of the common people are only your slaves, only your food. She only wanted to tell the world, and you would consign her to eternal damnation. You would destroy her body and soul. Before she dies, she will suffer the cruelest punishment in the world. Ha 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 ha, I'm doing this for that bitch, for myself, for the world, for everything. Hexapath, even if I die today, I will drag you down with me. Roar. Long Zhanguo was spurting blood as his power continued to rise. Behind him, the 33 cities rotated. All the power of the people gathered to support Long Zhanguo. At this moment, Long Zhanguo wanted to defy the heavens. He wanted to break and destroy everything. At this moment, Long Zhanguo was almost at the top of the world. He blocked everything. His hair turned white as he burned his lifespan. When his hair turned white, his power was about the same as Tai's. Tai's expression changed drastically. Long live the Deqian, the people behind Long Zhanguo roared. Long Zhanguo was bathed in blood, but he radiated an indescribable brilliance. The pupils of the deities of the 6 paths suddenly shrank. At this moment, the people of the Deqian felt their blood boiling. It was as if they were about to win. Long Zhanguo was about to kill Tai and destroy the Six Paths body. The two sides were in a deadlock, and Long Zhanguo was about to succeed. Suddenly, two loud sounds came from behind Long Zhanguo. Hong! Hong! However, at the final moment, Sima Zongheng and Long Shinwen suddenly flipped their hands and landed a palm strike on Long Zhangguo's back. Deqian's Grand Preceptor, Sima Zongheng. Deqian's second prince, Long Shinwen. They didn't lend power to Long Zhanguo. Instead, they attacked Long Zhanguo. Long Zhanguo was fighting Tai with all his strength. There was no defense behind him. The door was wide open, and the two of them slammed down. Logically speaking, the flames that surrounded Long Zhan's body were not something that the two of them could shake. However, at this moment, the power of the two of them seemed to have suddenly soared by countless times. The power was so great that it instantly passed through the flames around Long Zhanguo and hit Long Zhanguo's back. Two loud sounds. Long Zhanguo staggered. Bastard, bastard! Long Zhanguo roared furiously. Bell of Chaos, Cauldron of Heaven and Earth, 10-direction annihilation. Tai suddenly roared. The Bell of Primordial Chaos and the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth slammed into each other as Long Zhan staggered backward. Boom! The Cauldron of Heaven and Earth and the Bell of Chaos seemed to form a huge cauldron, trapping Long Zhanguo in the center. The 10-direction apocalypse instantly stuck to the joint of the two, like a huge cross-shaped scar that welded the joint. Sky Splitter, break! Long Zhanguo roared from inside the cauldron. Boom! When the Sky Splitter appeared, the huge cauldron seemed to tremble, as if it was about to break open. Whoa! Tai turned into a three-legged golden crow and stepped on the Bell of Chaos at the top of the cauldron. He quickly activated it. Long Zhanguo, just wait for this Cauldron of Heaven and Earth to refine you. Ha 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 ha. Tai laughed. At this moment, everyone finally reacted and looked in shock at the two people who had betrayed Long Zhanguo. Long Shinwen and Sima Zongheng. At this moment, they were covered in 6 kinds of light, which was the immortal power bestowed by heaven. How dare you! Ao Tianhuang's expression changed. You betrayed his holiness. Bastards! Bai Mingshou yelled. Everyone turned around and saw a red circle between Sima Zongheng and Long Shinwen's eyebrows. They had used the reverse curse art to betray Long Zhanguo and pledge their loyalty to the deity of 6 paths. Chapter 706. Long Shinwen and Sima Zongheng. Betraying Long Zhanguo. Zhang Yulian was stunned by the sudden turn of events. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched as he looked at the two in shock. Long Zhanguo might not have had the absolute advantage, but his fighting spirit had influenced Gu Hai. Immortal 6 Paths and Long Zhanguo had almost regained their balance, but now, someone had betrayed them. One was Long Zhanguo's son, and the other was Deqian's Grand Preceptor. Did they choose to betray us because they were not determined enough? Or were they just pawns placed beside Long Zhanguo by Immortal 6 Paths' side? Zhang Yulian asked in shock. It's not important now. What's important is that they have betrayed Long Zhanguo. Long Zhanguo's hard work may be in vain. Gu Hai frowned. In the distance, Sima Zongheng and Long Shinwen had betrayed Long Zhanguo and stabbed Long Zhanguo in the back, causing Long Zhanguo's efforts to be in vain and trapped in the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth. Sima Zongheng, how dare you! Bai Mingshou, Ao Tianhuang, and the other ministers were furious. Ao Tianhuang punched Long Shinwen, his eyes spitting fire. Bai Mingshou stretched out his hand, summoning black smoke towards Sima Zongheng. Ao Tianhuang, a wise man submits to circumstances. I was no match for you in the past, but now, I have immortal power. Long Shenwen roared. Long Shenwen punched Ao Tianhuang fiercely. Hong! Their fists collided in the air, creating a huge shockwave that shook the entire heavenly courts. You! Ao Tianhuang's face was ferocious. When the fists separated, Long Shenwen stood still, while Ao Tianhuang was sent flying. Clearly, he was not as strong as Long Shenwen. Bastard, he's your father. How dare you kill your father? Ao Tianhuang was furious. Father? Yes, he is my father, but his lifespan is about to run out. He is about to lose, he can't drag us down with him. Ao Tianhuang glared and roared. Bastard! Ao Tianhuang said furiously. Ah! On the other side, there was a scream. It was Sima Zongheng who had caught Bai Mingshou in his palm. With a violent squeeze, Bai Mingshou exploded. Sima Zongheng. Ao Tianhuang roared furiously. Ao Tianhuang, it's all over. Look at the list of crimes. Now you have a chance to atone for your crimes. Whoever wants it, immediately. Sima Zongheng said coldly. Everyone looked at the stone tablet in the distance. As for the 16th-ranked Long Shenwen and the 8th-ranked Sima Zongheng, they instantly disappeared. He was no longer on the list. Ha 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 ha. The sage of the 6 paths laughed loudly in the sky. In the heavenly courts, some of Long Shenwen's and Sima Zongheng's trusted aides quickly bit their fingers and drew a circle on their foreheads, chanting, Immortal of the 6 paths. Wang! Suddenly, beams of 6-colored light appeared out of nowhere. The ordinary officials who chose to betray Long Zhanggua instantly gained immortal power. That's right. I will always honor my words. As long as you turn from darkness to light, I will let bygones be bygones. Immortal of the 6 paths shouted coldly in the sky. All of a sudden, many officials began to learn how to use the reverse luck curse technique. How dare you? Ao Tianhuang glared. Ao Tianhuang reached out and punched one of the ordinary officials. Humph, Ao Tianhuang, I have immortal power now. What can you do to me? The official glared and punched. Boom! Instantly, the official exploded. What? The surrounding officials were shocked. Didn't one's strength increase with immortal power? The stronger one is, the more immortal power one will gain. You weak people want to gain immortal power? Immortal of the 6 paths said coldly. The stronger one was, the more immortal power one would gain. Takashi Ryushin and Sima Zongheng narrowed their eyes. Although the official who exploded just now died, his immortal power didn't disappear completely. Half of it suddenly scattered and flew to the others who had immortal power. If one dies, half of the immortal power will be transferred to others. Ao Tianhuang's face turned cold. As long as you are loyal to me, you can only take all of it after killing one. Immortal of the 6 paths said. Long Shenwen and Sima Zongheng looked at Ao Tianhuang together. Ha, ha 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 ha, Long Shenwen, Long Zhanggua is too kind, too kind. He can see that you're cunning. You're smart, but you don't have great ambitions. You're his son, so he let you do whatever you want. He didn't want to bring you on this trip, but in the end, he kept a scourge on his side. Sima Zongheng. No wonder you can only be the Grand Tutor and not the Lord. You were the one who suggested going against the heavens. I didn't expect you to be so scared by a steal from the 6 paths. Ha 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 ha, immortal power? You have immortal power. Are you strong? Ao Tianhuang said with a ferocious expression. Ao Tianhuang bit his finger and drew a circle on his forehead, chanting, Immortal of the 6 paths. Supreme Ao. Countless officials were shocked. Whoosh! Instantly, a large amount of immortal power surrounded Ao Tianhuang. Ao Tianhuang felt boundless power and rushed toward the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth in the distance. Lend me your immortal power, and I will take your life. Do you think you can do whatever you want? Ha ha ha. Immortal of the Six Paths laughed in the sky. If you are not loyal to me, then the immortal power will be your death lock. Explode. Immortal of the Six Paths shouted. No. Ao Tianhuang screamed. Hong. Ao Tianhuang, who was flying, suddenly exploded. Half of the immortal power flew into the sky, while the other half flew to everyone who had immortal power. Supreme Being. The surrounding dragons immediately roared in grief. On the divine continent. Lu Yacheng. Ao Shun was drained of all his power by Immortal of the Six Paths and fainted. He fainted as though he had a dream. Shun. It was as though someone was shaking Ao Shun. Ao Shun woke up in a daze and rubbed his sleepy eyes. Father. Let me sleep for a while more. Ao Shun said groggily. In the dream, the man standing in front of him was Ao Tianhuang. Ao Tianhuang was dressed very cleanly and emitted a gentle glow. He smiled and his eyes were filled with kindness and satisfaction. Shun, I have to go. Take good care of yourself in the future. Ao Tianhuang patted Ao Shun's head. Father, where are you going? Where are you going? Ao Shun asked groggily. Do you still remember the dragon pearl that I let you eat back then? Ao Tianhuang smiled warmly. Ah. The dragon pearl you let me eat when I was young? It was disgusting. What was that? Ao Shun asked blankly. That was the North Sea dragon god. It's time to unseal it. In the future, the dragon tribe will depend on you. Your brother is a little jealous of you. It's all my fault. I neglected him in order to motivate him and make him jealous of you so that he can work hard for you. After all, he's your brother. If you have the ability in the future, help him. Ao Tianhuang said gently. As he spoke, he reached out and tapped Ao Shun's forehead. Ao Shun's forehead suddenly lit up. I'm leaving. My son, I'm proud of you. Ao Tianhuang said gently. As he spoke, Ao Tianhuang seemed to be drifting away. Father, wait for me. Where are you going? Father, don't go. Father, don't go. Wait for me, father. Ao Shun ran desperately towards Ao Tianhuang. However, he couldn't catch up to him. Ao Tianhuang's silhouette was getting further and further away. Ao Shun didn't know why, but he started to cry as he ran. Father! A sorrowful cry sounded. Ao Shun, who was on the Luya city, suddenly woke up. It was just a dream. Everyone on the Luya city had fainted except for Ao Shun. Ao Shun touched his cheeks. They were completely wet from his tears. Father, is this all a dream? Ao Shun asked blankly. At this moment, Ao Shun's forehead suddenly lit up. Roar! A dragon's roar sounded from Ao Shun's forehead. North Sea Dragon God. It's not a dream. Ao Shun was stunned. In the heavenly realm. Ao Tianhuang was dead. All the dragon tribe members suddenly knelt down in tears. Long Shenwu and Sima Zongheng, on the other hand, revealed a rejoicing expression. Traitor! An official roared. If you don't want to die, give up the darkness and join the light. Otherwise, none of you will live. Sima Zongheng shouted coldly. He hollered coldly and stopped all the great Gon subjects. Long Shenwen looked at Long Shenying. Long Shenying didn't move. He just looked at Long Shenwen coldly. In the distance, Long Zhangguo was sealed in the chaos furnace of heaven and earth. Even the pillars of the three paths of reincarnation disappeared. Tai turned into the golden crow and activated the chaos bell with all his might. However, Long Zhanghua had the heaven-splitting axe. He was so powerful that he kept slashing at the chaos furnace of heaven and earth that it looked like it was going to break apart at any time. Even though the omnipotent annihilation sealed the connection between the chaos bell and the cauldron of heaven and earth, it didn't help. I can't hold on any longer. Come here. Tai shouted. Long Zhanghua was going to break out of the seal. Everyone's expression changed. Taiwa quickly activated the cauldron of heaven and earth, but it still couldn't seal Long Zhanghua inside. The cauldron of heaven and earth isn't strong enough. It can't unleash its full power. Tai said coldly. I've tried my best. Taiwa said anxiously. No, you haven't tried your best. Tai narrowed his eyes and said. What? Taiwa was slightly stunned, revealing a trace of puzzlement. Boom! Suddenly, a fist hit Taiwa's back from behind and pushed him toward the chaos furnace of heaven and earth. It was Grand Primordial. Grand Primordial attacked Taiwa from behind. Ah! Taiwa staggered. He crashed into the omnipotent annihilation. Sizzle! 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 Nails suddenly appeared on the omnipotent annihilation and nailed Taiwa to the chaos furnace of heaven and earth. Ah! Taiwa screamed as blood splattered all over his body. As the blood splattered everywhere, it was suddenly absorbed by the cauldron of heaven and earth. The cauldron of heaven and earth absorbed Taiwa's blood and immediately emitted a dazzling green light. Suddenly, it merged with the chaos bell and sealed the Long Zhanghua inside. Even when the Long Zhanghua's heaven-splitting axe attacked, the chaos furnace of heaven and earth only made a loud noise and stopped shaking. The sudden change caused everyone to change their expressions. Taiwa was nailed to the cross. Blood flowed out, and his face was filled with grief and anger. Tai Chu, how dare you sneak attack me? Tai, did you order all of this? Taiwa glared at him and roared. Yes, it was me. Tai said coldly. I control the heavenly path reincarnation. I'm here to help heaven and earth destroy the Long Zhanghua. Immortal 6 paths, save me. Taiwa roared in grief and anger. The immortal of the 6 paths stared at him coldly. Heavenly path reincarnation? There's no need for that now. Please go to heaven and take the heavenly path reincarnation away from Taiwa, just in case. Tai shouted. The heavenly path reincarnation immediately withdrew from Taiwa's body. Let Kong Xian take it. Tai pleaded. Suddenly, the heavenly path reincarnation enveloped Kong Xian. Why? Tai, why? Taiwa was shocked and angry. Kong Xian merged with the heavenly path reincarnation and became 1,000 feet tall. He also looked at Tai blankly. Didn't his lord like Taiwa? Did he have to be patient to make Taiwa his woman? Why? Why? Ha, Taiwa, do you really think I like you? Tai sneered. What do you mean? Taiwa said coldly. Back then, I asked heaven to let you into the solar palace because I wanted to find the cauldron of heaven and earth that Fuxi made. You were reluctant to take it out for 800,000 years, but you exposed it for Guhai. Fine, you exposed it yourself. Fine. The cauldron of heaven and earth? Do you think I don't know its secret? It was made by Fuxi, and only Fuxi's blood can activate it to its maximum power. Fuxi is dead, and you are his sister, so your blood can also activate it. If you want to activate the cauldron of heaven and earth to its maximum power, you have to be sacrificed. Tai said coldly. You've been plotting against me since the beginning? Taiwa looked at Tai angrily. Humph. Tai snorted. Immortal of the 6 paths, I helped you destroy the Long Zhanghua. Let me go. Taiwa said angrily. Your sacrifice is the real help to destroy the Long Zhanghua. Taiwa, give up, humph. Tai Chu said coldly. Kong Xian was confused, but he didn't dare to interrupt. To kill the Long Zhanghua, Taiwa's blood sacrifice was needed. It was as if the dust had settled. The blood sacrifice of Taiwa, the cauldron of heaven and earth to refine the Long Zhanghua, and the situation was completely under Immortal of the Six Paths' control. The dust had settled. In the forest far away, Zhang Yulian looked at the sky in shock. The sudden change shocked Zhang Yulian. Gu Hai looked at Taiwa, who was nailed to the cauldron of heaven and earth by the cross. Taiwa was bleeding in pain, and for some reason, Gu Hai thought of Xiao Rou. Xiao Rou? The first time he saw Xiao Rou, she was also so helpless, nailed to the ground by a group of people. Heaven and earth didn't respond. Is that Taiwa? Is that Xiao Rou? Gu Hai took a deep breath and stood up. What are you doing? Zhang Yulian's expression changed, and she looked at Gu Hai in shock. At this time, the Long Zhanghua didn't move. You want to go out? Are you looking for death? Hide well and wait for me to call you. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said. What? You really want to go out? Do you want to die? Zhang Yulian exclaimed. It's not over yet. It's time for me to go out. I have to go out. Gu Hai flew into the sky with a cold face. Whoosh! Gu Hai flew into the sky. As he flew, he bit his right index finger and drew a blood circle in between his eyebrows. He shouted, Immortal of the Six Paths. Chapter 707. Gu Hai flew into the sky. As he flew, he bit his right index finger and drew a blood circle on his forehead. He shouted, Immortal of the Six Paths. No. Zhang Yulian said anxiously. However, Gu Hai was already in the sky. It was too late. Even though it was very far away, a six-colored ray suddenly shot out, causing everyone's expression to change. Gu Hai! Kong Xian exclaimed, his eyes widening. Gu Hai, who was ranked second on the list of traitors. This was the person Long Zhanghua valued the most over the years. Ha, Gu Hai has also turned over to the light. Sima Zongheng sneered. Long Shenwen narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Hai in the distance. His face was gloomy. Long Shenying frowned. He was confused. Gu Hai was afraid of death and started to betray his father. Tai Yi looked at Gu Hai coldly. Tai Yi only knew about Gu Hai from what others told him. He didn't know much about Gu Hai. Kong Xian and Tai Chu knew Gu Hai too well. They knew Gu Hai so well that they wanted to kill him the moment they met. Especially Tai Chu. Taiwa was nailed to the cross. When he saw Gu Hai flying over, he panicked. What are you doing here? Do you want to die? Gu Hai looked at Taiwa and smiled bitterly. The people you meet are too dangerous. No matter what your cultivation is, they will all end up the same. Taiwa was stunned. When Gu Hai first met his reincarnation, Xiao Rou, he was also nailed to the wall. Now, he was also nailed to the wall. His life and death were decided by someone else. No matter how hard he tried, no matter how hard he tried, no matter how hard he tried. Last time, at the brink of death, it was Gu Hai who appeared to save him. At that time, he looked at Gu Hai as if he was looking at a war god. Now, is Gu Hai here to save me? But now, it was much more dangerous than before. Gu Hai, you still dare to come? Absolute Beginning glared at him, his body exuding a monstrous murderous aura. Yi Hua died mysteriously because of Gu Hai. Although a peacock feather was found in the end, did it have anything to do with Gu Hai? Yan Hua was also killed by Gu Hai's son. Gu Hai was a scourge, and the person Tai Chu wanted to kill the most was Gu Hai. Why wouldn't I dare? The heavens have already made it clear that as long as one renounces the darkness and defers to the light, they will let bygones be bygones. How can the heavens' words not be a match for your anger? Gu Hai said coldly. Ha ha ha, isn't it too late for you to renounce the darkness and defect to the light now? Long Zhanghua is about to die, what's the use of asking you to renounce the darkness and defect to the light? The heavens let those who renounce the darkness and defect to the light make up for their mistakes. What about you? You're second on the list of traitors, second. It's you who helped Long Zhanghua find the 3 paths of reincarnation. You've committed a heinous crime, how can you atone for it? Do you think your last plea will be of any use? Absolute Beginning said coldly. All around, everyone looked coldly at Gu Hai. The Eye of Heaven also stared at Gu Hai. Obviously, like Absolute Beginning, Gu Hai seemed to have been sentenced to death. Not to mention, Long Zhanghua had already been refined into the furnace. What's the use of you? Who said I can't atone for my mistakes? Who said I can't atone for my mistakes? The 3 paths of reincarnation. Did I find it, or did someone help me find it? Did I just get lucky, or did someone deliberately plan this? Gu Hai suddenly shouted. Immortal 6 paths snorted coldly in the sky. Reporting to the heavens, Gu Hai has renounced the darkness for the light today. However, I have something to report. Gu Hai said seriously. Important? What important thing can you have? Is there anything more important at this time? Long Zhanggua's death is enough. Absolute Beginning said coldly. Long Shenwen and Sima Zongheng were spies arranged by the heavens. They played a crucial role in the last moment. However, this is not the end. Long Zhanghua is not dead yet. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. What do you mean? Absolute Beginning narrowed his eyes. What I want to say is that Deqian has your spies. Solar God Palace also has Deqian's spies. They are right here, right beside you, Gu Hai said solemnly. How dare you? The Monster Kings, Kong Xian, and Absolute Beginning all glared at him. Absolute Beginning's pupils constricted, and he instantly assumed a defensive posture. Although Gu Hai might be making things up, and Absolute Beginning did not believe Gu Hai at all, what if? What if? Sima Zongheng and Long Shenwen were the 2 spies who had ambushed Long Zhanghua from behind, causing Long Zhanggua's battle to fail. Although Sima Zongheng and Long Shenwen were powerful, they were not worth mentioning in front of Long Zhanghua. However, these 2 small fries in Long Zhanggua's eyes had caused Long Zhanggua's battle to fail. What if, just in case, there was really a Long Zhanghua spy behind him, and what if he did the same thing to him when he was the most focused? Absolute Beginning instantly shivered. While guarding against everyone around him, he narrowed his eyes at Gu Hai. The pupils of the deity of the 6 paths in the sky also shrank. If what Gu Hai said was right, it was extremely dangerous. Spy? Who's the spy? Don't change the topic. You helped Long Zhanghua find the 3 paths of reincarnation and caused the destruction today. Do you think changing the topic will solve the problem? Absolute Beginning sneered at Gu Hai in disbelief. I told you, I just happened to be there. There's a mastermind behind this. I'm just being used. Gu Hai said coldly. Huh? Everyone's eyes widened. When Long Zhanghua took the human Dao secret realm, I'm sure everyone knows. Thousand Saints Assembly. You don't need me, right? Long Zhanghua killed a saint by force, which is the same as forcing people to enter the human Dao secret realm. If it were me or the other Deqian, would they be able to do it? I helped Long Zhanghua obtain the human Dao reincarnation. Ha, it's me. But do you really need me? Gu Hai glared. Absolute Beginning narrowed his eyes. The faces of the monster kings around also darkened. Human Tao reincarnation. Ha 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 ha, good, good. Let's not talk about it. What else? Absolute Beginning said coldly. Wait, before that, shouldn't we take a look? During the Thousand Saints Assembly, other than me, how many of the monster kings here were very close to the human Tao reincarnation? How many of them could conspire with Long Zhanghua and make me the scapegoat? Gu Hai said solemnly. While Gu Hai was casting him aside, he was also pouring dirty water on others. I'm beside you. What? Gu Hai, are you trying to accuse me of being Long Zhanggua's spy? Absolute Beginning sneered. I didn't say that. Absolute Beginning, don't take it personally or confess in advance. Gu Hai said solemnly. Huh? Absolute Beginning's eyes flashed with killing intent. Maybe someone else is hiding in the dark. Gu Hai sneered. Humph. Absolute Beginning snorted. Gu Hai flew closer and closer to the cauldron. Alright, next, let's talk about the Beast Path Mystic Realm that Long Zhanghua just took. Did I find the Tao of Beast Mystic Realm on my own initiative, or did someone send me to the Tao of Beast Mystic Realm? Huh? Absolute Beginning's face darkened. One of the entrances to the Beast Path Mystic Realm was with Luya. This was something that Absolute Beginning had just found out. Back then, I was imprisoned and at the mercy of others. It was Taiyi who imprisoned me in Taichu's hands, right? But how did I end up at the entrance of Luya's Beast Path Mystic Realm? Did I find it or did someone deliberately send me there? Gu Hai stared at Absolute Beginning. Absolute Beginning's pupils suddenly constricted. You're saying that I deliberately let you go and let you come into contact with the Beast Path Mystic Realm? I'm not talking about you. I just find it strange. When I was in Luya's hands, Absolute Beginning took me from Luya and placed me in your hands. Why did you go behind Absolute Beginning's back and return me to Luya? Gu Hai said solemnly. Humph, you are slandering me. Back then, Dong Huang handed you over to me to watch over, just to appease Tai Hua. Luya asked me for you, and I gave you to him because of our relationship. Tai Chu anxiously glared at him. Although what Tai Chu said was the truth, everyone's mind was filled with doubts. This was the difference between who said it first and who said it later. If Tai Chu said it first, no one would doubt him. However, Gu Hai was the one who said it. Everyone's expression sank. That's right. Did Absolute Beginning do it on purpose? I'm not slandering you, and it might not be you. Why are you rushing to admit it? If it's as you said, Luya came to find you again. But I was taken away from Luya by Absolute Beginning. Why did Luya take me to the Beast Path Mystic Realm? If it's not you, maybe someone else instigated him. Gu Hai smiled. Absolute Beginning suddenly raised his eyebrows. He suddenly remembered that after Gu Hai left, he found Yi Hua's body and found a peacock feather. Absolute Beginning suddenly looked at Kong Xian. Kong Xian bewitched Luya. And then found the Beast Path Mystic Realm? Was it him? If he was a spy, it made sense. He was Absolute Beginning's most trusted person. At this crucial moment, he definitely couldn't inform Long Zhanghua. He could only find another way. This was also because of Yi Hua's death. At that time, Absolute Beginning was a little dissatisfied with Kong Xian, which caused Absolute Beginning to suspect Kong Xian. Just as everyone was suspecting Absolute Beginning began to suspect Kong Xian. When he looked at Kong Xian raised his eyebrows. Why is Absolute Beginning looking at me? Is he trying to slander me? Gu Hai, you're too close to the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth. Absolute Beginning warned Gu Hai coldly. Unknowingly, Gu Hai was already close to the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth. Is that so? I've just entered the heavenly palace. Even if I have immortal power, it's limited. You're not worried that I'll destroy the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth, right? Gu Hai sneered. Humph. Absolute Beginning snorted. The stronger one was, the more immortal power would increase. Now, even Long Zhanggua couldn't break the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth, let alone Gu Hai. Alright, now let's talk about the Azura Path Mystic Realm. I'm sure it won't be a secret even if I tell you. This is the scroll I took when His Holiness fought with me. The scroll has the blueprint of the entrance to the Azura Path Mystic Realm written on it. This is it. Gu Hai flipped his hand and took out the scroll. Whoosh! The scroll flew out, and everyone's face fell. I got this by chance. I'm sure everyone knows how I got it. It's no secret, but am I that lucky? I wonder if there were other people from the Solar God Palace nearby at that time. Gu Hai smiled. Kong Xian. Absolute Beginning's eyes suddenly widened. Because at that time, Kong Xian was in the Day One Imperial Dynasty. After fighting with Shiyu the Great, he had a confrontation with the Drought Demon Ancestor and Emperor Qi. The location of the confrontation was not far from His Holiness. Kong Xian left, and Gu Hai got this scroll. Or Kong Xian didn't leave. Absolute Beginning, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to slander me? Kong Xian glared at him and said angrily. When everyone was suspecting you, Absolute Beginning, you still dared to slander me. Shut up. Absolute Beginning shouted coldly. Master. Kong Xian said anxiously. Dong Huang. Absolute Beginning also said anxiously. Shut up, all of you. This is Gu Hai's one-sided story. We'll talk about it after the Long Zhanggua dies. Absolute Beginning said coldly. Yes. The two answered. Absolute Beginning looked at Kong Xian, and Kong Xian looked at Absolute Beginning. Both of them had a cold look in their eyes. It was no longer important whether the two were spies. What was important was that Absolute Beginning didn't dare to trust the two of them without caution. While refining the Long Zhanggua, he was wary of the two. Chapter 708. Even though Gu Hai said a lot and instigated a lot of discord, Tai Yi and the others remained wary of him. They did not trust Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai did not want them to trust him. He had said so much just to tie their hands, so that they would not have an excuse to kill him, so that he could continue to stir up trouble. At this time, Tai Chu and Kong Xian wanted to kill Gu Hai immediately. However, Long Zhanggua was not dead yet. If they killed him now, wouldn't they be silencing him? Wouldn't they be admitting that they were spies? They would not kill Gu Hai easily. The Immortal of the Six Paths in the Sky also looked at Gu Hai coldly. Although he allowed Gu Hai to stand in front of him, it did not erase the fact that Gu Hai was second on the treason list, because he had not done anything. It's useless even if you talk. Treason is treason. It's not that easy to make up for your mistakes. Besides, your mistake is too big. Tai Chu sneered. Gu Hai ignored him and looked at Taiwa, who was in pain. Speaking of which, Taiwa's misfortune today is partly because of me. Without me, Taiwa would not have taken out the cauldron of heaven and earth, right? Without me, he could not have completed the cauldron of heaven and earth, right? Gu Hai seemed to be fighting for himself. Are you trying to find excuses to clear your name? The cauldron of heaven and earth? Humph, because of you, the cauldron of heaven and earth was exposed by Taiwa. However, Dong Huang has been plotting for 800,000 years. Do you think he can't force Taiwa to take out the cauldron of heaven and earth? Ha 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 ha. Tai Chu sneered. Tai Chu's expression said, I've seen through you. The surrounding people showed some disdain at Gu Hai's continuous quibbling for himself. It turned out that Gu Hai was also so afraid of death. The cauldron of heaven and earth requires Taiwa's blood to be fully activated. Isn't it a little too slow to use the 10-direction annihilation nail to extract the blood? Gu Hai suddenly looked at Taiwa. Tai's expression suddenly turned cold as he looked at Gu Hai. Not far away, Taiwa said with a ferocious expression, "They just don't want to push me too far. If they push me too far, I'll just self-destruct. No one will have an easy time. At worst, we'll all die together. Taiwa, don't you dare." Tai glared at him. Taiwa looked at Tai ferociously. 800,000 years. Tai, I've long had a feeling that you had ill intentions towards me, but you didn't know that it was to use me as a blood sacrifice. I don't dare. Do you think I don't dare? Who can stop me? I'm begging for death, you can't stop me. Taiwa's eyes flashed with deep hatred. Taiwa, your blood will be used to refine the Long Zhanggua. As long as the Long Zhanggua dies, I'll let you go and never target you again. I'll set you free. I beg the heavens not to pursue you. Tai said grimly. That's right, Taiwa. Although you'll be sacrificed, you won't die. As long as the Long Zhanggua is refined, we'll let you go. Don't do anything stupid. Alpha Primordium shouted, his expression changing. Taiwa glared at Tai and Alpha Primordium. If you die together, you'll be destroyed in both body and soul. The heavens won't spare your 3 souls. Tai said coldly. We only want your blood, not all of it. Don't mess around. Alpha Primordium said worriedly. So, you're worried that Taiwa will choose to self-destruct and destroy himself with her blood? Gu Hai's eyes suddenly lit up. Everyone looked at Gu Hai in confusion. However, they saw Gu Hai slowly flying toward Taiwa. No one dared to get close to Taiwa, worried that they would force Taiwa into a corner. Even though Alpha Primordium nailed Taiwa to the cross, he still did not dare to push too hard. This was because Taiwa could make a final counterattack and self-destruct before dying. Taiwa no longer had a good impression of anyone here. He was extremely wary and hateful. However, he did not hate Gu Hai as much as he did Taiwa. Perhaps Xiaorou's memories and her crush played a huge role in Xiao Chen's mind. As Gu Hai flew toward Taiwa, the others watched with narrowed eyes. Taiwa. Gu Hai looked at Taiwa. Why did you come out? Taiwa looked at Gu Hai worriedly. Even though Taiwa was nailed to the cross, he still cared about Gu Hai. Gu Hai is very grateful to Xiaorou for thinking so highly of me in the past. Gu Hai said solemnly. Ha! Xiaorou? My reincarnated body, Xiaorou? Yes, she is indeed very foolish. I thought that she was insignificant. After all, I have reincarnated more than once in the past 800,000 years. However, I have never felt so emotional before. Xiaorou, when you first met Xiaorou, she was nailed to the wall like this, right? For Xiaorou, you could give up the most precious century lifespan immortality peach in the innate puzzle world. Xiaorou could give up her life for you. Although she could not say anything in the end, she changed me into someone else, Taiwa said with an extremely complicated expression as he looked at Gu Hai. I understand one thing now. You are Taiwa, but you are also Xiaorou, Gu Hai said solemnly. Taiwa looked at Gu Hai with a conflicted expression. Xiaorou owes me a life. Right now, you are Xiaorou. I would like to borrow something from you. Gu Hai said seriously. What is it? Taiwa said with a frown. Your head. Gu Hai said solemnly. You. Taiwa's eyes suddenly widened as a monstrous killing intent shot out from her eyes. What? Kang Xian also looked at Gu Hai in shock. Kang Xian knew about Gu Hai and Xiaorou the best. Why would Gu Hai say something like that? Does he want to kill Taiwa? Tai Yi's expression also changed. At first, he thought that Gu Hai wanted Taiwa to self-destruct to destroy the chaos furnace of heaven and earth. However, Gu-hai wanted Taiwa's head. Not her self-destruction. Gu-hai wanted Taiwa to die. What did you say? Taiwa said with a frosty expression. I said, you owe me a life. Now, I hope you can return it to me. Let me kill you and use all of your blood as a sacrifice to the furnace. Gu-hai confirmed again. In the distance, Dragon Shenying, Long Shinwen, Sima Zongheng, and the others were shocked. Gu-hai is currying favor with the heavens? Gu-hai is too ruthless in order to survive. He wants to beg the heavens for Taiwa's death. How shameless. Long Zhanghua actually likes such trash. Countless people looked at Gu-hai with disdain in their eyes. Gu-hai, however, stared at Taiwa. At this moment, Gu-hai did not beg or cower. He was very calm. This calmness made the murderous Taiwa feel suffocated. Gu-hai wants me dead. For some reason, Taiwa suddenly felt a lump in his throat. Perhaps it was because of Xiaorou's personality. At this moment, Taiwa suddenly felt very wronged. Extremely wronged. Wants me dead. Everyone could say it. Tai Yi could say it, Tai Chu could say it, Immortal Six Paths could say it, and Long Zhanghua could say it. However, Gu-hai could not say it. Why do you want to kill me? Taiwa looked at Gu-hai with a lump in his throat, as if he wanted to see the reason from Gu-hai's eyes. However, there was nothing but calmness. Ha, ha 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 ha. Taiwa suddenly laughed bleakly. As he laughed, Taiwa's eyes welled up with tears. After Big Brother Fushi died, Taiwa had been in a state of despair for a while. Then, he saw the world as gray. Only when Xiaorou met Gu-hai did the world slowly become colorful. Now, Gu-hai wants my life. That colorful world collapsed again, as if he had nothing left to live for. Taiwa, I'll borrow your head. Gu-hai said again. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared at Gu-hai and Taiwa. Ha, ha ha ha, you kill me. I told you to kill me, so you kill me. Taiwa looked at Gu-hai, sadness flashing in his eyes. Gu-hai reached out and took out the life-killing saber. He really did slash at Taiwa. Tai Yi, Tai Chu, Kong Xian, Dragon Shenying, Long Shinwen, Sima Zongheng, and even Zhang Yulian in the distance widened their eyes. Everyone looked at this strange scene. The saber was getting closer and closer to Taiwa. Tai Yi didn't stop him because if Gu-hai could kill Taiwa, he could instantly extract all of Taiwa's blood. Long Zhanghua would definitely die. Tai Yi didn't stop him, and Tai Chu was also looking forward to it. Only Kong Xian looked confused. He was like a fool. In the past, to protect Tai Yi, he fought to the death with Gu-hai. Was there something wrong with his brain? He thought that Tai Yi liked Taiwa, so he wanted to help him get rid of his love rival, Gu-hai. Now, he realized that Tai Yi wanted to kill Taiwa, and Gu-hai wanted to kill Taiwa. This wasn't right. This was different from what he thought. Wasn't this change too fast? Gu-hai's saber slashed at Taiwa. Taiwa stared at Gu-hai with red eyes. At this moment, Gu-hai saw Xiaorou in Taiwa's eyes. Those were definitely Xiaorou's eyes. Xiaorou's eyes were filled with despair. Ha, Gu-hai, did you know? Before Xiaorou died, she fused with me. Before she was swallowed by me, she said something. Did you know? Taiwa stared at Gu-hai with red eyes. Gu-hai's saber was getting closer and closer. It didn't stop. Xiaorou said, I once loved you too. Taiwa said sadly. Buzz. The life-killing saber stopped between Taiwa's eyebrows. The moment the life-punishing saber stopped, a glimmer of light flashed across Taiwa's eyes. The moment the glimmer of light flashed, pissed. Gu-hai slashed at Taiwa's head. Boom. It was as if he had instantly crushed Taiwa's Naiwan palace. Splash! 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 Blood spurted out of Taiwa's body. The blood was quickly absorbed by the cauldron of the universe. The surrounding people seemed to be suffocating as they widened their eyes. Killed, killed. Tai Yi's face stiffened. Did Gu Hai really kill Taiwa? Tai Chu was also shocked. How could this be? Kong Xian was even more confused. The Life Ender saber was pulled out from between Taiwa's eyebrows. Taiwa had a bloody wound between his eyebrows. His face immediately turned pale due to the severe blood loss. His eyes were still open, but they were no longer flowing with tears. Instead, there were two streams of blood. Two streams of blood tears. Buzz! Taiwa's immortal power surged into Gu Hai's body. The six-colored glow on Gu Hai's body suddenly soared into the sky. The terrifying power made Gu Hai's body swell. Taiwa was dead. He was killed by the man Xiao Rou loved the most. Before he died, his eyes were filled with despair and sadness. Two streams of blood tears flowed down his face. Everything was so sad. The great Taiwa died at the hands of a weak Gu Hai. He was hurt by love and died for love. Chapter 709. Taiwa was dead. She died in the hands of someone no one expected. Taiwa's blood was sucked dry in an instant, and Taiwa's body shriveled up. Gu Hai gently pulled Taiwa's body out of the cross. There was no blood, only a body full of holes. Buzz! After absorbing all of Taiwa's blood, the cauldron of heaven and earth shone with a dazzling light. The 8 trigrams diagram on the outside shone even brighter. The cauldron of heaven and earth became even sturdier. Although the sound of long zhanggua chopping could be heard, it was no longer able to shake the cauldron of heaven and earth. Gu Hai carefully placed Taiwa's body in a coffin and put it away. Only then did the surrounding people wake up from their daze. He really killed Taiwa. Taiwa had fallen out with everyone because of him. To clear his name, he even sacrificed the woman he loved. Shameless. Sure enough, the emperor is the most heartless. Countless voices of disdain rang out as countless gazes of disdain looked at Gu Hai. Tai Yi looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. Tai Chu was also frowning at this moment. He had a bad feeling about this. Kong Xian clenched his fists, a blank look in his eyes. For some reason, he feared Gu Hai's ruthlessness. In the distance, Long Shenwen and Sima Zongheng stared. They didn't expect Gu Hai to be so ruthless. Only Long Shenying's pupils shrank. He stared at Gu Hai's immortal energy. After killing Taiwa, all of Taiwa's immortal energy was taken by Gu Hai. No one noticed that only Gu Hai had more immortal energy than Gu Hai. Even Tai Chu wasn't as good. Unknowingly, Gu Hai had already become the second strongest person among all the people here. Gu Hai. Dragon God Ying's eyelids twitched. Dragon Shenying looked at the chaos furnace of heaven and earth, then looked at immortal 6 paths in the sky. Suddenly, he exhaled. Suddenly, Long Shenying bit his finger and drew a circle between his eyebrows with his blood. Then, he chanted, Immortal of the 6 paths. With a single chant, a large amount of immortal energy appeared out of nowhere and filled Dragon Shenying's body. The Crown Prince? The Deqian officials all stared and exclaimed. Betrayal? The Crown Prince also betrayed His Holiness? No. Boundless despair enveloped the heavenly court. Everyone had betrayed the Long Zhanggua. Was the Long Zhanggua doomed? You. Long Shenwen raised an eyebrow. Second brother, are you the only one allowed to serve the immortal of 6 paths? Dragon Shenying sneered. So what if I'm loyal? Your name on the traitors ranking list hasn't been removed. You won't have a chance to make up for your mistakes. Long Shinwen said in a low voice. Everyone looked at the stone tablet. On the stone tablet, Dragon Shenying's name was still in 4th place. However, Gu Hai's name was still on the stone tablet. He was still in 2nd place, but his name was much more blurred. Gu Hai killed Taiwa. You're really willing to do such a shameless thing to survive. However, it's not enough. Although your name is blurred, you're still in 2nd place. That's not enough to make up for your mistakes. Tai Chu sneered. Yeah, it's not enough, but there's still a chance. Gu Hai sneered. Everyone looked at Gu Hai. At this time, what other way was there to make a contribution? Reporting to the heavens, Gu Hai feels that Long Zhanggua is not dead. He's still in the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth. He might break the seal at any time. Everything is still possible. Gu Hai suddenly looked at the sky. The eye of heaven stared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai had indeed made a contribution by killing Taiwa, but the eye of heaven was still on guard against him, preventing him from saving Long Zhanggua. If Gu Hai dared to make a move on the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth, the heavens would kill Gu Hai instantly. Now, Gu Hai said that the dust had not settled yet. Indeed, the dust had not settled yet. However, the heavens did not want to talk to Gu Hai. On the side, Tai spoke on behalf of the heavens. Gu Hai, what are you trying to say? I'm saying that anything is possible before Long Zhanggua dies. If he breaks the seal, you alone are not enough. Gu Hai said solemnly. Then what do you want? Tai said solemnly. The immortal power we borrowed from the heavens is too scattered. If this large amount of immortal power can be gathered in the hands of a few. Solemnly Gu Hai said Gu Hai. Gathered in the hands of a few? Tai narrowed his eyes. Yeah. For example, if I kill Tai Chu, his power will be added to me, and I'll be stronger. If Long Zhanggua breaks the seal, I can help you deal with him. Gu Hai smiled. How dare you? Don't you dare. Absolute Beginning suddenly exclaimed. Tai's pupils constricted. You want to kill Tai Chu? Isn't that right? If the immortal power is too scattered, it won't be effective. Why not let it merge? If the power is divided between 2 people, it'll be too scattered. If it's concentrated on one person, the effect will be multiplied. Gu Hai smiled. Gu Hai, you're a spy. You did this on purpose. You want to disrupt our cooperation. You want to destroy our unity. You're helping Long Zhanggua. Tai Chu said coldly. I'm helping Long Zhanggua. Absolute Beginning, I won't mention who framed me. Firstly, I'm innocent. Secondly, I have immortal energy. If I wasn't truly loyal to the heavens, then the heavens could destroy my soul with a single thought and make me explode. Why would I do this? I'm afraid of death. Gu Hai said coldly. The heavens can destroy me at any time. How can I resist? You. Tai Chu glared. Before we kill the dragon warring states, everything else is not important, is it? Tai is in charge of trapping and killing the dragon battle kingdom, and we are borrowing immortal power to assist from the side. But you have seen how strong the dragon battle kingdom is. Even if we help from the side, it's not enough, right? We can only strengthen ourselves, like this. As Gu Hai spoke, he raised the life terminator. He swung the saber. A massive energy saber slashed at one of the black angels. Boom! Purple light illuminated the world. Before the black angel could cry out, he exploded. The black angel's immortal power surged into Gu Hai's body. Gu Hai's immortal power shone even brighter. How dare you! How dare you! Bastard! The angels, demon kings, Tai Chu, and the others widened their eyes and roared. They grabbed their sabers, wary of Gu Hai. Gu Hai attacked. Taiyi's expression also changed. However, the heavens did not stop him. They only watched coldly. To the heavens, everyone here was an ant. They could all die. As long as Long Zhanghua was killed, the lives of the others were not important. As long as it was beneficial to killing Long Zhanghua, it was fine. Before Gu Hai killed Taiwa, the heavens still did not trust Gu Hai. However, after Gu Hai's achievements, the heavens let down their guard. Dong Huang, Gu Hai is too presumptuous. I'm going to kill him. Tai Chu said coldly. Tai activated the chaos furnace of heaven and earth with all his might, but he did not interfere. It was as if he had silently approved of Tai Chu's actions. Tai Chu stepped forward, his body shrouded in black pillars. A powerful aura spread out, mobilizing the power of samsara to kill Gu Hai. The power of samsara. Ha, Tai Chu, are you really Long Zhanggua's spy? Gu Hai sneered. Your flowery words are useless. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Tai Chu stepped forward. I'm saying that every bit of power used against Long Zhanghua is extremely precious. Immortal power. Immortal power can be taken away and transferred. It doesn't matter if it's transferred to another person. However, the power of samsara is used against Long Zhanghua, not for you to waste. If you use the power of samsara to fight me, won't you be wasting the power used against Long Zhanghua? Gu Hai shouted. Tai Chu did not understand what Gu Hai meant. Suddenly, his body trembled, and the power of samsara was taken away. The heavens removed the power of samsara from Tai Chu, and the black pillars appeared behind Tai. Not only Tai Chu, but the black pillar on Kong Xian's body was also stripped away, and instantly appeared behind Tai. Gu Hai was right. The power of samsara is not for you to waste. What? Tai Chu's expression changed. At this moment, Gu Hai's saber slashed at him. Tai Chu hastily took out a huge sword and clashed with Gu Hai's life-extinguishing saber. Hong! With a super loud sound, the huge sword in Tai Chu's hand exploded. Alpha Primordium was sent flying in an instant. Poof! Tai Chu spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Gu Hai in shock. Without the power of samsara, his power was not as strong as Gu Hai's. Gu Hai was so strong. Was it Taiwa's power? He did it on purpose. Dong Huang, Tai Chu yelled. Gu Hai is going to destroy Solar Divine Palace. Tai narrowed his eyes at Gu Hai in the distance but ignored Tai Chu. Immortal Six Paths was heartless, and Tai was also very cold. Gu Hai was right. Tai even thought of something deeper from Gu Hai's words. Kill everyone. Gather all the power in one body. That's right. What if everyone dies and I'm the only one left? Help. Tai did not need help. If Tai wanted everyone to die and gather all the power in his body, wouldn't he have a higher chance of killing Long Zhanghua? He would do everything possible to kill Long Zhanghua, even if he had to sacrifice everyone. Otherwise, if Long Zhanghua could counterattack, he would be finished. Killing each other was a good thing. Gu Hai. No matter how he jumped around, it was useless. Immortal Six Paths power could control him, but Tai could control him too. Hibernating Spirit Soup. In the past, he'd sent Bingheim to Gu Hai's side to think of a way to make Gu Hai drink the soup. Originally, it was just to control Gu Hai and use it to threaten and trick Taiwa. Now, it seemed that it was better to use it here. Even if Gu Hai killed until the end, Tai could control him with the soup and make him come to die in front of Tai himself. He was supposed to drink 2 bowls, but Bingheim only gave Gu Hai 1 bowl. 1 bowl is enough. I don't need to control him for many years. A short while is enough. Tai Chu was loyal to Tai, but he might not be willing to let Tai take his life. But Gu Hai was different. What Gu Hai said makes sense. Gathering immortal power is better than scattering it. Tai Yi suddenly narrowed his eyes. What? Tai Chu's expression changed. Tai Yi agreed to kill each other. The heavens let Tai Yi take charge of the situation. Tai Yi's words represented the heavens. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.